In September of 1987, Star Trek The Next Generation launched with its pilot episode Encounter at Farpoint, and viewers were introduced to the 24th century for the first time ever. This was the year following the release of the highly successful film Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home, and this was also almost 20 years after the end of the original Star Trek television series, which ended back in 1969. So, Encounter at Farpoint starts with what would later become the familiar intermission sequence and voiceover for the series, with the now famous theme music and the credits and Picard's voice reading this slightly modified version of Kirk's Space, the Final Frontier, etc. And it's worth taking a minute to notice the significance of doing that, of starting this series with the voice of Picard giving that almost verbatim voiceover. You could say that in that way, the series is starting with this great, giant, big, bold, kind of like Sharpie drawn all over it, pointing back to the original TOS series, kind of suggesting this is not just some random spin-off. This is the new iteration of the same kind of thing. This is literally the Star Trek in the next generation. And I think we could say that over the extended span of classic Trek, this voiceover is part of what clues us in to TOS and TNG being kind of the core standard Trek. We could say the classic of the classic Trek. Not that this is technically the only time this is done. It's also done once at the very end of the broad spectrum span of classic Trek in 2005 when Captain Archer spoke this voiceover in the closing episode of that series, in a sense kind of marking the closing out of the classic Trek franchise at the shores of the silent years when we come to the very end. And then more recently in Strange New Worlds, Pike gives the same voiceover in those episodes in what seems to be an intentional effort to link back to these core standard style Trek shows at the very beginning here that served as the seed bed out of which grew all the spin-offs. So it seems that Strange New Worlds intends itself to be part of a set of 3 standard Trek shows that aren't spin-offs in a certain sense, but they're more intended to be variations or iterations on the core concept of Star Trek, kind of like Star Trek period, rather than Star Trek with this particular twist or this particular angle or whatever. And at least in season 1 for Stranger New Worlds, I think they did a pretty good job of that, though I haven't gotten much further than season 1 at this point. And from what I've heard, it does kind of go downhill as you go. But anyway, so in this pilot for TNG, they start off, they don't have the teaser, meaning the bit of storytelling that you do before the intermission sequence. Though, according to Memory Alpha, certain later airings, when they aired it on TV, in some of those airings, they did rearrange the material so that there would be a teaser kind of made out of the later material, just to standardize it for the purpose of airing it on whatever particular channel it was on. But anyway, so in its first airing, it would have started off with this sequence here. And what that means originally is that the first glimpse you would have got of this new Enterprise would have been this beautiful opening sequence. And really, it must have been pretty impressive to see for the first time, to see the Enterprise looming large as it comes right next to the camera there, as it comes up slowly and gets ready to warp for the first time there. And then after that, we get this special bit with title and credits centered against a starfield while gentle music plays, kind of reminiscent of how TMP started with that musical pre-intro against a little starfield there. And then we come up to the Enterprise and we get this amazing shot of Picard looking out his window. Remember how the unaired TOS pilot, The Cage, how that started by kind of really slowly zooming up to the Enterprise and then zooming up slowly to the bridge from space? Well, TNG kind of starts its pilot in a very similar way. Kind of nice, kind of fitting. So quite a number of things that connect TNG to the beginning of TOS as well as to TMP, which those two are kind of the other examples of an attempt to do this new iteration of the core Star Trek concept. Anyway, the first words spoken in this episode as an episode are our first captain's log. Captain's log, stardate 41153.7. Our destination is planet Deneb 4, beyond which lies the great unexplored mass of the galaxy. My orders are to examine Farpoint, a starbase built there by the inhabitants of that world. Meanwhile, I am becoming better acquainted with my new command, this Galaxy-class USS Enterprise. I am still somewhat in awe of its size and complexity. As for my crew, we are short in several key positions, most notably a first officer, but I am informed that a highly experienced man, one Commander William Riker, will be waiting to join the ship at our Deneb 4 destination. Now, as the first captain's log in all of TNG, you'll notice a lot of key standard Trek concepts built into it right from the get-go, because we've got a mission and a destination, but beyond that mission lies the great unexplored mass of the galaxy. So, implying the wonder of the unknown in the great reaches of the galaxy, on the edges of what we know. That's one of the key parts here. But then Picard also mentions this new ship for him, the Enterprise, and he says that he is still somewhat in awe of its size and complexity. So there's that word awe. Because in Star Trek, particularly as exemplified in a film like TMP, we don't just come to Star Trek to be in awe of the great unknown out there in the vast reaches of space, but also to be in awe of the great and wonderful, beautiful ships that take us there. And in that sense, this episode is doing exactly the same thing that TMP was trying to do, just in a much more abbreviated form, which is to excite us and thrill us with not just the mysteries of distant space and its aliens and technologies, but also prior to that and separate from that, to excite us and thrill us with the wonder and awe of the exterior and interior of the great, wonderful craft that this Federation has built, and which we get to walk around in, and we get to get those Star Trek chills even when we aren't yet dropping our jaw at the great unknown out there outside the great Starfleet ship. And it's fitting that in these introductory moments, when they show Picard exploring this new ship, they're definitely emphasizing the grandeur and majesty of it for the viewer, who's having that same first experience that Picard is having. And it's also interesting how they film shots from certain angles to really emphasize the size and scope of the ship, much like they did occasionally in TMP. For example, shots from low or high in engineering, for example, shots where you look down on Picard on the bridge, or you look up high at Picard from the bridge, etc. They're really trying to be visually and aesthetically impressive, and I think successfully so, and definitely borrowing from the spirit of what was done in TMP in terms of having the ship be a significant part of the story, but just not giving it the same amount of time that TMP did, and TMP ended up getting so much criticism for. And then as Picard's captain's log finishes, it seems that the unknown and thrilling has come to him, not just in the greatness of the ship, but also because the first person we see him talking to on the new bridge here turns out to be an android. So once again, as we arrive here in this Star Trek universe, we actually don't have to wait until we're going out there to be thrilled and excited with strange new things. They have come to us. And right here on the bridge of this new ship, there's a kind of being that Picard is meeting for the first time. Kind of like meeting an alien on some strange new world. And just like in most first contact situations, there's a little bit of a language barrier and a little bit of a culture barrier, as Picard and Data pleasantly notice each other's differences of perception about something like what it means to be challenged by a mission. And also on what a word might mean, like the word snoop, which Data doesn't understand, even though he has these giant lexicons inside his head. But unlike first contact situations out there in the unknown, those kinds of first contact confusion of language and confusion of meaning and culture, unlike those ones, this one on board the utopian spacecraft of the Enterprise, this one is entirely pleasant and happy and makes you chuckle because the stakes are so low, and particularly because everybody involved is intent on building understanding. Everybody has positive regard for one another despite their differences, etc. And perhaps part of the pleasantness as well could partly be that Picard kind of relates to Data in some way. And perhaps Picard finds the emotion-free simplicity of heart of this crew member here. Maybe he finds that also to be somewhat refreshing during his otherwise overwhelming crash course he's getting on all the complexities of this new ship and the whole crew he's got to adapt to, etc. And maybe he finds something about this android crew member. Maybe he finds this emotion-free simplicity of heart a little bit refreshing. Anyway, regardless, Troy suddenly says with visible distress that she is sensing a powerful mind. And then this thing appears outside the ship. And then after a long build-up, Q finally appears on the bridge. First time we've ever seen this Q entity before. We don't know who he is. We've never heard of Q. There's no such thing as Q yet. And then suddenly Q appears wearing, what would that be? Maybe like 14th century ship attire, or maybe give or take 100 or 200 years. I don't know. But anyway, he comes on board saying, "Thou art notified that thy kind has infiltrated the galaxy too far already. Thou art directed to return to thine own solar system immediately." Picard, he's like, "That's quite a directive. Would you mind identifying what you are?" And he's like, "We call ourselves the Q, or thou mayest call me that." And it was kind of interesting. The very first moment here with Q, he's already implying the existence of the Q continuum because he says we, which is kind of funny because for me, generally, at least, I've usually thought of the continuum as being kind of a later development in terms of Q throughout the series. It just didn't seem like it was very important at the beginning. But it turns out that it was actually part of the assumption baked into the very first lines of dialogue that were written for the very first Q episode. Even though throughout this episode, the crew goes on to assume throughout that he's referring to a humanoid crew on his ship, the ship out there outside the Enterprise, which he apparently beamed over to represent. That's what they would most likely be assuming, rather than something like the Q continuum that we will later find out about. But anyway, Q, he's like, "We call ourselves the Q, thou mayest call me that." But he goes on, he says, "It's all much the same thing. I present myself to thee as a fellow ship captain, that thou mayest better understand me. Go back whence thou camest." And that's when this officer pulls out his Type 1 phaser, tiny little thing, and Q says, "Stay where thou art," and then freezes him with this scary magical freeze mist. Now, Picard, he's angry, of course, and he holds up the phaser for Q to see, like, this was set on stun, which incidentally allows us to get a nice close-up view of these new phasers right out of the gate here. Innocuous little things, aren't they? Just imagine if in later Star Trek, if all those great spark-spewing phaser fights in later Star Trek, in DS9 and Voyager, etc., had all used these tiny little widget phasers. It would have been kind of cool, actually. But I must say, I do really love the Type 2 phasers that we ended up getting later, so it can't be too sad for the development here. But anyway, after Picard's like, hey, this was on stun, then Q shoots back, knowing humans as thou dost, Captain, wouldst thou be captured helpless by them? And that's the first foreshadowing that we get of the kind of grim narrative that Q is going to be trying to paint about humans just moments later. Kind of a mirror of the kind of line that you would get in later Star Trek when people say, for example, O'Brien might say, you really don't want to get captured by Cardassians. You know what they do to their prisoners? That kind of thing. Or like, do you really want to get captured by Klingons? Because for Q here, what he's saying is that's humanity. Q is suggesting the kinds of horrifying things that Cardassians or such like might do to their prisoners. He's saying, well, that's humans did all that. He's saying, I would rather die than get captured by humans, to paraphrase what O'Brien might say about the Cardassians. So while Picard recoils at that accusation, Q finishes, he says, go back or thou shalt most certainly die, with a line that definitely sounds like it's supposed to be invoking the God of the King James Bible. And then the screen fades out. So what have we got? As we, the screen fades out and then we watch the commercials during the first watch on that first airing of the show. What have we got so far? Well, we've got this super cool new ship and a new captain, a new android officer, and there's this girl sitting next to the captain who can sense stuff. And we've got this annoying super alien who kind of reminds you of Trelane a little bit, but seems quite a bit more powerful, who thinks humans are the worst and need to be shut down and sent home before they screw up the galaxy. And Picard, poor guy, freshly onto this new ship, and he's got to deal with this Q fella. Well, this is going to be good. We can't have the biggest and newest Starship Enterprise just pack up and go home just because Starfleet has been derogated as wicked and evil by Trelane's big, bad, scary dad, now can we? So we could say, I suppose, in this episode at least, when Q is introduced, Q basically shows up as a story element. He shows up as a cartoony, farcical, or satirical god, capital G, with his main role in the episode being, I think, to engage us in a discussion on the nature of humanity. The question he's there to ask is humanity a failure or a success? Is humanity primarily good or primarily evil, primarily bad? And Q's thesis in his first appearing here is, all y'all go home because you don't deserve to be out here. Go back where you came from before you make a mess of everything and you hurt more people, because that's what humans do. And interestingly as well, you may notice a couple of hints that Q is intended as a satirical or farcical version of not just God or a God, but probably specifically what would be in view would be the God of Christianity, at least in a distant and lighthearted manner, because everything starts off with this Elizabethan language, thee, thou, and thy, etc., as well as Elizabethan dress. He says he's wearing ship captain attire, maybe from what, the 14th, 15th, 16th century? Hard to tell. But using this Elizabethan language, it's kind of like how in Where No Man Has Gone Before, Gary Mitchell, as he became this god-type being, he began to speak in archaic language at exactly the same time, or roughly the same time, when the episode started to invoke the Garden of Eden imagery and all this kind of stuff of Mitchell, basically Mitchell comparing himself to the God of Christianity. Well, that came with this kind of archaic language he was using. And I think that's because archaic English, and specifically the King James Bible, with the archaic language in it, until recently had a very strong association with kind of traditional, old-fashioned Christianity, even though I'd say probably in the last 20 years or so, that association has maybe been fading a little bit. But anyway, it seems like Q comes on board, starting right off the bat with that language, kind of leaning into that association. Now, of course, it's worth remembering as well, using a god of some kind as a storytelling device is very much a well-worn trope in Star Trek, which was TOS up to this point primarily. Very much a well-worn trope in such a way that we may suspect the initial appearance of Q is probably going to be a little less about Q and what Q is, because that's just a well-worn trope, and more about using him as a storytelling device to get him to say certain things. And in this case, what he's talking about, getting us to think about, asking questions about, is humanity. We're talking about the history of humanity, both our real world history of humanity, as well as this new post-history that Gene Roddenberry is bringing into existence when he writes this episode. with all the stuff leading up to the birth of the Federation, etc. So not about Q primarily, but more so about us and our future. And then Q was just a fun, fanciful voice he used to say all that stuff and to ask those questions. And I think that particular way of thinking about it, I think it gets even clearer when you realize that Q was, this whole Q part of the story was made up to expand an already finished Farpoint story. So they had the story written, but it was a 1 hour story, and it was just the Farpoint story without Q in it. But then the network demanded a longer story. We need to fill a 2 hour slot. And Roddenberry resisted that, but then finally, okay, well, I guess I got to do something. And he ended up coming up with this Q story. So if you realize that, that kind of, I think, reinforces what I suggested. But then also when you realize that Q's personality, like where did Q come from? And you realize, well, his personality looks like it was basically lifted straight from Trelane, the Trelane character from the original series of Star Trek, in the sense that you could say that Q basically is Trelane, just with a whole lot more power. And in terms of the role he plays in the plot, he kind of needs to have all that extra power, more power than Trelane, in order for this story to work, because Q has got to be able to be making comments and having opinions on the whole history of humanity. I mean, Trelane, if I remember right, he knew a lot. He could see a lot. He was watching for a lot of history. But Q has like complete knowledge. And then Q has also got to be able to appear on the Enterprise both before they go off to their Farpoint mission and also at any other point. It's like Q could show up at any point. He's got to have that kind of being not limited by space at all. And then Q's also got to have, for the story to work, he's got to have this kind of bird's eye perspective, or this God's eye perspective, if you will, on everything. So for all that to be able to happen, then this modified Trelane here is going to have to be a kind of a more of an absolute entity. And once you say that, then you're kind of leaning a little closer to a capital G kind of God. And so the end result is that whereas Trelane came out as kind of a pretentious god, small g, kind of pretending to be bigger than he was, Q kind of ends up coming out to be more like, we could say, a cartoon absurdist version of God, capital G, who actually is more or less what he claims to be. And then it only follows logically that Roddenberry would begin to model this new, bigger, more absolute version of Trelane, that he would start to model that after the version of the Christian God with which he's most familiar, and whom he so greatly dislikes, of course. So it seems to me that when Roddenberry finally came up with this new story that he would add to the Farpoint story to make it into a 2 hour story, it seems to me that Roddenberry's basic idea would have probably been something like, on the way to Farpoint, on the way to this story, this cartoon version of God shows up, capital G, but he's an absolute ass. He shows up on the bridge of the Enterprise to taunt the Enterprise about the checkered history of humanity, which gives us an opportunity to hear Picard telling us how far humanity has come between our day and this 24th century time of them. But Picard can't just give us that new Starfleet history and then we call it good. That wouldn't give us much of a story. No, instead, since this god is such a prick, Picard is going to have to prove it, while Q continues to goad him with relentless insinuations about how even Picard himself is corrupt and corrosive like the worst of his ancestors. So I think that's what would have been the core Q concept, probably originally. But of course, the Q concept became more nuanced and interesting the more we saw him over the series. But anyway, back to the episode here. So we just heard Q say, "Go back, or thou shalt most certainly die," in kind of a connotative partial quote of God from the fall of man narrative in the Bible in Genesis 3. So basically that's the part of the Bible where humanity falls or becomes sinful when sin comes into existence, which incidentally is kind of a fitting quote for Q here, because Q's whole narrative that he's going to be arguing for is a narrative about how sinful humanity is. So it's kind of fitting that the writer to put into his mouth a kind of partial quote from God in the Bible at the part of the Bible where man falls and becomes corrupt. Anyway, so he says that, and that's when we fade out for the commercial break. And then we come back in hearing Captain's Log, supplementary. And it actually says supplementary. Normally in Star Trek, it's supplemental, but in this bit here, he actually says supplementary. Anyway, Captain's Log, supplementary. The frozen form of Lieutenant Torres has been rushed to sickbay. The question now is the incredible power of the Q being. Do we dare oppose it? Q notes how fast the centuries go and suggests Picard might better understand this. And in a flash of light, he changes himself into a Marine Corps uniform and makes some comment about doing away with the commies. And Picard responds in this mystified tone. He says, "What? That nonsense is centuries behind us." And Q says, "But you can't deny that you're still a dangerous, savage child race." Picard is indignant. He says, "Most certainly I deny it. I agree we still were when humans wore costumes like that 400 years ago." And notice how, in a small way, we actually see some of Picard's kind of diplomatic skills coming out in the way he uses language, kind of his reflexes with the way he uses language, because he's very angry, indignant, etc. And yet, his first reflex after denying the accusation, this false accusation, the next words out of his mouth are, "I agree." In other words, Picard has these kind of verbal and personal skills that include a reflex, which in an argumentative, emotionally charged context, he's got this practiced reflex to immediately try to turn verbal focus from disagreement toward agreement. So what Picard is going to say when he realizes he's in this back and forth is, "I agree," and then fill in whatever he agrees, which is a really important skill for anybody to develop. And I think definitely this is the kind of thing that contributes to Picard's ability throughout the series, and even right here at the beginning when he's kind of a slightly different character than we see later. But even right here at the beginning, this is part of his skill set. It's part of his ability that he has to negotiate with alien captains of all kinds, even when they have things they disagree about and they're coming to blows, etc. But of course, in this particular situation, when he's talking with the unappeasable Q, who already knows all the stuff he's pretending not to know, and he's really just kind of putting on a pretentious show for Picard. So in this case, Picard's tact and his verbal skills aren't going to make a whole lot of difference, but it's still fun to notice Picard's choice of language there. So anyway, Q says, in response to Picard's comment about 400 years ago, Q says, "Which time you slaughtered millions in silly arguments about how to divide the resources of your little world." He takes a step closer. "And 400 years before that, you were murdering each other in quarrels over tribal god images. Since then, there are no indications that humans will ever change." Picard says, "But even when we wore costumes like that, we had already started to make rapid progress." "Oh yeah? You want to review your rapid progress?" And then Q transforms himself into this druggy soldier from the late 21st century, and he scorns rapid progress when humans learn how to control their military with drugs. Now, interesting side note, I guess you could say that this little bit here, this historical note from the Star Trek history, this is kind of, I suppose, the inspiration or the starting point of the concept that led to what the Jem'Hadar would be in Deep Space Nine, the Jem'Hadar in terms of their relationship with the Dominion. But anyway, as far as the more immediate significance of what Q is saying here in the context of this episode, this will be our first recognition. This is when it's revealed that within the Star Trek universe, things didn't just get better when we moved from the present time toward the days of Kirk. They didn't just get better, they actually got worse before they got better, and they actually got worse in some really unthinkable ways. And whereas people like Picard probably wouldn't like to acknowledge those getting worse periods, Q has come on board so that he can throw it into our face. Anyway, Worf reports that Lieutenant Torres down in sickbay is going to recover. Q, he finishes his story by saying, "Well, then humans got into space after that, and then they found more people to fight." And he says, "Same old story all over again." And Picard just indignantly, he's like, "No, the same old story is the one we're meeting now. Self-righteous life forms who are eager not to learn, but to prosecute and judge anything they can't tolerate." What an interesting idea, prosecute and judge. Suppose it turns out we understand you humans only too well. We've no fear what the true facts about us will reveal. Facts about you. Splendid, splendid, Captain. You're a veritable fountain of good ideas. There are preparations to make, and when we meet next, Captain, we'll proceed exactly as you suggest. And then he disappears, to Picard's bewilderment and concern. So that's where the idea of the whole court judge type context came from, it would seem. It came from when Picard referred to Q as a presumptuous judge. And so Q picked up on that and he said, "Hey, let's have some fun with this and take this all the way. Let's get you an actual court context and then we can have some fun with this." And so he leaves to prepare the place for it. And then he'll come again to take Picard and the gang over to the court and go through the charade and get his kicks out of it. Anyway, so after Q disappears, Picard starts trying to figure out some way to outwit Q, whom he refers to as them, suggesting that he thinks Q is the guy on the ship full of others who are all humanoids with a bunch of technology. Maybe Picard has a picture in his mind, kind of like what we end up seeing in the episode Devil's Due with Ardra, where she seems supernatural, but she's actually part of a crew of a ship, and the technology is what's making all this stuff work. And we especially think that because there is this great big giant thing out there, which we assume would be a ship. Anyway, so Picard is trying to figure out ways to outwit Q, and one of those elements would be by minimizing out loud verbal reports and having written ones instead, and then also by separating the ship and trying to give Q the turnaround where one part of the ship goes this way, one part goes the other way. In a sense, part of Q's game with Picard at this early stage is by using the stuff outside the ship, that thing out there, to give Picard the opportunity to try to do the impossible, namely to try to physically escape Q. What Picard and the viewers don't yet realize at this point is that, kind of like the monotheistic God concept that Q is based on, kind of like that, you actually can't escape or outwit this kind of being by physically running away from the physical object in space that you associate with him. So then Picard's line, which he says, "Let's see what this Galaxy-class starship can do," is talking in regard to its high warp speeds and its saucer separation and all that good stuff. We could say that that line has actually a couple of levels of significance. On the one hand, it reflects Picard's uninformed belief that his technology, if pushed to its very limits, might be just enough of a match for this physical, located in space ship that we call Q, or this person that we call Q. This relatively limited biological humanoid that Picard thinks that he's just met. So in that sense, Picard's line here, "Let's see what this ship can do," what this Galaxy-class starship can do, is kind of a reflection on the smallness of humans in the presence of this category-breaking type of entity. In that sense, this whole sequence here, where he's trying to run from Q, it kind of serves to emphasize the difference in kind of Q versus the Federation or humans or technology even, kind of to make him closer to the category of this omnipotent monotheistic God whom you can't escape or overpower, not because he has more hit points than you do, but instead actually just because we're just in completely different categories entirely. But meanwhile, so while the line is doing all that, let's see what this Galaxy-class starship can do, kind of proving that Picard doesn't know what kind of context he's dealing with. So Picard and the gang will try to run and push the limits of the technology just for the story to be able to underscore the futility of running around like a rat in the maze when it turns out Q is a completely different kind of being entirely. But the other role of this line is that this is when the creators are going to get to show off the Enterprise in all of its glory, which includes verbally talking about how powerful and amazing the Enterprise is. And that's why Picard phrases it, "what this Galaxy-class starship can do," implying its greatness, even butchered by the language that Picard uses to refer to it, which incidentally, we're going to get this delightful excuse to show off the cool saucer separation process, which is going to include, just very simply, this wonderful extended close-up of the ship itself. It's also going to allow us to show off the super cool battle bridge and show us the different decks where everybody's evacuating and everything like that. So while this does, like I said, it kind of thematically underscores the identity and nature of Q, it's kind of giving us some exposition by story of how big Q is. But it's also allowing us to introduce and show off the distinctiveness that makes this new, impressive 24th century flagship so different from the old Kirk Enterprise, and kind of giving us an idea of what that means in the scope of the saga and the timeline of development and the larger picture of Starfleet and the Federation, etc. Anyway, so Picard says we're going to try to outrun it. It kind of makes me think of the story of Jonah in the Bible, trying to outrun God. Of course, the difference with that is that Jonah was trying to outrun God so that God wouldn't show mercy to people who Jonah hated, whereas Picard is trying to outrun Q so that Q won't judgmentally judge Starfleet for things that they didn't even do. But anyway, so the Enterprise turns and flies full blast away from the thing out there in space, but the thing just forms itself into a sphere and pursues after the Enterprise. Once again, this is Q's playful way of playing along with Picard's delusion that Q is on that ship, or that in some way that's connected with Q. Now, I find it interesting. Here is a spherical object in Star Trek that represents a god figure. And the same thing has happened in other Star Treks. So in Star Trek Enterprise, the god figures in the Expanse are the sphere builders, and the spheres are considered sacred objects in a way not unlike to how some cultures might think about their shrines or their temples or their idols that are sacred because they somehow reflect the nature or the involvement of the god or the gods. Similarly, in Deep Space Nine, the prophets have revealed themselves with orbs. Now, the orbs aren't spherical. They're kind of hourglass shaped, it looks like, and they're always kept in these more or less cubical or cylindrical containers. However, the word orb kind of refers to a round object, and that's the same word that's used to refer in the world of UFOlogy. Orb is the word that's used to refer to these purported spherical sightings of things that are associated with UFOs and tend to be thought of as a mix of an alien and a god figure or a spirit of some kind. And I'm getting this secondhand because I'm not really in the world of UFOlogy type stuff, but apparently it's all the rage in the UFO alien abduction type discussions. So while I don't know a lot about that, but you definitely get the feeling that people that talk about these feel about these orbs like they're sort of a god figure or a spiritual being, but they're aliens and they're spherical. So anyway, so here in Star Trek, a god is a sphere in this episode here. And then to tie all these concepts together, all these different orb with god figure, spiritual type stuff, to tie them all together, we could say maybe all these together have some kind of connection with the fact that the sun in the sky is a sphere, is an orb. And throughout all of human history to ancient times, the sun has been associated with the divine in some way or other, whether through actually worshiping the sun as a god or by identifying the sun as something that shows us the glory of God in some way, let's say. You might remember, to bring in Star Trek again, you might remember in the original series of Star Trek, there was that episode where they even made, specifically Christians, they had it sort of as sun worshippers, or at least it seemed like that for most of the episode. You got the impression, you thought this alien religion, that they worshipped the sun in the sky, because when they talked about the sun, they would look up and point at the sun, or point at the sky at least. But then near the end of the episode, Uhura reveals in the end that no, they were actually talking about sun as in the Son of God. So this was the one time when Christianity is explicitly identified in Star Trek. Of course, this wasn't Earth; it was a parallel evolving planet. So, but anyway, that was their portrayal of Christianity. And they had this ambiguity that they played on between sun and sun. And they didn't do that without reason, because while Christians are very adamantly not sun worshippers, yet God is the God of the heavens, i.e. the sky. And God has always been associated with the sky and with the lights of the sky, such as the stars, and then just as a natural corollary, the great light, which is the sun. The moon has also been associated with spirituality on different levels, both as a god in many polytheistic religions and then as a reflection of the glory of the monotheistic God in those religions. Though, as an interesting side note on that bit, I've also seen the moon used in association with Satan, particularly in some song lyrics that are built from classical themes. And I think that the influence that's coming through there, I think it goes back to the Faust story and that really famous line, dancing with the devil in the pale moonlight. So the moon, probably partly because the moon does give you a sense of connection with the divine or the spiritual, same as the heavenly bodies, the sky and the sun. It does the same thing. But the moon is also associated with the night and with all the superstitious associations of things like the full moon, etc. But the end result is that even though the moon would be connected with God and spirituality in much the same way the sun is and the stars, but there's also this, I think it's more of a recent modern classical association of the moon with Satan or with a devil figure like Mephistopheles from the Faust story. And I think it comes from that Faust story because I think that's connected with the part where Faust makes a deal with the devil. And I think there's an idea where that sense of transcendence is part of the great deception of Mephistopheles in gaining the admiration and kind of, in a sense, the worship of Faust, I imagine. So we'd say in terms of orb, both orbs have a lot of spiritual significance, in the real orbs in the sky, I mean. So anyway, long story short, it's kind of intriguing to have Q manifest himself in outer space through an object that very quickly becomes a sphere or an orb while it chases the Enterprise. It's a shape that we might expect to be used to manifest a god figure in the Star Trek universe, or possibly even a devil figure, just the same as the sphere builders in Enterprise Season 3. They were kind of gods, but they were also kind of devil figures in a religious sort of way. They kind of manifested themselves, or were thought of as having manifested themselves as gods, but they were also kind of devils. Incidentally, I've always seen the sphere builders as kind of a flip side mirror or an alternate version of the concept of the prophets from Deep Space Nine, partly because of the way they're presented. And like they're always appearing against these white backgrounds. They kind of give a feeling kind of like the prophets. And also some of those aliens early on, that cult-like group of aliens near the beginning of Season 3, they looked a little bit like the Bajorans. But anyway, what's interesting in our discussion here is that incidentally, the prophets manifested themselves through orbs, which aren't spherical, but they use the word orb. And the sphere builders purportedly manifested themselves through spheres, which is basically a synonym for orb. So just one more fascinating connection to suggest to me that the writers may indeed have been very intentionally, as my initial intuition had been the first time I saw Enterprise Season 3, that the writers may have been intentionally creating kind of a counter concept or even kind of backpedaling back from that very Christian-friendly kind of set of implications or associations that the symbolism of the DS9 saga could be seen as suggesting. Of course, I could be wrong on that, but I just keep seeing so many more things that keep on lining up with that. Anyway, and then one last note on spherical orbs as religious or spiritual imagery. Let me just give my disclaimer here that the sphere is one of the most basic and universal three-dimensional shapes to exist, and that if you regarded every spherical object to imply spiritual themes, then you would be up to your ears in things implying spiritual themes of a rather dubious nature, I might add. So I do recognize that I'm making a little bit of a self-fulfilling formula here in the sense that I'm only drawing attention to those spherical orb objects that do have religious or spiritual implications, and I'm leaving out ones that don't. So I'm referencing sphere builders and all these kinds of things, but I'm not referencing, for example, Borg spheres or that round little musical toy that Tom found in the Voyager episode Friendship 1, or the Hirogen spiky spheres that we always see in the background of Hirogen ships, or let's say the Death Star from Star Wars, the various spherical ships and droids in the Star Wars universe. So I'm not referencing those because those are just spherical objects that are spherical because the sphere is one of the most basic shapes that there is. And so, some things just happen to be around, So there's my little disclaimer there of, let's be careful how we think about this kind of thing. All right, so that Q sphere matches their course and speed, and Picard asks Troi for impressions on what they just met. And she says, with kind of a bewildered look on her face, she says, "It felt like something beyond what we would consider a life form." Picard says, "Beyond?" She's like, "Very, very advanced, sir, or at least very, very different." Which I find an intriguing comment on a number of levels. On the one hand, this is the kind of thing that Star Trek characters do say at various points about weird aliens. After all, the theme of Star Trek is exploring strange new worlds, new life and new civilization, etc. So finding weird things that are very unlike us, that's definitely, the kind of thing we expect to find in Star Trek. But I find it intriguing, particularly in this context with Q as this sort of absolutistic God figure, rather than more of a minimalistic God figure like what we meet more often in TOS, and how she's describing this God figure in language that's kind of reminiscent of the popular theological phrase "wholly other" as a description of God. That's a phrase that's especially associated with the theology of Karl Barth and tends to be used to emphasize the lack of commonality between God and humanity. Usually, especially on the popular level, when people think about God or talk about God, a lot of the time the emphasis that people tend to make tends to be more on the commonality between God and man, where people might even anthropomorphize God a lot of the time. And I think there's a certain amount of legitimacy to that because particularly Christian theology and Jewish theology have always recognized that according to those traditions, man was created in the image of God. So in that sense, there is a commonality between God and man. However, on the flip side of that, traditional theology, I'm particularly thinking about the various kinds of Christian theology, have always also emphasized the unrelatability, the non-humanness of God. This is the kind of thing in the Eastern Orthodox tradition, they even go so far as to insist that we can only describe God apophatically, is the word they use, which basically means apophatically means we can describe only negatively, not positively. In other words, we can't say what God is, we can only say what he isn't, because we don't have the capacity or the language potential to be able to say anything true about God. So we can only speak apophatically. We can say, well, he isn't this, he isn't that, etc. And then we can kind of get a vague idea. But we don't actually have the capacity to make positive statements about God. That's the apophatic theological tradition in the Eastern Orthodox spectrum of Christianity. So anyway, when Troi says right off the bat that whatever Q is, he's not like us, I think that's intriguing when we realize that part of Q's identity has kind of been grafted over from traditional monotheism. So it's almost like Troi is saying, wholly other, in the words of Karl Barth. Now, of course, in the portrayal of Q, his personality and especially his more annoying traits, we could say they are all too human, which is part of what we might consider to be the problem with him. Same with the God figure in Star Trek V. In Star Trek V, we go to meet God and we find that he looks all too much like ourselves. And in fact, actually the very worst parts of us. So while Troi is definitely not describing the behavior of Q as being something that we can't relate to or that's not human-like, I think she's making more reference in that statement to more the essence and the kind of true ontological makeup of Q in terms of what he is. He may look human, but in his essence, he's something completely different that is nothing like us whatsoever. I think that category of the wholly other nature of God, I think we see that more interestingly portrayed in the DS9 pilot and throughout the course of Deep Space Nine through the prophets. In a way, I think in the beginning of Deep Space Nine, particularly in the pilot episode there, it seems like the original idea for the prophets, though it developed as the series went on, I think the original idea of the prophets originally was really just kind of a revision, kind of like bits of Q combined with the basic idea of the Edo god from this season, later on in this season of TNG, kind of a combination of those. And of course, also based on various versions of traditional monotheistic theology, specifically Jewish and Christian theology. Actually, there's even, I mentioned apophatic theology from the Eastern Christian tradition. There's actually even a deleted scene at some point in the emissary script. The reason I know about it is because it surfaced in the novelization of the episode, which I listened to an audiobook way back. But there's this deleted scene where Kai Opaka makes a statement, something to the effect of, one should never try to look into the face of one's gods, which I think is kind of an indirect reference to the Eastern Orthodox apophatic theology, the idea that we cannot know God the way we know people. Or as the Mosaic tradition within the Bible has it, to actually see the face of God, the true face of God, would immediately result in death. So anyway, so I think the presentation of the prophets is kind of like a more interesting amplification of kind of the spirit of what Troy says here when she says something unlike us. So whereas we know that Q is supposed to be wholly other, but yet when we interact with him, he's actually very annoyingly human, far too human, which is why Picard hates him, because he's got all the worst parts of humanity inside him. Not all the worst parts, of course, by any means, but he's certainly got a lot of them. But the prophets, on the other hand, they kind of have this chasm of distinction, this not likeness between them and Cisco, as presented in the pilot episode of Emissary there. And all these kinds of things, I think this is kind of this thoughtful reflection coming from atheist and agnostic Star Trek writers. I'm assuming most of them are atheist and agnostic. This thoughtful reflection on these theological categories. And it really, it's reflecting on, I think, the theological categories of and these are ones that go together, the transcendence and the immanence of God. And that's immanence with an A, not an I. Very different words there. This concept, which relates to the wholly other kind of discussion. When theologians talk about transcendence, they mean by that this idea that God or the deity is beyond and over and above the very universe or metaverse or whatever, anything we can conceive of. Everything that is, God is over and above and other, and not ultimately localized, for example, in space and time. Like Picard thinks that Q is this little sphere out there, and transcendence would be no, wrong category. He isn't in space or time. The time part would maybe depend on your particular theology, but space, definitely not. So that's transcendence. And then immanence is the flip side of that. Immanence, it kind of is the nearness of God, the ways in which God makes or has made himself relatable, comes down to our level, etc. So we'd say we see transcendence in Star Trek. We see it most notably when the prophets say that they can't even conceive of this absurd existence, this absurd suggestion of linear existence that Sisko claims he has. That'd be transcendence. Like they're up here, they can't even conceive of that. And then we see immanence, for example, in Star Trek when Q is kind of walking around the bridge of the various ships, and you can never quite get rid of him, even if he's way far away. That's his nearness, his being among us. So we see transcendence when we realize that the Q continuum was watching back when humanity was just these specks of inert chemicals, unevolved in little pools on primordial Earth. And we see immanence when we realize that the Bajoran prophets were coexisting with humans way back before Sisko's birth, trying to make sure the ideal parents got together to give birth to somebody they loved, even though he didn't yet exist. So, for a franchise made by atheists and agnostics, Star Trek is an intriguingly theological story. And that's because I think Star Trek is philosophically focused, and given the history of philosophy and the composition of our world, telling a philosophical story is always going to involve some kind of overlap with the discipline of theology, because as humans, to think is to think about that which we can't understand, that which is greater than us, that which we long to touch, to kind of invoke the core premise of Star Trek, the motion picture, this idea that to be human is to long to touch the creator, like V'ger. So anyway, even though the writers of this story, I think, are very much convinced that there is no such creator, but yet you can't help using these concepts as part of engaging in thinking about humanity and telling an interesting story, because that discussion about the great unknown is just simply part of the human experience, not something that we need to run from, but something that we can even step toward, kind of like Decker did, and kind of like Sisko did, and even kind of like Picard and the gang do in a limited way with Q at the end of All Good Things at the end of TNG, as well as particularly at the end of Picard Season 2, when those respective stories come to an end with Q being more or less a friend who Picard has some amount of trust or respect for, or some amount of even hope or gratitude placed in, which I guess you could say, well, that's kind of spirituality, gratitude and hope placed in that which is greater and that which is actually transcendent and immanent. Anyway, the sphere begins to overtake the Enterprise, surpassing every warp speed that they keep pushing out of those engines. Of course, we know from our later experience with Q that this whole sequence is superfluous. Q here is acting as though he's more limited than he is in order to drive home the point that he's greater and more powerful than any localized being that might be chasing them through space. In that sense, we could say both Q and the prophets are, in a way, in their introduction in their respective pilot episodes, they're in a way playing or playing something out, not in order to communicate less about their nature ultimately, but actually indirectly to try to make an impression and allow the humans to gradually come to recognize more fully, accurately, how much of a chasm there is between the human nature and the Q or the prophets. This is the opposite of Ardra from the episode Devil's Due, who claimed to have powers far and away beyond what she actually had. Q and the Prophets, by contrast, them by means of their initial kind of play mode, where they're acting as if they were minor gods localized in space. By that, they kind of end up demonstrating, by their playing about with it, they end up demonstrating that if they were these localized gods, localized in space, then as such, they'd be greater than any such entity, whether a technology assisted or some kind of psychically evolved entity or this or that or whatever, greater than any such localized entity that the Enterprise or Cisco or Starfleet or anybody had ever bumped into. Another side note, I commented how Q and the Prophets play things out as though they were localized gods, when in fact they're closer to being transcendent. And this is in contrast to Ardra, who's playing things out as though she's omnipotent and great and completely other, when she's actually, the truth is, she's humanoid just like anybody else, and she's tricking people with technology. But anyway, so flip side of that, that's where Q and the Prophets are similar. Interesting flip side is if we contrast Q and the Prophets, it occurs to me that even though they are both very powerful, non-localized entities, in some interesting ways, they express themselves differently. Seems to me that, particularly in their initial presentations in their respective pilot episodes of TNG and DS9, respectively, seems to me that Q tends to pretend to be grander and more majestic and knowledgeable and impressive, and especially to be far more fundamentally good than he actually is. And he's doing a really egregious job putting in this effort, bouncing around, trying to do all that. Whereas the prophets, by inverse, they put in their effort in trying to fit themselves into categories that seem less grand, less impressive, less knowledgeable, in fact, actually coming to kind of seem needy in a way that by the time we get to the end of the series, we realize that that wasn't really the case. They didn't need to learn from and be helped by Cisco, but they kind of gave that impression in the pilot episode. So in that sense, Q puffs himself up and prances around so that he can interact with humans who are actually superior to him, whereas the prophets stoop down in humility in this kind of kindly shrinking habit so that they can talk to the humans who otherwise wouldn't even be able to comprehend them. In that sense, the prophets are kind of like this kind of humble God kind of picture, who don't try to impress because they automatically impress just by relaxing their muscles, so to speak. Like if you think about how there are certain kind of apes, apparently, that the muscles of their hands work in such a way that the reason they can sleep hanging from something is because when they relax the muscle of the hand, it actually goes together instead of us, where if we relax, it opens and we fall. So I'm suggesting, it seems like with the prophets, when they get all impressive, that's not because they're trying to do something crazy. It's because they're just kind of letting go for a minute and it just comes out like that. So for them, when they flex their muscles, that's them discreetly stepping back to allow us our dignity and our existence in time. So you kind of get the impression when the prophets do something startlingly powerful, like transforming Grand Nagus Zek into a kind, loving person, or destroying the entire Dominion fleet as it passes through the Red Sea, or pardon me, the wormhole. But when they do those impressive things that make us go, wow, you get the impression that that's not them trying really hard to be showy and exciting, but that's them kind of letting go and pausing their restraint, which is what they're doing the rest of the time. And then suddenly this thing happens that make us go, whoa. It's kind of like they made their decision together in their little council that they have there. They made their decision and then, okay, let's do it. And then they just kind of relaxed and the fleet just disappears, or they just kind of relax. And then suddenly this essence flows into Zek through the orb. And suddenly Zek has transformed into the old, true Ferengi, the restored version, according to the prophet's view of things. They weren't flaunting anything, but what they were doing was they were just putting a pause on holding back all their essence. Anyway, so that's my view of things. So I guess really what I'm saying is the distinction here that I'm pointing out is that they don't really ever do anything to try to impress or get attention in that particular kind of way, or at least not that I can think of. Generally speaking, that's not the trend. But if anything, they're doing the opposite. But for Q, it seems like that's everything. Like everything he does is to get that kind of attention, and often through illegitimate means. So it's a very intriguing contrast, especially since they have Q and the prophets have so much in common from the get-go. But anyway, I think I am getting just a little bit of field here. So let's get back to Farpoint. So our good friend Picard, trying desperately to out-navigate something he doesn't realize can't be out-navigated, arranges for the saucer separation in order to get the civilians and the other non-essential crew members to safety. And we get Captain's log, stardate 41153.7, preparing to detach saucer section so that families and the majority of the ship's company can seek relative safety while the vessel's star drive containing battle bridge and main armaments will turn back and confront the mystery that is threatening us. Well, they fire some torpedoes with the intent of blinding the Q sphere while they separate the saucer section so it can fly off and get to safety, while the full TNG theme music plays with enthusiasm. And the exuberance of the musical theme kind of takes you out of the gravity of the moment and reminds you that even though everyone has these grim looks on their faces, the important part of this moment is not actually the grimness of the Q story, but it's actually the excitement and thrill of the fact that a new enterprise is on the screen and we get to see things in this new show that could only be talked about in TOS, because in TOS they talked about saucer separation, but they never did it. In that sense, this saucer separation scene, in addition to those relaxed intro moments that I talked about with all the different camera angles showing us the interior of the Enterprise, in which there's another one with Riker, in part 2 here. But in addition to those, actually all three of these together, they kind of remind you of TMP, like I said, of course, more condensed, like I said, in terms of taking a little bit of time, not nearly as much as TMP, a little bit of time to give us some sightseeing and showing off and enjoying the glory of the Enterprise. And then, like an exuberant headless horseman, the drive section circles around and comes its way back to the big guy they think they've fooled. And then finally they come to a dead stop while they wait for the sphere/orb to catch up with them. And we got this fun moment. We get this quotable quote from Picard after Yar suggests some possible tactical decisions. And Picard's like, "Lieutenant," he interrupts her. He's like, "Lieutenant, are you recommending we fight a life form that can do all those things?" And then while she just kind of stares back with this awkward, kind of befuddled look, and he kind of adds supportively, he's like, "I'd like to hear your advice." And then she kind of gathers herself, and finally she's like, "I spoke before I thought, sir. We should look for some way to distract them from going after the saucer." And also notice her use of the word them. Just like the Edo god and just like Ardra, there's an assumption that this entity is actually just a representative of a ship full of aliens who use their technology or perhaps their combined psychic powers to do all these impressive things, which I guess you could say is partly because Q did introduce himself with the word we. Well, the sphere/orb arrives just as Picard signals his unconditional surrender. And then the ship is enveloped by the sphere lights, and in a great big Q flash of light, they find themselves in this grimy, late 21st century post-apocalyptic court. And we could say that at this moment, at about 20 minutes in, this is kind of the first major transition because we got the change of scenery here. I guess you could say the first appearance of Q, that was really the transition because that's when the problem part of the story emerged. But here's when it feels more like a transition because we've got the visual change. Anyway, Picard notes as he takes in this location, mid-21st century, the post-atomic horror. And they are told to stand to honor the judge. Troy says, "Be careful, Captain. This is not an illusion or a dream." And Picard is kind of thinking, he says, "But these cults belong in the past." "I don't understand either, but this is real," says Troy. Well, for the third time, they're told to stand, and Picard winces at the blast of these blue firearms, but he still refuses to stand. And then while they watch, the judge slowly begins to arrive, hovering over on his hover pedestal. And then when it's finally in view, the spotlight reveals the garishly white face of their good old friend, Mr. Q from the clerical continuum, coming in his cruelty to coldly curb the crew's confidence about the core of the human condition. And as they watch his sadistic white bobblehead staring into space as his hover cart jerkily hovers him closer and closer, Mr. Data leans in toward his colleagues and quips, "At least we're acquainted with the judge, Captain." Now, that's a humorous line, but that also stood out to me in an intriguing way because it's one more kind of intriguing little bit of overlap with these religious and particularly Christian associations of this whole context here. Because that's actually a core repeated element of the Christian gospel, quote unquote, which just means good news. So it's like the core Christian message that Christians want to share with everybody. That's the core repeated element of the Christian gospel that was introduced at the very beginning of the book of Acts. So basically, the history of Christianity that these early Christians recorded about themselves. That's the core part of the message, at least according to that story that was originally told after Jesus was off the scene. The message was, this is what Peter and the other apostles would have said to the crowds as their initial, here's the message that we as Jesus followers want to give to the world. And the message was, this Jesus whom you killed has been appointed by God as the judge of the living and the dead. So that was the Christianity. That was the core of the Christian message, at least as it's recorded in the beginning parts of the book of Acts. This Jesus whom you've killed has been appointed by God as the judge of the living and the dead. So by implications, what the apostle were suggesting was whether you are a follower or whether you have not yet become a follower, the call of Christianity is this appeal that you're going to want to get to know the judge before you get to the end. That's their message. And of course, the assumptions behind that, this idea of a divine judge and some kind of judgment in the afterlife and or some kind of judgment after the end of the world. This is definitely very much pre-Christian. In the Hebrew scriptures, it goes back to Genesis when Abraham calls God the judge of all the earth. And then in the Greek philosophical tradition, we have references from Socrates I'm thinking of the Apology of Socrates, which I went over a number of times, several months or maybe a year back. But anyway, Socrates talks about this more anthropomorphic, polytheistic afterlife court, which sounds like it has more detail to it. And I imagine there's probably other religious traditions. We have something similar playing out, for example, in Zoroastrian eschatology. What we have with the Christian concept, they kind of dispense with the various complexities that are implicit in the Greek and the Zoroastrian systems. Really, the only way they expand from what Abraham said in the Old Testament, in the Christian Old Testament, is just by adding, for example, there seems like there's a set time for judgment. Peter's implying that when he gives this gospel message. But the main thing he's saying that he's adding to it is he's saying basically the message I'm saying is that Jesus now specifically is the judge, as opposed to in the Old Testament, it was Yahweh more generally was the judge. But now he's adding to that and saying, okay, well, what we're saying is that God has appointed Jesus specifically. That is, God, i.e., God the Father, has appointed Jesus, whom you killed, to be the judge of the living and the dead. And then referencing the living and the dead, that suggests this is kind of a final judgment day after death, as well as kind of an end of the world thing. And then interestingly, just one last side note on this whole thing about final judgment kind of thing. Another curious observation is from the study of near-death experiences. There's this curious and surprisingly consistent pattern of those experiencing afterlife type NDE experiences, of those people often reporting some kind of what the researchers have labeled as a life review, in which they experience and are shown key moments or decisions from their life, and then they might feel or see the implications, the meanings, the consequences of all the things that they did throughout their life, the feelings of other people when they did certain things, etc. And this is just kind of an interesting thing in terms of how it shows up in a way that doesn't align with any religion's formulation of what a judgment day would be supposed to include in terms of all the details and stuff. But at the same time, it's kind of perplexingly similar in a way that just kind of makes you scratch your head. Of course, there's a lot about NDE research that kind of makes you scratch your head and wonder what on earth you want to do with it. But anyway, I digress. So Data says, well, at least we know the judge, and Q's hover stand comes closer and closer. And then finally, after Q has been staring down at them from above, and the guard repeatedly fires his gun while demanding that they stand, and then finally, Yar jumps up and takes him out. And the judge pronounces him out of order, and the other guard shoots him dead. Poor old Tasha can't believe what she's saying, but the crowd's having a good old time. Well, and the judge announces, the prisoners will not be harmed until they're found guilty. Picard says, can we assume you mean this will be a fair trial? Q says, yes, absolutely equitable. And then they said, and the attendant makes the announcement, before this gracious court now appear these prisoners to answer for the multiple and grievous savageries of this species. How plead you, criminal? And then Data says, if I may, Captain. Picard nods. And then Data stands up and he says, objection, Your Honor. In the year 2036, the new United Nations declared that no Earth citizen could be made to answer for the crimes of his race or forebears. Q says, objection denied. This is a court of the year 2079, by which time more rapid progress had caused all United Earth nonsense to be abolished. So what do you think? Should a citizen of Earth be expected to answer for the behavior of his or her race or his or her forebears? I mean, Q doesn't tell us what he thinks on the matter, but it seems that some humans, starting in around the year 2036, said no, that would be unjust. And then others became more advanced and declared that to be nonsense around 2079. Sounds like Data and the Federation are of the opinion that true progress, understood as moving toward the absolute, which is actually true, it seems like they believe that true progress would involve only judging people as individuals on what they personally have or haven't done. But it seems that the humans back in 2079 understood progress to mean the opposite, and that people are to be considered guilty for the things that, quote unquote, their people have done in the past. So I guess the intriguing philosophical question for us today would be, well, number one, what is the meaning of progress? Is it the direction in which things progress, i.e., the direction that we see things going? That's progress. Or is it moving in the direction of the absolute in such a way that things could go the wrong direction for decades or centuries? So, number one, what is the meaning of progress? Number two, are people responsible for only their own actions or also for the actions of those with whom they may be associated? It seems that much of Q's premise throughout this episode is that Picard and friends are to be tried for the crimes of humanity. But by the time we get to the end of the episode, Q seems more or less to be willing to exonerate Picard and friends, not because humanity hasn't done horrible things, but actually just because Picard isn't doing those kinds of things. So by the time we get to the end of the story, we come to realize that Q may not actually intend to hold Picard and friends responsible for those horrors of the late 21st century. I mean, Q is kind of difficult to read because he seems to want to psychologically blast Picard with humanity's past throughout the episode, constantly implying that Picard is the same as his ancestors. However, the moment Picard demonstrates that he's not, it seems that Q is satisfied and no longer holds Picard and the Enterprise responsible for actions that they didn't have any part of. So this may suggest that Q's mindset is kind of a combination, that his mindset perhaps involves people having some limited psychological responsibility in terms of needing to be conscious of and bear the psychological burden of the past, but not actually in the end to be held culpable for things they didn't do or for mindsets or attitudes that they've never personally had. Picard and friends, meanwhile, seem to hold a hard, fast distinction that they believe they cannot be held in any kind of association with those humans from the dark part of history. It seems that to Picard, the very mention of such humans even existing under the name humanity and implying any kind of association whatsoever between him and them, seems to Picard is just an outrage, a travesty in his viewpoint, to be completely absurd. It seems that Picard's instinct in the section that's coming up is not to reason with Q about the measure or degree or nature of this association, but instead, with the reflex of a morally indignant Starfleet captain, it seems that Picard's reflex is just to be simply outraged by the very reminder that these people even existed, and that there could be any association of any kind whatsoever. Picard, who ordinarily has a great deal of tact and diplomatic nuance, in this discussion has a kind of a rigidity, perhaps partly due to his anger at Q, as well as his pride and his passion for the purity and excellence of the Federation and the humanity that he's so proud to be part of. Also, as a result of the anger that Q is stirring up by all the volatile things Q is doing. But I think part of it as well is that the truths that Q is highlighting actually are, for Picard, the kind of humiliating obscenities that to a Starfleet captain who lives for the gold of what he regards to be true humanity in the Starfleet way, these things are things that you don't draw attention to. You barely even want to admit that they were there as part of humanity. So in that sense, you could say, in a way, Q is hurling darts straight at the center of Picard's worldview, of Picard's value system, Picard's sense of identity and social belonging, and certainly at the core of Picard's heart. He's attacking Picard's truth. He's attacking Picard's very soul, which is part of why Picard's response is not going to be to start parsing verbs and diplomatically negotiating bland philosophical nuances with this accuser. No, Picard, as the gentle, dispassionate philosopher, is nowhere to be found in this scene. Picard is furious. Picard is under attack. Picard is willing to give no ground to this accuser. Now, of course, part of what builds Picard's anger is some of these incidents that get going right off the bat, because the very next thing we see is when Tasha jumps up and she objects. She gives this little mini speech where she's like, I grew up in a world that allowed for things like this court, but it was people like these that saved me from that. And this so-called court should get down on its knees to what Starfleet is, what it represents. But Q responds to her impassioned defense with his cold gaze. And then, with a little sci-fi sound effects, his metaphorically cold gaze becomes literally cold, and she freezes up like that poor fella over there on the Enterprise bridge, and the crowd goes wild. So this kind of thing is definitely going to get Picard a little bit further away from dispassionate philosophizing with his accuser. So what we've got so far in terms of the thing that's coming together as viewers from the story, what the plot is telling us, I guess we could say so far, the philosophical message about humanity that we as the viewers are getting so far would be something like, the cold hard truth is, in this world here, that humanity can be downright dreadful, or historically, from the Federation standpoint, it would be a historical thing. Humanity can be downright dreadful, even though our protagonists don't want to admit that. But our distant future, as represented by Picard and Starfleet and the Federation, our distant future represents true humanity in its refined form, which is the direction that progress and moral evolution have ended up taking us. And then, according to Tasha, that strain of true humanity within Starfleet and the Federation, that is what saves those who are under oppression and darkness. And also, incidentally, so far, it seems that this Q figure fits into that latter category of oppression and darkness, even though he's pretending to be over and above both categories. So anyway, so they examine the frozen form. Picard objects that Q said the prisoners wouldn't be harmed. Picard says, "We plead nothing so long as you break your own rules." And then a few minutes later, Picard is accusing Q of starting to realize that if he were to have a fair trial like he originally intended, he would end up losing. So that back and forth goes on until Q kind of pretentiously smiles and he says, "This is a merciful court." And he melts Tasha's ice. And that line there, that little element where he says, "This is I am merciful," then he melts her ice. I think this is another part of the story that kind of leans from, like I commented, how it's more about humanity and Q is a prop, less about religion or God. Well, this is one of the bits where I think there are little things that come through that are talking a little bit about God. I think as this sequence goes forward, you do notice a number of points sprinkled throughout about things like the nature of injustice that seem to be intentionally mirroring specific objections to Christianity from the viewpoint of atheist rhetoric, the kind of stuff that many of us would associate more recently with figures like Richard Dawkins that gave much more exposure to these kinds of points of views. But anyway, humanity is the main thing that this whole section is talking about, that brutality and evil have existed, but that the Star Trek vision is that the good in humanity is the ultimate or true humanity that will ultimately triumph as humanity evolves into its more pure form in the future. But anyway, so the two bits that stand out as actually commenting on the concept of God would be the line here where Q claims to be merciful. This would be the idea that God claims to be merciful, but really it's an empty word and just means that once in a while he hits pause on his unthinkable travesties. Then the second one would be later on when Q is going to demand the victims admit their guilt or be killed, which fits into the discussion. On the one hand, it does fit into the discussion of human unjust courts, but I think it's also there partly because this is an extremely common part of atheist rhetoric about the character of the Christian God, who, according to that narrative, is the God that requires that people affirm his absurd conclusions about them or be killed in hell for disagreeing. But like I said, since Q is such a cartoony version of God, I don't think that the main point of this sequence is to make comments on God or religion or Christianity, but instead primarily to explore and discuss the nature of humanity and guilt and hope and destiny in the future. And then these religiously related themes, I think they kind of come out because this is the kind of stuff, this is kind of like the air Roddenberry breathes. So, you could say that the moment it was decided that Q was going to be omnipotent, that very moment, it kind of became inevitable that these kinds of elements would emerge in the story, whether intentional or not, in terms of the writing. Anyway, so this is around when Q begins to move on the formal process, and he's clearly reciting something, and then Picard interrupts. So Q was saying, "Legal trickery will not be allowed this court," and then Picard interrupts, "Is a court of fact." And then he says, "We humans know our past, even when we're ashamed of it. I recognize this court system as the one that agreed with that line from Shakespeare, 'Kill all the lawyers.'" And Q says, "Which was done." Picard says, "Leading to the rule, guilty until proven innocent." And Q's like, "Of course, bringing the innocent to trial would be unfair. You will now answer to the charge of being a grievously savage race." Well, Picard insists that that's too vague. He will only answer specific charges. So Q instructs the attendant to hand the charges over to Picard so he can read them to the court. And he hands over something that looks kind of like an old TOS-style pad, kind of like a crossover maybe between the TOS-style pad and the TNG-style pad. Well, anyway, Picard, after he reads over them, he says, I see no charges against us, Your Honor. Crowd goes wild. Q announces, "You are out of order." And the soldiers put their guns to the heads of the others while Q says, "Soldiers, you will press those triggers if these criminals answer with any word other than guilty." And we fade out for a commercial break. So while you watch Burger King ads and maybe see Ronald McDonald dancing a little jig, you get to agonize over Picard's dilemma. Is he going to let them blast off Data's robotic head with their blue flame semi-automatic from the pseudo late 21st century minion? Or is he going to take credit for that very kind of injustice as though that's him? Poor Picard, right when he got the Enterprise, too. Talk about being promoted into impossible responsibilities. Also, on the topic of guilty until proven innocent, and Q's observation, which it sounds like he's taking it more or less from the mindset of real cultures, particularly that culture that he's pretending to be a part of, where he says it would be unjust to bring anyone to court who wasn't guilty. So that kind of stuff, it definitely draws your mind to the various upside-down court systems that we've seen in various other Star Trek episodes, perhaps most notably when O'Brien experienced the Cardassian court system, and then Archer experienced something very similar from the 22nd century Klingon court system, or at least the system as it was used for non-Klingons. It seems like, if I remember right, it seems like there was like a difference between what justice would mean if you were a Klingon versus what justice would mean if you're an outsider. And I think there might have been a couple of other ones too, which are slipping my mind. And of course, we had the case in which even a Starfleet trial started to bleed in that direction in TNG Season 4, the episode The Drumhead. And we also had various characters who were convicted for things that they weren't actually guilty of, such as O'Brien in the episode Hard Time, or Tom in Ex Post Facto from Voyager, or when B'Elanna was convicted of guilt because of a thought in her mind, which I suppose she was guilty of, but it's not something that the crew of Voyager would consider to be something criminal. And then there was also the DS9 episode when Odo and some others ended up in this kind of time travel-ish kind of a group vision that they experienced, where it ends up being revealed that way back when the Cardassians had control of the station, and Odo was the security guy who did investigations, and what Odo thought was pure justice back then wasn't quite as just as what he thought. And he ended up condemning the innocent, because in that episode, we find out that even Odo, at certain points, had ended up tapping into these kinds of false justice principles without realizing it, even though he was trying his best within his own "I am capable of doing this" kind of paradigm. And of course, there were, plenty of other more standard court scenes throughout Star Trek, such as the one where Worf was on trial for being basically the trigger-happy gamer who ended up shooting somebody who shouldn't have been shot, etc. Because there are tons of court episodes, because Star Trek has always loved its court case episodes, because it just fits into the thought-provoking, exploratory mission of Star Trek, if you want to put it that way. And if we were to collect those up, all the court episodes, well, man, that would be a big giant list, and I would be talking forever. So anyway, when we come back from our commercial break back into the courtroom, and the crowd is watching with rapt attention as Q is finally telling Picard one final time, asking him how he pleads. And Picard says with this agonized face, "Guilty." And the crowd cheers, and Q smiles while he rises up higher and higher, maybe kind of symbolically showing you how Q is kind of bursting with pride for what he got to happen. And then Picard shouts out his addition. He says, "Provisionally." And Q says, "The court will hear your provision." And then this is the part where Picard requests for Data to be able to provide an audio recording of Q's words, which are the words of how it was going to be a fair trial. So we get to hear Data speaking in Q's voice, where he says, "Absolutely equitable." And Picard's like, "Is this going to be a fair trial?" And Q's like, "Absolutely equitable." And then Q, he kind of gives a kind of a vocal shrug, and he says that this is an irrelevant testimony. And then that's when finally Picard bursts out with an emotionally charged shout with this look of absolute psychological torment. And he shouts out, "All right! We agree that there is evidence to support the court's contention that humans have been savage." And the crowd cheers and laughs, but he keeps on talking. He says, "Therefore I say, test us." And Q's head turns, got his attention. Picard's saying, "Test whether this is presently true of humans." And Q, kind of in a fascinated tone, he's like, I see. And so you petition the court to accept you and your comrades as proof of what humanity has become." And Picard, he's like, and he's still in agony, and he's like, "There must be many ways we can be tested. We have a long mission ahead of us." And Q's like, "Another brilliant suggestion, Captain. But this test hardly requires a long mission. Your immediate destination offers far more challenge than you could possibly imagine. Yes, this Farpoint station will be an excellent test. And then a few minutes later, after the crowd has been instructed to stand, Q announces the court has been adjourned to allow the criminals to be tested. And then, and this is an intriguing touch, I think, because then the attendant announces, "This honorable court is adjourned. Stand respectfully." And Picard gestures to his colleagues for them to stand, and they stand. Picard's defiance that had been expressed throughout that opening portion of the scene, through his repeated insistence that they not stand when they were told, now here at the end, after Picard went through the despair and the agony, and then Q had that final moment of cooperation where he seemed to actually listen and kind of respect what Picard was saying. So now, after all that, Picard, always the sensitive diplomat, Picard, by his feeling, he recognizes and he feels it to be profoundly appropriate to return the favor to Q with this sign of respect. So, maybe for the first time, Picard chooses consciously to give a show of respect to Q. Perhaps, in a way, this is an unconscious expression of gratitude for his own kind of feeling of having been heard, albeit heard in a minimalistic way by Q. But it's interesting, back when Picard finally, he gave up and he kind of cries out in agony, "I admit." He admits guilt. But it's interesting because while that moment was him kind of breaking and giving up and admitting, and yet the only thing he actually said or admitted was this basic and pretty limited, completely true admission. He didn't admit something that wasn't true. He says, "Yes, I admit our race has done horrible things." Almost like for Picard up to that point, he had been trying to hang on to this more complete virtuousness of the race. It seems like apparently this line, when Picard finally breaks and he shouts, seems like that line is actually this huge admission, this signal of defeat, in which Picard admits in this moment of despair and defeat, which is so painful for him. And he just admits, our race has done these terrible things. So I guess we could think of that in a couple of ways. I mean, the one way we could think about that would be, number one, maybe he really has kind of a sparkly, clean view of humanity. He isn't, in his mind, you can't admit that humanity has been horrible. That's one way you could look at it. Another one is that he's kind of taking this sort of entrenched approach to the argumentation context. You know, the kind of approach where you don't give any ground to the opposing side in this argumentative context. So those are the two ways to take it. And I wonder, it could be a little bit of both. And in a way, for that latter one, is kind of like Pike. If you remember in The Cage, when Pike responded to the Telosians, his immediate response to these arrogant, presumptuous power aliens is to respond back in this defiant, morally indignant, "I refuse to negotiate" kind of manner. And in a way, that's kind of the Starfleet captain default when we face super power aliens with their arrogant, presumptuous kinds of ways. Even though in that case with the Telosians and with Picard here, their lives are at stake. They know that they don't know anything about the disposition or intentions or the nature of these creatures they're interacting with. Anyway, so after Picard suggests the tests of whether they are currently guilty of continuing to do these kinds of things, and then Q accepts, and then Picard shows his respect by having everyone stand respectfully when the attendant asks them to or tells them to. Then finally, Q floats away backward the exact same way he came, and as he's just about to disappear, his voice can be heard kind of unnaturally audible from that great distance, but he can be heard saying, "Captain, you may find you are not nearly clever enough to handle what lies ahead for you. It may have been better to accept sentence here." And then suddenly they're back on the battle bridge where they were before anything started. And it turns out they're currently on course to Farpoint Station, just as they were all along, according to Miles, who seems to be unaware that anything unusual has happened. And then we could say the closing dialogue for this whole first part of the episode happens when Miles asks them if they've heard anything about Farpoint. He's just making small talk. He's like, "Yeah, it sounds like a fairly dull place." And Picard answers back. He's like, "We've heard we may find it rather interesting." And then we go immediately, without a commercial break, straight into the next major section with Riker's personal log at about the 31-minute mark. So next up is going to be Riker. We're going to introduce Riker. We have a bunch of scenes there, and then we're going to get the whole Farpoint Station and Groppler Zorn, that whole story going on. But before we get to that, I thought it would be a great deal of fun to take a quick pause here after we've had our this great big giant intro to Q with the whole court sequence and all that kind of stuff. Kind of have a little pause here to take note of three particular fascinating parallels to this whole putting humanity on trial introductory Q court sequence. So there are three touch points that I find it fascinating to place in parallel with this sequence here at the beginning of TNG because of how closely they relate and how they seem to visibly mirror the kinds of concepts and themes that this sequence introduced. So these three essential points of comparison are the DS9 pilot episode Emissary from 1993, the TNG finale All Good Things from 1994, and then the end of Star Trek Picard Season 2 from 2022. So a bit of a gap there between All Good Things and 2022. But anyway, that's the other one I listed. So let me start with All Good Things because I'm going to be spending a fair amount of time focusing on the DS9 pilot. So let's start with the second one I listed, All Good Things, because I'll get through that more quickly. So since it had been a while since I saw All Good Things, but I knew that this was relevant, so I wanted to make sure I mentioned it. So I decided to just head over to Memory Alpha and take a quick look at the summary. So I read through the summary there, and then here are a couple of highlights that I noted about that episode, particularly as it relates to the beginning of the Q story and this particular court sequence here in 1987. So at one point in All Good Things, Data makes the observation that it seems that the relationship between Q and Picard had come to be one where Q seemed to view the relationship as something like a master and his beloved pet. That's the part where they're because of that they conclude that probably Q is not just going to let everybody die like they thought he would, even though he just told them, hey, the verdict is guilty now, humanity's going to be extinguished. But Data's like, well, Q kind of thinks of you like his beloved pet, doesn't he? And then when the episode finally resolves, Picard ends up thanking Q for his help. And Q notes that the Continuum had made all these plans and put this all together in order to test them and expand their minds. But it was Q's idea to lend a helping hand, at least according to Q. So long story short, we could say that All Good Things served kind of as the culmination of this arc that ran throughout TNG of gradually changing Q from this really offensive character that we meet in the beginning here to one that kind of surprises us with his, albeit mischievous, but with his general goodwill. And then some of these more positive traits kind of continue when he goes on reappearing in Voyager. And then, of course, what we get in Star Trek Picard Season 2 is where he starts off just seeming like he's completely gone crazy. He's malevolent and crazy as crazy gets. And then it turns out, when you come to the end of the season there, it turns out that he's actually turning into a gentle old man upstairs kind of God figure that's kind of been changing. And that was kind of a pretentious way. He's kind of playing with Picard like he always does, but he's got a much more kind and benevolent aspect running underneath that really comes out at the end there. And then that key phrase in All Good Things, the trial never ends, it has kind of an interesting ambiguity to it because it's initially spoken as a pretentious threat. The trial never ends, and now we've concluded you're guilty of being inferior. But that phrase is reinterpreted and repeated with more of a sense that the Q's, the continuum, is kind of watching out for and hoping for the growth and expansion of humanity, but also watching, kind of seeing the goods and bads, just kind of watching all this stuff play out. So anyway, all that to say, after this really harsh beginning here in Encounter at Farpoint, when Q was introduced, when he was first come up with, just as, off the top of Gene Roddenberry's head, he's just this kind of generic, cartoony, satirical, farcical God figure. And he's cruel. He's downright cruel and nasty. And we hate him. You can't watch Farpoint and not hate Q. Unless you got a lot of love in your heart. But anyway, so over time, Q gradually becomes more of a friendly disposition, more deserving of trust. We could say he is at his cruelest and most toxic in this episode, though even in this episode, by the time you get to the end of the episode, it does turn out that his malintent wasn't nearly as toxic as we initially thought when he's, freezing people and all that, in the sense that it's kind of like his bark was worse than his bite. But he is a jerk, He would give them the impression that he was willing to do these unthinkable things like killing crew members on a whim, etc. But generally, I don't think at all, he would actually carry them out in a way that would last. which is a pattern which, if I remember right, more or less continues in the next several seasons, leaving him kind of in that same box of offensive and mischievous and dangerous, but not usually leaving permanent harm behind him. And I don't particularly remember if there's really anything that would make you feel positively about Q until we get to something like season 6, where we get an episode like True Q, which is then followed shortly in the same season, midway through the season, we get Tapestry. And then it seems like Tapestry really is perhaps the most Q positive episode in the entire series, perhaps. And then a season and a half later is when we get All Good Things, and we find the series ending. TNG ends with Picard thanking Q. Definitely a bit of a progression there. And then, of course, Picard season 2, it kind of intentionally sets up a similar progression over the season there, because we begin the season with Q popping in unexpectedly to make Picard angry, like he always did. But then over time, it gradually becomes more and more clear that he actually showed up to provide a positive impact on Picard. And we end the series, or we end the season there with a completely changed view of Q, not because our view is changing, but actually because Q has been changing and wanted to do one final good deed before he faded into the mysterious unknown as he died of something like dying of old age. Something which prior to that, even the Qs had confidently believed could not happen. If you remember the episode Death Wish, which is all about the fact that Qs can't die. They never die. Well, apparently that's not completely true. And Q finds out, to his surprise, something's happening that I don't understand. And for Q to not understand something, oh, that's something there. Anyway, so I mentioned the 3 fascinating parallels to line up with this episode here, and particularly the court sequence and the introduction of Q. And the 3 parallels were the pilot of DS9 in 93, the outro episode of TNG in 94, and then the setup and conclusion for Picard Season 2 in 2022. Man, Season 2, 2022. There's a lot of twos in there. 2, 2, 2, 2. Oh, man. So that first one there, which I saved for last, this is the one that occurred to me the most recently, and it's really got me thinking. And this is the parallels between the pilot of TNG and the pilot of DS9. We got these 2 pilots here. It popped in my head a while back when I was watching a couple of interviews from Trek conventions, and it kind of stood out to me when Avery Brooks made the comment when he was talking about the kinds of things that stood out to him that initially attracted him to DS9, to the pilot, back when he just had the script, and this kind of motivated him to say, well, do I want to take this? Yeah, I would like to take this. And so in addition to stuff like, the rich father role that Cisco has, and all these other things that he listed, one of the big things he listed near the top of his list was the intriguing aspect of this topic, of this story element of defending humanity before this God figure. And that's when he phrased it like that near the top of his list. It just kind of stood out to me, because that wasn't something I usually thought of when I thought of the emissary story. And my first thought at the top of my head was like, are you sure you weren't thinking of the other pilot? But of course, as a non-Trekkie, he probably never even saw the other pilot. So anyway, that's kind of where, when it hit me, and I'm like, wait a minute, that is an emphasis of, that is a key part of the emissary story. But for myself, that's something I'm always going to associate with Farpoint. Like, to me, that's the Farpoint summary, or the part 1 of Farpoint summary. But in a way, maybe the reason that it's in both of those is because maybe this is just kind of the fabric of having a pilot episode for one of these 24th century Star Trek series. Except for Voyager, that was 24th century, but Janeway never technically gave a speech to defend humanity before the caretaker, per se. But even that story, that other 24th century pilot, definitely has some very intriguing parallels with these 2. But anyway, I think in particular, what I'm looking at right now is in particular Farpoint and Emissary, these first 2 of the 24th century pilot episodes. Comparing these 2 becomes intriguing in an interesting, thought-provoking way. In a sense, you could say that Emissary includes a little bit of a rehash of the themes here in Farpoint, intriguing both in terms of its similarities and in its differences. And it's definitely the kind of thing that makes you wonder if they kind of knew they were doing it, or at least in the back of their head, they were kind of repeating themes that were so embedded in the fabric of what the franchise was to them that it just came out without the meaning to, perhaps. But anyway, so when you look at these together, we could say, for starters, both of these are cases where a Starfleet captain is unwillingly thrust into the presence of a God figure. But in this case here in 1987, in this case, God is capricious, unjust, and cruel. In that case, in 1993, God is benevolent, loving, and startlingly wise. In both cases, we will later find out that the God figure in view here was actually intentionally drawing things out to make a point and make an impression. In the case of Q, the whole thing with that big object in space that they thought was Q's ship, but he actually created for their benefit. Whereas in the case of the Prophets, that whole bit with Sisko and Dax landing on the strange planet inside the wormhole, like there's a planet inside a wormhole, and then even, I think, this might be a little more debatable, but I think even a lot of the dialogue between Sisko and the Prophets, it seems to be really the Prophets trying to kind of teach Sisko indirectly, show him, start by showing him something comparable to what he expects. But in the end, it's really kind of about helping Sisko to see things. But anyway, and then especially once you get the expanded view of the Prophets that becomes clear in seasons 4 through 7, then we kind of looking back, we begin to speculate that perhaps every question the Prophets ask that seems to be intended to teach the Prophets, we begin to speculate and to consider perhaps actually every single question was intended not to teach the Prophets, like it seemed in the beginning, but actually to open Sisko's self-understanding wider and wider, and his understanding and perception of the grandness of everything, and then eventually to bring him healing from his own self-deception and inner wounding. Whereas meanwhile, for Q, every single question that Q asks is a pretentious excuse to cause distress, to inflate his own ego, and to get a good laugh at the expense of others. At least in the part here, I'm not talking about, the stuff that we discover toward the end of it, where he has a little bit more of good intentions, but. So meanwhile, when the Q concept ends up being developed and gradually recast as TNG progresses and as Star Trek as a whole progresses, and in Voyager, etc., and then finally in its most developed form at the end of Picard season 2, they end up kind of recasting Q from being this capricious, malevolent cartoon god toward being more of a god in process who has been growing into this kind old man, more like what the writers would probably associate with quote-unquote good religion, as opposed to the kind of religion that people like Dawkins and Roddenberry, I imagine, would have been opposing and would have had in the center of their vision. But interestingly, no version of Q is ever anything like the Prophets. The mystery, majesty, otherness, and the mystical wisdom of the Prophets is nowhere in sight with Q. Q instead has the triteness and the petty disposition that we associate with the quote-unquote lower parts of humanity, lower in terms of being less morally and interpersonally sophisticated, not unlike Trelane and not unlike the TOS portrayals of Greek gods like Apollo. Interestingly, while Q becomes more benevolent near the end of Picard season 2, he also at the same time becomes substantially weaker. And it's interesting also because throughout Deep Space Nine, we are never quite certain how much power the Bajoran prophets actually had. They seem to be, particularly in the beginning, but even throughout much of the series, they kind of seem to be more or less provincial gods that watch over Bajor and the wormhole, much like the neighbors of ancient Israel assumed about Israel's god Yahweh. And I suspect that this may be because the Star Trek writers, as fans of the moral objection to God's existence, aka the problem of evil, as it's often called, so perhaps the writers of this series here, as fans of that line of reasoning, perhaps the reason for this is because Star Trek writers can only conceive of a good God if that God is extremely limited in power. And I think this limitation of the scope of the divine nature also ends up limiting how much influence your theology or your spirituality, your God, can have on the various questions and dilemmas of the human experience, such as, for example, the great utilitarian moral dilemmas, suggesting perhaps one reason why, if you remember the episode, who doesn't remember the episode, In the Pale Moonlight, but when Sisko comes to that whole giant thing there in the pale moonlight, even though at that point in the progression of Deep Space Nine, even though at that point he has been growing substantially in his tentative but very passionate faith in the prophets, but yet his spirituality and faith seem to have no impact on how he feels about this whole moral ambiguity type context. This concept of doing immoral things for a supposedly greater good, which, to expand our thinking into other fantasy universes, we could say this is kind of the Saruman/Grindelwald fallacy, the figures from Lord of the Rings and the Harry Potter universe, respectively, who flew under the banner of for the greater good. and became the villains of the series. And then, if I remember right, I think Palpatine used some similar lines of argument in the prequel, the Star Wars prequel trilogy, but my memory's fuzzier on that one. But anyway, so we would think that because that's what Cisco is agonizing about in that episode. But what's intriguing with the case there with Cisco is it's not what I'm getting at is not what he came to believe. If I remember right, he ends the episode kind of saying, I can be okay with it. I can't, like he's trying to convince himself, but he's really on the edge and he's really bothered by it. So I'm not talking about what he came to believe or didn't come to believe about the implicate, but what's intriguing about it is the lack of perceived implications of his growing religious faith in regard to his ethics. What's intriguing is the fact that the connection between the two never even came up. And I would suggest we could say this is partly because, I mean, well, the one reason really was probably partly because in something like Star Trek, every episode is written by a different writer. So realistically, that writer just wasn't interested in writing a story about religion. So that's part of it. But if we keep ourselves in universe, I think the reason we'd say that that plays out like that, a more intriguing answer to the question is that perhaps the reason religion doesn't factor in to the way Cisco thinks about difficult ethical questions is simply because Cisco's gods are too small. They cannot guide or anchor his morality. Not when things get dicey, at least. His gods are too small. Now, on that topic, I do admit that we could say it's kind of an open question exactly how big or small the prophets actually are. Because after all, one of the things that I find so absolutely fascinating and compelling and enthralling about the progression over the whole series of Deep Space Nine is that the prophets that we kind of begin in Emissary with the prophets looking like they're really just a slightly modified, slightly more Christian-friendly, more mysterious version of the Edo god from TNG. Just a slightly modified version of that. That's the impression we get. That's what we assume the writers were doing. I think that's what the writers were doing. And it kind of remains like that throughout season one, with the result that whenever Bajorans say, because we kind of gradually start to hear Bajorans saying things like, the prophets have a will, the will of the prophets. The prophets are, they think the prophets are providentially involved in certain things that happen. They want to pray to the prophets and all this kind of stuff. And throughout season one, when these things gradually begin to be commented on, you're just or at least me, you're constantly wincing because the prophets are just some aliens off in the distance who don't even know who the Bajorans are. When Cisco made reference to the Bajorans and they're like, who? Who's that? In Emissary. So, they don't even, let alone would they be engaging providentially in things that play out or answering prayers or anything like that. But then starting in season four, we get shocked and startled. I was shocked and startled when we gradually come to realize that the prophets are actually bigger and bigger and bigger than we had originally thought, more involved, more like what the Bajoran religious people thought they were. And then by the time you get to the end of the series, you end up realizing that the Bajoran religion is essentially completely true. So while the prophets are never, it seems they're never big enough to properly anchor and guide the morality of somebody like Cisco in an episode like The Pale Moon Night, at least not in his understanding of the prophets and the Bajoran religion as he was internalizing it at that point, when he was this reverent, recent convert who was committed to this new faith. And yet, at the same time, our vision of the prophets has been consistently getting bigger and bigger and more like, incidentally, more and more like the Christian God, which would have been the picture of religion that the writers would have probably had most in the back of their head. But getting more and more like what the Bajorans thought the prophets were throughout the course of the entire series. So much so that when you get near the end there, where Jadzia Dax is praying to the prophets in the temple, you kind of realize that that actually could make a certain amount of sense. Whereas the progression in season one, you would have thought, yeah, you're praying, but they're not listening. They don't even know it's not doing anything. You're praying to the air, just the same as we would in the more atheistic TOS type thing. If you see somebody praying, it's like, well, good intentions, but nobody's listening. But the progression has been going such toward the end that when she does go in there to pray, you realize that could make a certain amount of sense, though maybe you're not sure about that. You're not sure what to do with it. And then when Dukat appears with the empowerment of the Pa Wraiths and kills her, it may cause doubt in one's faith in the prophets, But you also realize at the same time, it doesn't actually invalidate anything. And Jadzia's prayers may very well have gotten heard or gotten through in some kind of way, even though probably not in the more kind of literal way that, for example, a Christian might understand that kind of thing. But and then when the series ends, it kind of ends up being an open question. Exactly how big were they? Exactly how involved are they? We know that most of the people in the show think that these are just the provincial gods who live in the wormhole and don't go much far beyond it. But at the same time, we also remember that way back in the pilot episode, we thought they didn't even come out of the wormhole at all. We thought they didn't come out so much as to give the Bajorans the orbs like the Bajorans thought they did, let alone that they were walking around on planet Earth 30 or 40 years ago. So it ends up being kind of an open question how big the prophets are. Now, I think as fans, we probably share the instinct that in light of all the crazy stuff that happens in the rest of the Star Trek universe, we kind of can tell that the prophets can't be that big. They can't be big enough to fill the whole Star Trek universe and anchor everything, partly because we have gotten so many stories and concepts and other things in the Star Trek universe that we would have to they would get displaced if the prophets were that big, if the prophets really were kind of a grounding divinity that anchors and encompasses the entire universe. So they're probably not that big. But that said, the progression of DS9 by itself, I think, leaves it kind of as an open question where we could leave it at the end and say, or we could put ourselves in the shoes of Sisko and say, as he's, the last moments of his life before he went and then he found out, but we could put ourselves in his shoes and say, you know what? That's an open question. They're bigger. They're way bigger than I thought they were, Sisko might say. But how big are they? I don't know. I really don't know. And then for us as the viewers, we don't know either. Anyway, so getting back to our main topic here. So long story short, part of what makes Emissary, the DS9 pilot, so rich, in addition to just how rich of a story it is in its own right, is also, I think, it becomes extremely fascinating in terms of how it reimagines the anti-religious kind of landscape of this episode. Because both of those include this core element of a Starfleet captain talking to gods or a god figure about the nature of humanity. But the difference is that Q is an unjust judge, strong-arming humans into admitting guilt that is not real guilt, whereas the prophets are these ancient and mysterious wise watchers whom Sisko longs to convince to become his friend. When the prophets look at Sisko and say among themselves, in his hearing, they say, it is malevolent and, it must be destroyed. Sisko doesn't respond with that moral indignation like the typical Starfleet captain. How dare you? And neither does the audience. Neither do we watching the show. And it seems like the goal that the writers had for the audience was that we would get the point of view of, at the same time, we would get a better understanding of the prophet's point of view, this timeless, ancient wisdom point of view that is shocked at how shockingly malevolent the inner nature is of these creatures, that even the best of them are trying to kill each other. That we would get this point of view of both the prophets and Sisko's point of view. And to realize that hate is dreadful, and that there is a tragedy about the trap that humanity has fallen into, but that these divine watchers in the celestial temple are willing to slow down and allow these destructive creatures to keep on moving through time, bit by bit by bit, even though the very best of humans can only preserve the good things in their lives and their culture, etc., by using violence to resist these more violent, more destructive ones. The very best can only survive through violence. And Sisko doesn't respond with moral indignation, but he tries to reason with the prophets with this respect and this healthy fear as we hear his heart going blump, 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 as he begs them to understand and see the value of life, of human life. A value that, in a way, you could say maybe he even didn't completely understand until, by interacting with them, until he was forced to try to explain it to these beings that are so different from him. So what's fascinating about it is that it's the same story, but it's just so completely different. And when I look at that situation by contrast, I find that I kind of want to talk to that kind of deity because I kind of trust that kind of deity to listen and perhaps to end up transforming me while I reel backwards in startlement at the words I hear coming out of my own mouth, even when I fear, as Sisko's heartbeat, blump, 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 kind of suggests. In the end, in that story, the fear is redemptive and never a thing of horror or toxic fear. It's more of a thing of reverence and this longing to please. Sisko is longing to please and to get the prophets to see him the way he wants to be seen. And that fear is kind of this recognition of the splendor before which he finds himself so relatively small and powerless. And then the best part is, Sisko didn't believe in them after that first encounter, but he respected them. He remembered them as transformative and ultimately benevolent, or at least quote unquote good, generally speaking. And then over time, bit by bit by bit by bit, they slowly called and drew him, softening his heart, changing his sense about everything, including himself, and ultimately including the fact that he came from and belongs to and will return to them because he and they are inextricably tied together by fate and destiny that they created, that they established, that they laid upon him before he was even formed in the womb, quote unquote, to kind of paraphrase a bit from the Christian Bible. And it seems to me that, particularly in light of the second half of DS9, it has somehow come to play out that in the end, in retrospect, Emissary ends up being startlingly close to being kind of a Christianized version of the Farpoint story. Even though, as far as I can tell, there weren't any actual Christians involved in creating it. But the thing is, I think part of the reason that happens is because Farpoint was a Christian story. It was an anti-Christian story, specifically. You know, it was anti-religion, but the religion in view was the kind of Christianity that people like Roddenberry were angry about. So then in DS9, we kind of move toward this pluralistic kind of phase of development where in the 90s, Star Trek in the 90s is generally friendly toward religion. Well, DS9 plays it out by emphasizing Judaism and Christianity primarily, with these little bits of things from Buddhism, Zoroastrianism, Hinduism, etc. But the thing that's mainly in view is the same one that was mainly in view before, because that's just the one that these Western secular humanists had the most interactions with. All right. Anyway, so that was just my detour on how we've got just these three fascinating parallels, and I spent the most time talking about the pilot episode of DS9, partly because I'm just super into DS9, and DS9 is definitely the series that I've seen the most. Well, I mean Voyager, but I saw that mostly when I was like a preteen and a teenager, and a 10-year-old. I don't know if 10-year-old, if that counts as a preteen, but anyway. But anyway, so those three things, we had the DS9 pilot, we had the TNG outro, All Good Things, which also puts a much less anti-religion spin on the Q concept. And then we had Picard season 2, which does a similar thing, and it kind of turns Q into this kind of process theology version of God, where the evolution of the Q character comes to its conclusion, and this kind of process theology development of Q concludes with him being this lovable old man in the attic, or what's the term? Old man upstairs, yeah, which is so different from what we had right here in his first appearance, when he's a scoundrel, worst kind of scoundrel. All right, so that's that. And now we're about to jump back into our story with the part where Riker is introduced. But before we do that, let's do a quick review and let's see if we can assign a structure. Let's see if we can get the episode into a little box of an outline structure. So here's the outline structure that I put together, that I came up with. It's got an A, B, A, B structure. So basically, the A section is where you introduce characters and elements, and then the B is the part where you have this story, which includes a problem, problem introduced, problem, rising tension, and the problem is solved, and then we got a little epilogue. And then that happens for the B portion of both of these. So we start off with part A. We have the intro. I'm calling intro to Star Trek The Next Generation because, as the pilot here, when they introduce stuff, they're introducing Star Trek The Next Generation. They're introducing everything. And what happens in the first A portion is that Picard meets, quote unquote, the Enterprise. As he gives his log, he's going around these areas like engineering and every place else, and he is kind of in awe of this. He says that. And then we also are, because they're giving us these angles and stuff that are supposed to kind of impress us. So Picard meets the Enterprise. Picard meets Data on the bridge there. And we have this little humorous interchange about Data doesn't know the word Snoop. So that's point A. And then B, we get the first of our two stories here. This is the Q story. And this includes Q's first appearance on the bridge there, and then the whole bit where they're trying in futility to escape from Q. That's kind of the rising section. That includes the saucer separation, which we could think of as kind of a late arrival from part A, where we're introducing Star Trek The Next Generation. We're meeting everybody. Well, here it's kind of a late arrival that really belongs in that part. We're meeting the external of the Enterprise D and the saucer sep, and we get that line, let's see what this Galaxy class starship can do. So we're still introducing stuff and meeting the Enterprise. Anyway, so we had Q's first appearance, and then them trying to escape from Q in futility, and then we get the judgment court of Q. And then the epilogue of this first story here, the epilogue, the closing comments on the bridge or on the battle bridge, when Picard says, no, we've heard Farpoint may be kind of interesting. So we had A, intro to the Next Generation when Picard meets everything. B, the Q story. And then what I'm calling A prime, the new A, we have intro to Star Trek Next Generation again. So this is when Riker arrives. Riker meets Picard. Then we have Admiral McCoy passing the baton. So we have the cameo with McCoy. And then we get Riker meeting Troy. And then we're going to get Riker meeting Data. But then in between there, we have when Picard meets Groppler Zorn. And this one, so I mentioned how the saucer sep is kind of like a latecomer for part A. Well, this one where Picard meets Zorn is kind of an early comer that belongs to B prime, which is the Farpoint and Groppler Zorn story. And it kind of comes in a little early here. But then this A prime finishes off with Riker meeting Data, which includes the introduction to the holodeck. So we're still introducing Star Trek The Next Generation. We have the intro to the holodeck. This also includes the intro to Wesley, because we first see Wesley there in the holodeck when he falls into the lake and everything. So point A was intro to TNG with Picard coming on board and meeting people. Part B was the Q story. And then A prime, intro to TNG again, as Riker meets people, McCoy meets people, Riker and Troy meet, Riker meets Data, we meet the holodeck. And then B prime, this is the Farpoint Groppler Zorn story, which starts off with the rising tension as there's this mystery, there's this tentative approval of Farpoint and Groppler Zorn, but there's a kind of dis-ease, this lack of ease. There's Troy sensing things that are making you kind of worry. And then included in here is when Picard meets Wesley and Crusher, which I kind of list as a latecomer that belongs to A prime, last section. But then the tension rises as we discover the tunnels. Troy has these really intense feelings of bad things that are going on. And then we have the extended climax section, which is when the alien ship shows up and it bombards the Bandy city. Q arrives on the bridge. He shows up again and he's like, aha, oh, y'all are doing this wrong, and then ends up with the extended climax, ends up with them exploring the alien ship and finding Groppler Zorn being tortured over there, etc. And then we have the denouement, if I'm pronouncing that right, kind of the falling action after the climax. And this is when everybody's beaming back and we're having the latter parts of the chatting with Q and stuff. And then the epilogue, closing comments on the bridge, just like point B, the Q story, had the epilogue at the end with the closing comments on the battle bridge of Picard chatting and saying, yeah, we've heard this may be a big deal. B prime, the Farpoint and Groppler Zorn story, it ends also with the same epilogue, closing comments on the bridge. The comments are just different, and this is when Picard and Riker are talking, and Riker's like, man, I hope things aren't like this in the future. And Picard's like, oh, I think they'll be more interesting, or something like that. And then I think it ends with him saying, let's see what's out there, engage, or something like that. So just like TOS always ended with some closing comments on the bridge, that's how both of these two stories included in here end. They both end with closing comments on the bridge. Now, what's really interesting for me, at least, since I just finished spending a lot of time putting together my analysis of Star Trek: The Motion Picture, I find myself comparing the story structure that I discovered in the motion picture and comparing that to the one I've discovered here. So, whereas I listed the TMP film as consisting of a chiastic outer structure in terms of how they have the music, and then they have these introductory bits, and then at the end they have the same thing in reverse. And then with this ABC structure lodged in the center, we had story one, story two, and story three, kind of an A, B, C, with those ABC parts forming more or less a separate story. It's two separate stories, or even three full separate stories. Whereas in contrast to that, in this film, I'm seeing it as an A-B structure, with the B and the B prime forming more or less two completely separate stories. So in a way, it's similar, and the reason would be the same in both cases. It'd be because both of those were initially intended for a shorter story, and then additional material had to be added because they had a larger time slot that they had to fill. Another thing that TMP and Farpoint share in common is this kind of nostalgia emphasis that plays a big role here. So in TMP, many of the character introduction moments were building on that nostalgia factor. You know, we're meeting Spock again, we're meeting McCoy again, etc. And then in Farpoint, we've got that scene with McCoy's cameo played against this gentle, sensitive background music. And that scene is almost entirely about nostalgia. It's centered on the nostalgia appeal, kind of this respect that it's showing for what has come before, even right down to making an explicit comparison where McCoy compares Spock to Data. And then just to finish off the picture, I can't help but also, while we're on this TMP versus Farpoint thing, I can't help but compare the major themes of those two stories, since they are both stories about human nature. TMP, it seems, was emphasizing the beauty of the full human experience, complete with virtues and emotions, etc., and suggesting that ultimately these traits compose something like the divinity of the human race. And then in Farpoint, this positive view of humanity is what is being challenged by Q, but is being vindicated by Picard. But this is done in conscious recognition of the darkness of humanity's past. So almost kind of coming back around to in Where No Man Has Gone Before, when we saw more of the dark side of it. But we're also coming around to TMP's idea that the goodness of humanity is something that is evolving. And that's why in this Farpoint story here, we see that evolving aspect, because part of the discussion, a huge part of the discussion, is it has been awful. It becomes evolved and kind of this true humanity, this ideal version. And then Decker's glory is the next stage of that evolution, in which the goodness of humanity breaks through into something even more glorious. And both of these stories, we could say, are kind of presenting the flip side of that opening Star Trek message from the alt pilot of TOS, Where No Man Has Gone Before, in which the good potential of humans was placed in contrast to the darkness inside, which in that story, the darkness inside is going to end up ruling if you give it too much room for freedom inside the human. If the human has too much power, that gives too much space for the darkness, which takes over in the context of power. And then both of these subsequent Star Trek firsts, TMP and Farpoint, end up emphasizing the flip side of that, the optimistic and kind of heavenly view of the nature of humanity as being predominantly good, in the sense that the good is the part that is more worth our noticing, and the part which evolution will select as humans naturally make themselves better from one degree of glory to another. So we could say, in Where No Man Has Gone Before and in Farpoint, the God figure is the problem. In TMP, the God figure is kind of the answer. Now, here's some interesting parallelism. In No Man and in TMP, the God figure is the human. In Farpoint, the God figure is the non-human. So we go from God is man, and that's a problem, Where No Man Has Gone Before. We go from there to God is man, and that's not a problem, the motion picture. Then we go from that to God is not man, and that's a problem, Farpoint with Q. And then we could finish out our parallel if we wanted to add God is not man, and that's not a problem. And that'd be the DS9 pilot with the prophets. Except if that wouldn't be very faithful to the spirit of Star Trek to end our parallel on that point, because definitely the overall message of most of Star Trek in regard to religion is definitely that the God concept, particularly if we add religion to it, is generally going to be a problem. So it wouldn't really be faithful to Star Trek to end our thing there. So maybe we could add Enterprise Season 3 to the mix, and we could finish off with God is kind of human, kind of not, but whatever the case, it's a huge problem. Or maybe we could throw in Discovery Season 2, and we could finish off with God is man, and that's not a problem. If you remember the Red Angel. Not exactly God, but close enough for our purposes here. All right, so all that aside, so many fascinating parallels in the Star Trek franchise. So, picking up where we left off, Picard has just said to O'Brien that we have heard that Farpoint might be kind of an interesting experience. And then, as we start what I, in my outline, referred to as A prime, so basically the beginning of the second major portion, even though it's only about 30 minutes in, but it feels like this is the divide between the two halves of a two-part episode, or even like two different episodes. But anyway, so we come in, and Riker is saying, Personal log. Commander William Riker, stardate 41153.7. The USS Hood has dropped me off at Farpoint Station, where I await the arrival of the new USS Enterprise, to which I have been assigned as first officer. Meanwhile, I've been asked to visit the Farpoint Administrator's office in the Old City. Doesn't that just sound creepy? In the Old City. You might even expect it to be haunted. So Riker meets creepy old Groppler Zorn. Riker expresses his surprise at what these people have been able to build. Zorn identifies geothermal energy as the means by which they've done that. And he says he'll be glad to give Riker some stuff to read about that. Riker thanks him with a great big smile, and he adds, but it still seems incredible to me that you've constructed this station so rapidly and so perfectly suited to our needs. The Groppler offers him a piece of fruit, and Riker says he wouldn't mind an apple, but, well, no apple. And then moments later, Riker is startled to see a bowl of apples, and he's like, I could have sworn this wasn't here a minute ago. Riker's kind of awkward smile is returned with a straight face from the Groppler. He says, and did your failure to notice it make it unwelcome? Riker shakes his head. Not at all, Groppler. I trust it will be the same with Farpoint Station, Commander. A few easily answered questions about it won't make Starfleet appreciate it less. And Riker doesn't seem particularly bothered. He observes that the apple is delicious, and he thanks Groppler and heads off. Well, Riker may not be bothered by this, but the Groppler certainly is, especially when the moment Riker is out of sight, Zorn gives this angry sigh, and he looks upward and says, You have been told not to do that. And then as he says that, the music includes this eerie atonal musical sequence at a high pitch. So he says, You've been told not to do that. He says, Why can't you understand? It will arouse their suspicions. And if that happens, we will have to punish you. We will, I promise you. And when he's saying those lines, the way his hair and his loose cloak-like costume kind of flows as he moves, it just adds to the creepiness. I remember when I was a little 9 or 10-year-old and I saw this for the first time, the Groppler Zorn character just really left, of all the things in the episode, he left the lasting impression as this really fascinatingly creepy, memorable, unnerving kind of character. And to this day, I really think Groppler Zorn has got to be one of the most memorable, recognizable, standout aspects of this episode. The actor does such an excellent way. And it's not just the actor, like it's the way they dressed him, the way they present him, everything just comes out with this excellent job of making that character work in such a memorable and unique way. Now, it's kind of funny, back to our kind of religion and philosophy type discussions, it's kind of funny that moment when Groppler Zorn talks to the alien by kind of just talking to the air, he kind of looks slightly upward, this kind of slightly uplifted gaze, and it looks a little bit like casual prayer. And if you combine this with the bit near the end of the story, when Zorn ends up being tortured inside the alien's belly, and then different kinds of things going on, end up making me consider whether these large creatures are kind of intended to be some kind of God analog on some level. Which could take us pretty quickly to the idea that, kind of like in Star Trek The Motion Picture, there's kind of a divine human alternation kind of in view in terms of the structure of what the writers are putting together here. In the sense that in this story here, God and man are kind of being equalized and compared as two peers. In this case, the God of note here in this part of the story is the abused and mistreated, we could say smaller entity in the sense that it's being subjugated, the smaller entity that is enslaved and mistreated, not unlike how Q belittles and mistreats Picard and his crew. But when the reversal happens later on in the episode is when we find out that the god of note at that point is actually the one who is coming from afar with anger and fury. And that is where hell comes from, God's torture chamber to get even with those who hurt him or hurt his lover. But just like in TMP, the general idea, I think, of what this Star Trek narrative is intended to be suggesting is the idea that if we look for or if we could find God, we would find an equal, or perhaps somebody who actually needs us or must lean on us for its own salvation, kind of like V'ger and kind of like this creature here, or these creatures, which are kind of like two sides of the same concept. Though, of course, that's not the case with Q in terms of it needing us in that particular way. I mean, Q is fundamentally morally inferior to humanity, at least in this phase of his development. So the sense in which he needs humans, he kind of needs humans in a more parasitic way, in terms of a kind of toxic psychological need. Though, as our understanding of the Q continuum is going to develop in later stories, that's going to become a little less of a toxic kind of need and kind of a little bit more altruistic in its nature. But anyway, and then as well, another interesting bit here, this idea of these two aliens as symbolic of some kind of God concept. This has always seemed, for me, like a very fun and convenient and possibly intentional, I don't know, but a very convenient, fun visual illustration of the concept of panentheism. So what is that? What's panentheism? As Britannica puts it, pantheism is the idea that the universe conceived of as a whole is God, and conversely, there is no God except the combined substances, forces, and laws that are manifested in the existing universe. So pantheism, everything is God. Whereas the similar concept of panentheism suggests that God includes the universe as a part, but not the whole of his being. So in the case of our characters here, when they are walking around inside of Farpoint Station, they're basically walking around inside, we could say, inside the body of a life form. But the body, expressed as tables and chairs and bowls of apples and bolts of fabric, that body, so to speak, is not all there is of the life form. The life form has its own mind, its own intentions, its own pain, etc. Now, if this were true panentheism, then the body, quote unquote, of the creature would include the whole universe, and it would also include Riker and Geordi and Troy and Groppler, Zorn. They would all be part of the life form, but the universe still wouldn't be all that there is of the creature. The creature would still have separately its own personhood, its own thoughts and intentions and divine nature that extend beyond the universe. This in contrast to pantheistic systems, which almost always leave you with an impersonal divinity, a non-person kind of deity that has a little more in common with the Force from Star Wars, in the sense that if God only includes the visible universe, then there's no space to put his personhood, at least not as we understand that concept. But particularly if you're coming from the vantage point of some kind of traditional theism, this Farpoint picture here becomes a really interesting visual illustration. We could put it kind of like this. We could say that in traditional monotheism, God is separate, completely separate from the universe, kind of like Q. So if you walk up to the warp core and you go knock, knock, knock on the warp core, it's not Q that you're knocking on, because he's a completely different, completely separate kind of thing. Even if, in this particular case, that warp core was snapped into existence with a flash of light from Q. Because in this view of the universe, they are separate kinds of things, even if Q is the source of it. And then we would call this view of the universe, we would use the word dualism, because there is a distinction or a duality between that which is God and that which is not God. No matter how connected that warp core is to, in terms of its origin, how connected its origin is to Q, there is a duality or a distinction between that which is divine and that which is not divine, that which is uncreated. I mean, Q isn't the creator, but in the case of traditional monotheism, it's the distinction between that which is not created and that which is the creator or the source or the uncaused cause, to use some philosophical terms there. Meanwhile, so if that's traditional monotheism, then in pantheism, God is not separate from the universe. We could use the word monism rather than dualism, because there's not that distinction or that duality between that which is God and that which is not God. So God is everything. Hence, the word pantheism is the Greek pan, all, plus theos or theos, God. So we get pantheism. So in many forms of pantheism, we could say you walk up to that warp core and you go knock, knock, knock on the warp core, and you might say, well, that is God. Which is another way of saying it. It's part of God, because God is everything everywhere. It's all one thing, monism, one. The universe itself is the divine force, a deity, but not a deity in the sense of a deity with personhood. It's kind of like a divine force or a divine non-person entity. But then meanwhile, panentheism would be when you walk up to the warp core and you go knock, knock, knock on its wonderful glass-like surface, and you say to yourself, well, the warp core isn't God completely, but it's a part of God. And then you would say, if I go knock, knock, knock on myself, I'd say, well, so am I. Because in the panentheistic viewpoint, we are all kind of the inner workings, the body parts, as it were, of the great divine universe, which isn't just the universe. The divine isn't just the universe, but it contains the whole universe inside him or it. Plus, it also includes those aspects that aren't in the universe, his own essence that aren't, such as his thoughts and nature, etc. Kind of like, we'd say, all the objects inside Farpoint Station are all basically the inner body parts of the Farpoint entity, so to speak. That being which includes all the furniture and knickknacks and such like throughout the station, but he isn't just the collection of jars of apples and chairs and the laws of nature, etc., that constitute Farpoint. He's actually all of that. It's his universe inside him, plus that part of him which his universe can't contain. So panentheism would be if the whole universe was a spiritual creature of some kind, and even humans were part of that mix as being the outworkings of the supreme God who contains the whole universe, but isn't just merely the universe. So anyway, I know that was a little bit of a detour there, but I wanted to mention that because whenever, as I've been going through my, academic life and I read some of these terms, sometimes some of these terms instantly bring me back to some of these Star Trek episodes, and it makes me almost think, I wonder if that was even what they were going for. But regardless, it makes Star Trek this fascinatingly educational thing because they've got illustrations of different philosophical and religious concepts here and there scattered throughout the franchise. So anyway, so after that, after Riker leaves Zorn's office in the old Bandy City, then we go over to Farpoint Station, where Riker bumps into Dr. Beverly Crusher, who he's never met up to this point, and her son Wesley. After introducing himself, Riker asks if he can join them as they stroll around, and Crusher gives kind of a cool response. She responds kind of coolly, presumably partly because this imposing high-ranking officer has just approached her, and she's aware that she's the kind of girl that catches the eye of men a lot of the time, and she's not interested in encouraging that at this point. Meanwhile, Wesley doesn't waste a whole lot of time, and he says, if you're wondering about Mom, Commander Riker, she's not unfriendly. She's just shy around men she doesn't know. And she's like, Wesley. And she says, I believe that means he would like us to be friends. And so I suppose she's trying to handle the awkwardness while trying to also further defuse any possible suggestion of being attracted to Riker. So she's continuing doing what she did by her coolness before. We could say that quick, hasty response does two things at once. So first, she defuses Wesley's statement by implying that it doesn't have any truth content that bears on her. So in other words, yes, he just said that reflects only on Wesley's feelings and desires. So here's Wesley's desire, and then that's all that he knows, and that's all that he meant. Get anything else out of your head. So that's the one thing that she's doing with this really quick kind of reflexive answer, I think. And then secondly, she's reorienting any kind of possible romantic overtones by redirecting the thought process to the domain of friends, because she phrases it as Wesley wants us to be friends, kind of saying friendship is the only category that is in anybody's vocabulary right now. Nothing else is on any table anywhere right now. So we could say that this hasty response is kind of a quite tactful and thinking on your feet extension of her earlier intent, her earlier desire, where she just wanted to kind of respond coolly to Riker. She wanted to communicate her disinterest, it seems, her disinterest in this dashing and imposing officer who she apparently finds annoying and off-putting simply because he seems to be interested in her, or at least he wasted no time in approaching her and trying to get to know her. Anyway, so Riker responds, oh, I'm willing, Doctor. And he goes on to eagerly explain how he'd like to use their downtime to go and investigate some things together, but Crusher is not interested. Meanwhile, suddenly, and with some very noticeable musical cues going on in the background, including a repeat of that eerie violin effect that we heard back in the Groppler's office, suddenly she notices this piece of fabric that magically happens to be what she was looking for. And Crusher purchases the whole bolt of fabric. And as they walk away, the merchant stares as they go. Man, they picked the perfect guy for that role. And isn't it kind of funny how that thing on his head, it kind of looks like hair, but it's not. And then as they reflect on what happened, Crusher finally admits in passing, she's like, maybe this is something Jean-Luc would want looked into. And Riker, he's like, Jean-Luc Picard? You know the captain? And then Crusher and Wesley look at each other. And then Wesley explains to Riker, when I was little, he brought my father's body back home to us. And his mom says, yes, Wesley, long, long ago. And then they part their ways and they head off. And then that's when Geordi comes up to Riker to report that the Enterprise is arriving, but without the saucer section. And he says, our new captain wants you to beam up immediately. And Riker says, our new captain doesn't waste time. So he thanks Geordi, and then he calls up to the Enterprise to beam him up on the spot. Kind of a new feature here. Beaming is kind of a little more convenient and quick now that we're in the 24th century. And after that, we fade out and we return to see this headless horseman orbiting the planet. What a sight! And Riker beams aboard, and Yar escorts him to the battle bridge. Let me get this interesting bit here. So they step onto the battle bridge. Yar is like, Commander Riker, sir. And she stands at attention. And Picard doesn't even turn his head, or he doesn't even acknowledge. So finally, Riker's like, Riker, William T., reporting as ordered, sir. And without turning his head, Picard says, we'll bring you up to date first, then we'll talk. He doesn't even look at him. And so Yar, she gets ready to walk over to get the screen ready. But then there's kind of this awkward pause, and she kind of hesitates and pauses, and she looks at the one, looks at the other. And then finally, Picard actually does notice, and he actually turns his head, and he says, kind of in a perfunctory tone, he's like, welcome aboard. And then Yar just kind of pauses with that awkward expression. She looks at Picard, she looks back at Riker, and finally she's like, oh, this way, sir. And then Data and O'Brien, sitting at the con, they kind of exchange looks at each other. O'Brien gives this kind of awkward smile. So Yar starts up the viewer, and Riker watches Encounter at Farpoint Part 1, complete with all of Q's Q-ness and the poor frozen officer collapsing onto the floor, etc. And then while that is still in progress, Picard gets up and leaves the bridge, and on his way out, Data reports that they've heard from the saucer section, so Picard says, okay, we'll tell them that we'll connect up. And then, oh, also, tell the commander to come see me when he's finished. And the way he says that kind of just as an extra thing, it kind of makes me wonder, well, would he have even said that last part about having Riker come see him? Would he have even said that if Data hadn't jumped in to give that last report before Picard stepped off the bridge? Or would Picard have just forgotten and just expected Riker to spontaneously come see him afterwards? Or perhaps even not come see him, and Picard maybe would have been okay with that ambiguity about whether or not Riker would come report when he wanted him to. It's kind of intriguing, because I've got TMP in the back of my head. It's kind of intriguing. Definitely, I don't think this is anything that was intentional, but it's kind of intriguing how Picard's introduction to Riker kind of mirrors, in reverse, Spock's introduction to Kirk in the motion picture. Picard's slightly turned head, as he just barely remembers to say welcome aboard, kind of is a little bit like Spock's slightly turned head when Kirk stopped him to insist, come on, Spock, welcome aboard. So it's kind of the same thing, but it's flipped. And just like everybody was startled at how cold Spock was to his crew, who knew him and loved him, O'Brien and Data exchanged glances of, now this is awkward, because of how cold and disinterested their captain is being toward this new first officer. So Picard, it seems, is preoccupied with his trouble and disinterested in managing personnel. Wherever this falls in his personal development over his lifespan, at this point, it seems he clearly does not prioritize being a people person or managing those under his command in a kind of EQ-focused kind of way. In this scene here, it seems he would rather not waste his time getting to know Riker, and he really wouldn't particularly care if Starfleet just took Riker away and gave him some other officer a couple months down the road. And part of this also could be because Picard he's new to the Enterprise in the first place. So he's probably already been spending a lot of time and energy trying to get to know key personnel. And so now, right when this really oppressive bump in the road of this mission and Q and everything, all this stuff has kind of hit him, this giant bump in the road with all the traumatic elements and with the challenges to Picard's worldview that have kind of been thrown at him during the whole Q court sequence. So now, suddenly there's one more officer he's got to talk to. So all these different things probably really kind of come together to influence and result in Picard's really kind of dismissive and impersonal way of interacting, or we could say not interacting with Riker at this point. And he's probably also somewhat angry and agitated at getting a new first officer who he doesn't know within the context of everything. Hence, he tends to not want to look Riker in the face. It's almost kind of like, I'm too busy to notice you, which could simply be part of his personality style at this point. But in light of the more personable Picard that we end up knowing later, it does definitely give us a very aloof impression of him. And then in the next scene, he's going to end up whimsically commanding Riker to manually reconnect the Enterprise, kind of in the sense of, you do know how to do that, don't you? Kind of basically saying, kind of implying, well, this is what I've been told about you. Well, now let's see if you stack up or if you don't. So I think in this whole part here, I think Picard is feeling extremely cranky and grumpy and irritable about all the stuff that he's bumped into so soon after getting this new command. And he's probably also cranky and grumpy because, in the first place, if this is a promotion from a smaller starship, which it almost certainly is a promotion from a smaller starship, then he's almost certainly experiencing the promoted into incompetence kind of overwhelming experience. So anyway, now that he's got this new first officer that Starfleet has thrust onto his ship, he's probably kind of looking askance and saying in the back of his head, new guy, gonna be crap. That's my luck these days. Don't get too chummy with him, Jean-Luc, before you gotta call up Starfleet and get them to take back the crap officer they gave you. Don't get too chummy, you know. It's probably what he's thinking in the back of his head. Anyway, so Riker finishes watching the recording and he gives us his reaction or something like, well, he calls this a little adventure, and then he rings the doorbell and Picard says, come. And right away, before Riker comes in, Picard turns so he's facing away from Riker when Riker comes in. And he more or less ignores Riker as Riker walks in. He's kind of tapping away on his computer as Riker approaches. And Riker says, not exactly a run-of-the-mill happening, Captain. And then finally, Picard gives a few final taps on his computer and he finally turns to face his officer. First time he's done that since Riker's arrival. First time he actually gives him his attention. And Picard says, it seems we're alive only because we've been placed on probation, he says with a slightly annoyed, kind of an angry edge to his voice. A very serious kind of probation. And then Data calls over via the intercom to report the saucer section has arrived. And then Picard, after acknowledging, then he kind of pauses for a minute as he glances at Riker. And then he touches the intercom again and he adds, Commander Riker will conduct a manual docking. Picard out. And Riker kind of uncomfortably hesitates, like he's kind of waiting for more context. He's like, Captain? But Picard just says, you are qualified, aren't you? And then he kind of says with finality as he handles his funny looking pad, he's like, then I mean now, Commander. And he goes back to his work while Riker kind of hesitates and kind of pauses and then he just kind of heads off. Like, well, I guess this is what I'm doing. And just kind of a fun little side note. Is that really what the TNG pads started out looking like? Kind of reminds me a little bit of the pads from TOS. Kind of funny, though, how you don't really notice it. I didn't notice it until I was making this video. And then as I was taking notes, I'm like, wait a minute, look at that funny looking pad. Anyway, so after the door closes behind Riker, then Picard, he actually kind of looks up for a minute, kind of suggesting on some level there was this kind of intentional, or at least on an unconscious, semi-intentional way that he was trying to not look at Riker. And now that Riker is headed off to do this task, Picard kind of looks up. It almost seems kind of like this hopeful thing, or like he's kind of enjoying himself. There's kind of a very slight smile after he looks up. So I guess you could suggest that his coldness to Riker was kind of connected with his inner cynicism about whether Riker would actually be a good officer. In a similar way, it's kind of like he's kind of testing Riker. And so far, Riker's professionalism has impressed him as far as it goes. And Picard, he wants to go on communicating his disinterest and his unfriendliness, and he's committed to doing that. But then hesitantly in the back of his head, we kind of realize when he looks up and has that kind of slight smile, we realize that hesitantly in the back of his head, he's beginning to hope and now even a little bit beginning to expect that Riker actually may be good. He may actually be better than Picard's initial kind of cynical assumption was when he was thinking in the back of his head that this officer they give could never live up to what he's looking for, what he wants out of an officer. So Riker goes onto the bridge there. He tells them they're going to do this thing. And you can tell by their reaction that this is kind of a dubious, like, we're doing what? And they're kind of nervous about that. But then he walks them through the process with these specific verbal instructions. And presumably the verbal thing of him giving them, presumably that's what is meant by manual docking. Unlike in later Star Trek, when the first officer, such as Riker, if he's going to do something manually, then it would mean that he was literally going to be the pilot and handle the controls himself. So I guess at this stage in relatively early Star Trek, I guess the idea was that it's kind of like calculating the trajectory of a rocket ship in the sense that it's primarily a mathematical kind of thing as opposed to a more intuitive flying the airplane with your controls kind of thing. Far and away from Star Trek Insurrection, where Commander Riker grabs the Microsoft Sidewinder Pro to go and try to outflank the Sona with his rock and roll and sleek Star Cruiser, all Tom Paris style. Well, anyway, they do the thing, and then O'Brien gives a breath of relief when Riker gives that final instruction. And then everything rumbles together, and everybody on the bridge smiles at one another with relief. And Riker looks at the view screen with a smile of pride at a job well done. And we, as the audience, get a nice little happy musical break when the Enterprise flies on in its whole condition, no longer a headless horseman, and the music soars into these happy upward movements. So after that, the captain is much friendlier. In this next scene, he starts by commending Riker. We come in after some length of time. We come into this dimly lit briefing room as Picard stirs some tea and observes to Riker from across the room. He says, "A fairly routine maneuver, but you handled it quite well." And he says in a very casual tone of voice, kind of like the ice has completely melted for him. It's interesting how they film this conference room scene in that they have Picard and Riker start off on opposite ends of the long table there, kind of subliminally communicating the social and relational distance between them, I think. They also have the lights pretty low, and the captain is sipping tea, kind of suggesting, I think, that this is the end of a long work day, or perhaps even the end of the whole day period. So while Picard is finally taking the time to get to know his officer, there's still kind of a default command distance, as well as a sense that he is tired and quite busy with all of his other concerns. It seems like he's attending to this after taking care of everything else. And his tone of voice is so casual that it's almost like at this point, finally, like I said, the ice has kind of melted. We could say we saw the first hint of the ice potentially melting. We saw it when Picard looked up after Riker left the ready room. And now, with the warm tea in his hands, Picard is in fact entirely warmed. At the end of his long day, the ice has entirely melted. I suppose it was the tea that melted Picard's icy cold exterior, which must be why Picard always reminds the computer that his Earl Grey tea must be hot. Or maybe what melted Picard's icy exterior was the hopefulness within him that suggested Riker might not actually be the crappy officer foisted onto him by Starfleet after all. Okay, so it wasn't the tea. So that was what melted Picard's icy exterior. That and the tea, because tea is always good, especially if it's Earl Grey, hot. Anyway, so Riker answers. He says, "Thank you, sir. I hope I show some promise." And Picard says, "I do have some questions for you, however." And Riker, with a smile, the smile perhaps is kind of saying non-verbally, "I like this captain." That's what it seems to say to me anyway. But he says with that smile, he says, "Yes, sir, I thought you might." And Picard draws attention to this incident from Riker's record, where Riker refused to allow his former captain to beam down to a planet. And Riker explains he felt that would have been too dangerous of a situation. And Picard says, "I see." And he kind of adds with this angry stab, "The captain's rank means nothing to you." And Riker, he answers with this solid gaze. He says, "Rather the reverse, sir, but a captain's life means a great deal more to me." And then Picard, while kind of casually rising to his feet, so he's kind of relaxed, he's casually rising to his feet, walking across the table. And Picard asks whether a captain would be climbing up the rank that far to become captain without along the way gaining the ability to make careful decisions. And Picard says, "Isn't it a bit presumptuous to second guess his judgment?" And as he says that, we might notice as well, even though technically he's giving a rejoinder, he says, "Isn't that presumptuous?" So he's technically, this is kind of like the argumentation thing. He's giving a rejoinder, but yet his relaxed demeanor and the fact that he's walking with his little cup of tea and preparing to take a drink, all that suggests that at this point, Picard's not preparing for fisticuffs, so to speak, but quite the contrary. He's getting more and more comfortable. This is also suggested by the fact that he's non-verbally closing the distance between him and Riker. I commented how we begin with this distance, which is a non-verbal thing. And now, as he says these things, he's closing that distance kind of gently and comfortably, even though the words technically coming out of his mouth sound like a mild attack. Because in the language of nonverbal communication, a physical distance or boundary between people kind of indicates a metaphorical distance. So in this case, there were really two nonverbal distances between them. First was the actual distance in terms of how much space is between them. And then there was also the fact that there is an object between them, which is the table. And both of those have kind of a nonverbal role. So when somebody becomes more engaged in a conversation or more comfortable in a conversation, that's when a lot of the time they will physically move closer or they'll physically remove a boundary. For example, sliding a menu out of the way when you're sitting at a restaurant, or maybe stepping out of the way of something or something like that. That's the opposite to the nonverbal signal that he was giving Riker before when he refused to look at Riker. In that case, he was increasing the distance. Failure to make eye contact is part of that disengagement set of nonverbal signals, whereas closing physical distance or removing physical boundaries, physical barriers, that's a sign of engagement or comfort. Or it could be aggression if it's intense and sudden, but it's not in this case. So in this case, Picard moves closer to Riker, I think because he literally is continuing to literally be warming up to Riker. So he takes a sip of his tea while Riker stares back, and then Riker blurts out forcefully, "Permission to speak candidly, sir." Picard's like, "Always," while matching Riker's constant gaze. Riker he adjusts his posture and he kind of screws up his face a little bit, and then he says, "Having been a first officer yourself, you know that assuming that responsibility must by definition include the safety of the captain." And his intensity stays while his wide eyes signal his unflinching passion. He says, "I have no problem following any rules you lay down, short of compromising your safety." "And you don't intend to back off from that position?" And notice that Picard's teacup has lowered. So in a sense, the teacup is that one last barrier between them in that terms of that nonverbal aspect there. So the engagement increases due to the intensity, the aggressive intensity of this moment. And unconsciously, the way that what goes along with that is he unconsciously lowers that teacup in sync with the increased engagement. You don't intend to back off from that position, and especially the aggressive intensity of the moment. Well, Riker, implacably, he gives this unflinching pause while he keeps his gaze and he answers without a hesitation, but there's a pause for effect. And he says, "No, sir." And Picard, he gives no sign of any reaction or any response, but he glances down at his teacup as he prepares to change the subject. And I guess you could say when he does that glancing down, that's the moment when he breaks the aggressive stare down. He glances down because he's done with the standoff. He's done his thing. His confrontation has served its purpose. And now he looks away for a minute. He looks down, since that's what people normally do to gather a thought or to prepare for some kind of transition or something like that. And then he says, "One further thing," as he takes a few steps, and then he turns to face the window with his back to Riker. So notice that this is a reversal of the whole closing the gap kind of nonverbal thing. This is where, in effect, he's adding a barrier, in a sense, by turning his back. He's turning away. And he's doing this to add some distance and give him some added privacy because he's going into the uncomfortable zone. He's about to suggest something very sensitive that makes him extremely uncomfortable. So he says, "Special favor." "Anything, sir." He says, "Using the same strength you showed with Captain DeSoto, I would appreciate it if you could keep me from making an ass of myself with children." And the way this is delivered just really gives you the feeling that Picard has got a lot of anxiety and discomfort hiding under the surface inside him around this topic. Seems like Picard's presentation in this moment comes out of a whole lot of a massive variety of internal strain, because it's not just the whole Q thing. There's other stuff in his past, probably embarrassments and extended awkward, uncomfortable experiences that became subjectively very unpleasant. And so now, in light of all the different new anxieties with the new command and the whole Q issues and all this other stuff, now those other old anxieties are going to feel bigger than they normally would because he's just kind of in that stressed and pressured way. And you kind of see a little glimpse of that, kind of the tip of the iceberg in the way, because we see his face. Riker doesn't, but we see his face as he gets ready to say this. It also seems like on the secret inside part of himself, Picard's definitely in kind of a fight and kind of an anxiety mode. Because he began this discussion. So after he commended Riker, he began with challenging Riker kind of aggressively over whether Riker respects command structure regarding not letting Captain Soda go on away missions. And then after hearing Riker's passionate response about how he wants to protect his captain no matter what, then he proceeds to turn his face away from Riker as he anxiously asks for help for an area of embarrassing weakness. all while trying to maintain face as the captain, the person with the power. It seems to me that we kind of get a glimpse in this scene here, that Picard is a cold, suffering soul in this moment of his life. It's a painful moment of his life, an isolated, in the cold, suffering moment. And as a new captain on this unfamiliar ship, and then suddenly handed this new first officer from Starfleet, he's almost certainly feeling isolated and pressured, and like the whole cold world is lined up with spikes and rough edges to threaten him. But in this moment here, he exposes his weakness in this first meeting with Riker because he gauges that this passionate first officer is somebody he can finally manage to trust. After he tested Riker's emotional and professional mettle, and then just now briefly probed into Riker's motivations and intentions. So, he says, with his back turned and his heart cracked, tentatively open, he says, I would appreciate it if you could keep me from making an ass of myself with children. And Riker's like, sir? He says, I'm not a family man, Riker, and yet Starfleet has given me a ship with children aboard. And he pauses, looking into space with something like disgust or annoyance on his face. Riker's like, yes, sir. He says, and he shows a kind of an awkward, embarrassed look as he's kind of trying to find the right word. He says, I don't feel comfortable with children. And he adds, as he begins to turn, he's like, but since a captain needs an image of geniality, and he gives kind of an angry, sarcastic smile, which he then just drops, and then he demands, you're to see that's what I project. And then just notice, in this moment here, right before he says that, notice Picard's kind of anger, disgust, mockery, right before he says, you're to see that's what I project, and kind of like this angry demand, which I think is kind of a compensation. He's kind of compensating for his show of weakness. He's compensating for his embarrassment by making it a demand, by making it a show of power. Seems to me that there's just so much going on inside Picard at this moment. I mean, we could say he's totally sick of his job at this point because he really has been promoted into incompetence, quote unquote. And now he's in a context where there are children on board and a whole ton of just kind of people, generically, civilians. And Picard is just sick of wasting time trying to be friendly with these people. He's got just way too much on his plate and he's just sick of everything. And as the captain, with no one to be weak in front of, this is the closest that he can get to begging for help. Effectively, he is begging for help from a stranger. We could say what led to this, in light of having two socially unacceptable options, he chose one. The two socially unacceptable options that I think he was aware he had were, one, end up making a fool of himself or making a jerk of himself in front of children, in front of other civilians, etc. Or two, ask his first officer to keep him away from them. We got these two options that are both awkward, embarrassing, socially inappropriate. But he finds the latter to be the lesser embarrassment, the one that's more endurable, especially once he hears Riker's passionate explanation of what was behind his past actions of trying to protect his captain. So based on all of that, he makes a strategic choice between those two options. Like the excellent leader he is, he sees into the future, he sees what is likely going to happen if he doesn't do anything, and instead he does something intentionally. He chooses to avoid the one kind of social embarrassment by gritting his teeth and shoving his way into the jaws of the other one. So instead of letting himself be exposed in front of people in unpredictable situations, instead he exposes himself in front of Riker, asking for help. And then incidentally, at the same time, he's also extending a certain kind and a certain amount of trust to Riker. Well, anyway, so Riker, he kind of pauses to process this. And then he kind of lifts his head in this kind of respectful, kind of formal posture, and he says, aye, sir. Kind of like he's implying by his nonverbals, he's kind of like saying, your word is my command. I have seen nothing embarrassing. Big boss, nothing embarrassing here. Yes, sir. It's kind of like the impression that I get, at least. And the moment he does that, Picard immediately relaxes and smiles, and he offers his hand with this really intensely warm and passionate smile, and he says, welcome to the Enterprise, Commander Riker. And Riker, he hesitates, he looks down at the hand, and this great big smile breaks out, kind of like he's so startled that he finds it hilarious. And I think this totally Picard's latter reaction here is just the absolute best part of this whole scene, because it's only after Riker gave that kind of no questions asked, this respectful and professional "aye, sir," while seeming to really mean it. It's after that Picard's forced smile suddenly becomes this authentic, warm, comfortable smile as he finally, for the first time, really gave a genuine, authentic "Welcome to the Enterprise, Commander Riker." Because at that point, everything is done. At that point, he trusts, he likes Riker for the first time in a deep and in a relieved kind of way. He finally realizes this person might keep my back and save face for me. I trust him. And I want him to have my back when I've got something like Q coming at me and whatever kind of crap I'm going to be getting into at Farpoint. So it's like, what a relief. I'm not going to have to go beg Starfleet to take this guy back. So I just totally love that final smile from Picard. It's like all of that tension that had been filling all the interactions. At this point, it finally has melted because Riker has melted the stone-faced, angry captain. And this new friendship that we just saw emerge is going to last a really, really long time. It's going to last all the way up till stuff like when Picard shows up on Nepenthe with Soji in Picard Season 1. At this point here, the friendship lodges itself into Picard's heart, that very moment that Riker convincingly expresses his loyalty. And the warmth of their friendship is only going to get stronger and stronger and stronger until the day that they die. It's such a beautiful moment. All right, so this scene finishes at roughly the 44-minute mark. I guess you could say this scene ends at that particular point, not just because that's probably more or less the end of their conversation, but more than anything, the reason the scene ends there is because that's when the tension between Picard and Riker disappears. Up to that point, Picard was sizing up Riker, and he was very angry, annoyed, completely sick of this absurdly stupid task that Starfleet has forced him to do of getting this new first officer. He's probably going to be a load of crap. And so for the whole time, Picard has presumably been gritting his teeth, mentally rehearsing these cynical predictions of misery, which bit by bit ended up being disproven by Riker's competence and his respectful disposition, etc. And then in this final scene here, finally, when Riker gave that respectful "aye, sir," which seemed to suggest my captain's shame is invisible to me, it doesn't exist, I refuse to notice it, I'm going to protect his honor with my life. And at that very moment, that's when Picard's question was answered. His cynical inner dialogue was finally able to rest. And then his handshake and his passionate, warm smile was this expression of his trust, his willingness to move the professional relationship forward. It's basically his way of saying, all right, new guy, we're good now. And so suddenly it's no longer about wondering if he can tolerate the new guy, but actually instead, he can more than tolerate. He loves the new guy. This is the moment when he actually realizes what he's got, and he's relieved, and he's suddenly saying hello for the first time. Because all that other welcome aboard stuff from Picard was him greeting somebody he didn't trust, who he refused to be willing to even tentatively like, but now he does like him. And the second most memorable captain and first officer relationship in the entire Star Trek franchise was just born. So that was quite an important scene. Well, next up, we find ourselves in sickbay with the scene that introduces Geordi's visor, even though we already saw Geordi on the planet, but this is the scene that introduces his visor. Interesting side note, apparently this was part of the final batch of scenes that was added to pad out the episode when it was still too short to fill that 2-hour slot. This was part of the final batch of scenes that was added. But so anyway, Crusher is saying she's heard of Geordi's case with his visor, and she's like, the visor appliance you wear is, and Geordi cuts her off and finishes for her, is a remarkable piece of bioelectric engineering by which I, quote, see much of the EM spectrum ranging from simple heat and infrared through radio waves, etc., etc. And forgive me if I said I've listened to this 1,000 times before. And so the conversation goes on. We find that Geordi has been blind his whole life. He's felt pain for all of that time. Crusher suggests painkillers or exploratory surgery would be ways to deal with this. But Geordi, who sounds like it's not news to him, he says he's not particularly considering either one as a viable option because it would, quote, affect how this works. Doctor says she understands. Geordi heads off. So kind of a little bit of a throwaway scene, but it does give us our first exposition about Geordi and his visor, and it gives us that whole thing about the EM spectrum and all that jazz. All right, well, next scene, The musical cue starts warming up while Riker shows up on the main bridge, the non-battle bridge, for the first time. The music and the filming techniques give us the same kind of grand discovery feeling like when Picard first arrived at the beginning of part one, fitting how the viewers are also going to be admiring and viewing it for the first time. And we start with this really nice view of the skylight. We pan down to the spacious main area. Just look at all that open space. And notice how they give us this angle on Riker, reminding us again of the scale and scope of the place. Riker asks Worf where he can find Commander Data, whom he's never properly met up to this point. Worf says that Data is on special assignment, escorting an admiral from the Hood. When Riker asks why the admiral didn't just use the transporter, Worf says, "I suppose he could, sir, but the admiral is a rather remarkable man." Incidentally, notice the little hint of an honor culture in terms of the way Worf uses that word remarkable, and he says it without any sarcasm. We might expect most humans in Starfleet would have used a word like eccentric, or perhaps would have said remarkable with kind of a sarcasm or a humor about it. But Worf, on the other hand, when faced with an eccentric legend like Dr. McCoy who deserves honor, he gives a description using a word that is completely respectful, and he says it with actual respect. So instead of saying, well, he could come by transporter, but the Admiral is a little kooky, instead he says, but the Admiral is a rather remarkable man. So in this honor culture, he leaves out that stuff which is in the back of his head. Now, McCoy coming over without the transporter. For all of us Star Trek fans, this is going to maybe take us back to the last time that Dr. McCoy unexpectedly popped up, which was his first return to Trek back in 1979 in Star Trek: The Motion Picture. Back when Kirk had got his chance to return to the Enterprise, and then to our pleasant surprise, we suddenly found that he apparently managed to get Bones drafted. And here comes good old Leonard McCoy coming through the transporter. But in that Kirk and Bones reunion scene back in TNP, when McCoy finally beamed over, the other people beamed over first because he insisted, apparently what he said was, he insisted they beam over first so that he could, quote, see how it scrambles your molecules. And then also, incidentally, earlier in that film, 2 other crew members had died in a tragic and horrific transporter accident. So that's also part of the setup for TNP. But anyway, so I'm not sure if there's ever any real explanation of what it was that happened between TOS and TNP that caused McCoy's feelings about transporters to change. But it wouldn't surprise me if a big part of whatever it was really time and privilege making a big part of that change. In the sense that when McCoy was in Starfleet back in the days of TOS, he didn't have much choice about constantly using the transporter. So if he had, let's say he had health concerns or comfort issues or anxiety-related issues, the thing is, his job mattered so much that he would just deal with those concerns. And the more you do it, as humans tend to do, we psychologically adapt when we repeat something. And so he kept doing it. He adapted. He kind of forgot that those issues were there. They weren't on the top of his awareness. But then presumably when he went into retirement between TOS and TMP, he was able to avoid transporters. And because he was able to, he did. And then when he was drafted back in for the V'ger mission, he realized, apparently, with grumpy disgruntlement, he realized as he approached it that he did not want to use transporters anymore. And it caused him psychological discomfort to kind of convince himself to, okay, get back into one after all these years, finally get back into that thing. Of course, he did. He pushed through and he ended up getting onto the Enterprise and he got to meet good old Jim Kirk and the gang once again. But then presumably what apparently happened in the interim before this episode, presumably at some point between then and now, it seems that McCoy accrued so much honor and rank and social privilege that he had enough social weight to simply choose not to take the transporter. And so as a result, whatever concerns or anxieties or preferences he had, well, now he can just do whatever he wanted. So we still don't know what those concerns would have been, or at least not from anything that I can remember. Of course, we know from TMP and the rest of Star Trek that occasional accidents do happen, which you could say kind of makes it similar to flying in an airplane. Because if you remember when Barclay had his transporter phobia episode, he was told that transporters are the safest way to travel, which is that's kind of a common line that people will be told when they have a phobia of flying. Like, well, this is the safest way to travel. So probably it's kind of in a similar category to that. Meanwhile, we also know from Enterprise Season 4 and from other parts of Star Trek that the history of transporters includes some particularly grisly horror stories. Also, we know that McCoy is a doctor, and sometimes professionals in some particular field might end up feeling differently about certain things just because they have more familiarity with kind of the little details, the kind of gritty, gross details of things up close and personal. So that could be a factor. And then last of all, Well, I can't clearly remember if any character has said this explicitly. I kind of think somebody has said this at some point, but I've always imagined that it's kind of a disconcerting experience to go through a transporter. And not to mention, Dr. McCoy would have also had professional familiarity with all the different kinds of medical conditions that historically have, at some point or other, resulted from some kind of transporter-induced conditions. So he's got a lot of reasons, potentially, to just feel kind of icky with transporters. So regardless, whatever, either one particular bit or all of those together, whatever's causing this, it seems that this is kind of, at this point now, this has kind of become an eccentricity of Dr. McCoy, one which is now more than a whim in the sense that it's deeply felt, but it's one that's definitely not the kind of anxiety that's truly out of control, like what Barclay was going through, because back when his job required it, he didn't end up having an issue using the transporter on a very regular basis. So, in that sense, I guess this kind of serves as an intriguing illustration of the role that power can play in how one interacts with discomfort and anxiety. I think this applies not just to power in the sense of the kind of prestige and influence that somebody like Admiral McCoy has, but also just power in the sense of any kind of situational privilege. For example, someone who doesn't have to go get his first apartment because he just keeps on living with his parents. He's got the power of not needing an apartment. Because whether we're talking about anxiety or discomfort or some other kind of thing in a similar category, one of the most strongly evidenced discoveries of behavioral psychology, dating back to the early days of the discipline, is this concept of adaptability to stimuli through repeated exposure, which is the basis of exposure therapy for anxiety, among other things. So in this case, we could say it seems like the more Dr. McCoy goes through the transporter without having adverse effects, the less he's going to be thinking about it, the less emotional distress he's going to be feeling every time he does it. Just like for myself, the more times I have watched Star Trek Enterprise with all of its things like the Vulcan First Officer and the Enterprise NX that doesn't look like it belongs in the right era, etc., the more I watch it with all those things and I see other things, the less those things bother me, the less I notice them. Not because my opinion on it has changed, but just because I'm used to it. And as humans, we've only got so much bandwidth to give our full attention to so many things at once. So if Dr. McCoy has been beaming down on away missions once a week or once a month for the last 2 years, he's only got so much that he can be paying attention to. He's thinking about what he's going to meet down on the planet. He can't be spending his time rehearsing how horrible and unjust and unfair and gross and dangerous it is that he's going into this molecule scrambling device. Now, where things get interesting is what happens when you have the power not to do the thing. Let's say, for example, back when Barclay had his transporter phobia, let's say he had enough rank and influence to just tell everyone, all right, go prepare my shuttle. I'm not using your dang transporter. Well, I guess Barclay's phobia would have stayed for his whole life, probably gotten worse, consistently kept on getting worse every time. The more effort he put into getting the shuttle and making excuses and stuff, the more effort he put into that, the more phobia he would feel next time. And it seems that what we have in the case of McCoy is that his psychological discomfort, whether there's any anxiety or if it's just kind of that discomfort aspect, whatever it is, it seems it has significantly been escalating during his elderly years. And this is now part of his eccentricity as this elderly and, as Worf puts it, this remarkable man. His discomfort with transporters has, it seems, significantly increased. Not that he couldn't use one if he had to, but I would guess that it would be extremely uncomfortable for him by now because he has been successfully avoiding them for so long. And when you avoid successfully, especially if it takes a certain amount of effort, then that successful avoidance causes the prospective discomfort. In other words, the experience inside of you of what you expect the discomfort to be like, as well as just the subjective, the discomfort that you would experience going into it. It increases the more you successfully avoid, especially if you're putting in effort. So your brain is kind of figuring out, oh, we got out of that. We survived, kind of that survival illusion, you could say. And my guess is that along with that, his negative cognitions, his thoughts and beliefs about transporters have also been getting more and more entrenched. So whereas back in the TOS days, he probably had comparatively few negative cognitions about transporters, beliefs or thoughts in his head, which at least partly would have been because of the role of familiarity in shaping your view of things, as well as, not to mention, the mental process of cognitive dissonance. So the cognitive dissonance theory is the theory that suggests that particularly when your actions disagree with your beliefs, humans are extremely good at defending cognitions and beliefs, or even coming up with cognitions and beliefs that reinforce the actions and behaviors that you've already taken or you've been taking, particularly in those cases where prior actions, what you've been doing, results in this dissonance between your beliefs and your actions. So humans are very good at finding ways to defend what you've been doing, finding reasons that you did the right thing and you need to keep doing it, and it would be awful if you did the other thing. So the more McCoy acts on his grumpy refusal to get into those nasty transporters, the more often he's going to be reviewing in his mind how nasty and unpredictable and unsafe those wretched monstrosities are. And this is all without the crippling anxiety or phobia like the kind that someone like Barclay had. Anyway, so at the end of the day, this is a kind of a fun little object lesson particularly for any young people who are having difficulty growing into the range of productive discomfort that it takes to excel in life. In a way, this cameo scene with McCoy kind of illustrates the adaptability of the human mind and of your relationship with comfort and with discomfort. An elderly person long past retirement, like Bones there, has enough neuroplasticity to grow new discomfort because he's gained that power, that ability to consistently avoid something. And then we could say for yourself, whether you're in the young category or the old category or someplace in between, the question we might ask is, what might be or could be some parts of your life where you may actually be crippled by your own power, actually, your power, your ability to avoid? How might that actually end up crippling you by allowing you to cultivate discomfort by avoiding discomfort? To cultivate discomfort that will leave you not just avoiding, but also being fooled into thinking that you have to keep on avoiding because that discomfort is so intolerable, I have to avoid it. When actually, your perceptions may actually have a lot more adaptability than you would tend to think. And just like McCoy can develop a new revulsion when he's long past the stage of life where supposedly old dogs can't learn new tricks, but he adapts, he changes in that way. Well, in the same way, you at whatever age, wherever you're at on the spectrum there, you can certainly do the same thing, surprisingly, probably in either direction, particularly if you can get it to happen gradually, which is the paradigm of exposure therapy for anxiety, is that they recommend in most cases do it gradually because then you're more likely to be motivated to keep doing it because the idea will be that you have enough discomfort to make the change, but not so much discomfort that you want to give up and quit early on. And just for another example, this can even apply to something as mundane as building the muscle, so to speak, the psychological muscle of being able to talk cordially with people with whom you strongly disagree. This is one that I've noticed in the last 5-10 years. So if you never do that, talk with somebody you disagree with and try to have a cordial back and forth, respectful conversation. If you never do that, that discomfort when you do meet somebody with radically different, offensively different viewpoints, well, then the discomfort is going to be off the charts. It's going to be astronomical. And maybe you'll end up losing your cool or being so upset that you feel like just your whole day is ruined kind of thing. But on the other hand, the more often you do it, as long as you can, make sure you can do it and watch your attitude, watch your cognitions, the thoughts going through your head, et cetera, kind of keep track of yourself. But the more you do it, with all that going well, you may find that those conversations actually, you adapt so that you actually come to the place where you can have those conversations with less and less discomfort. And for myself, that's a particular thing that I've definitely noticed in periods of my life. I definitely had periods in my life where that level of comfort increased, kind of my capacity, my tolerance, and my ability to enjoy those conversations. And then periods in my life when that muscle kind of shrinks back down due to disuse. And then I find myself in that situation. I'm like, whoa, why did I get so riled up? Why does my whole day feel like it's ruined, et cetera? Well, it's because my muscle of the ability to disagree well was worn down, was shrunk down due to disuse. And then later on, I kind of intentionally, or unintentionally, kind of build it up by exposure over time, and you're back where you were before. Anyway, so there's my little tangent on McCoy not using the transporter, and probably if he did get in one, he would be struggling. Anyway, so we come into this scene here. McCoy is saying to Data, "You got some reason you want my atoms scattered all over space, boy?" And you may notice that McCoy seems to have picked up some kind of Southern accent, complete with the repeated use of the word boy, which goes on throughout this sequence here. So I guess, certainly a lot of things about people can change in different phases of their life depending who they're hanging out with, what they're exposed to, etc. So I guess in this case, while this would be something that McCoy apparently would have picked up based on whoever he was hanging out with, interacting with, etc., I think as far as the writing of it goes, I guess it's probably done for effect in terms of making McCoy seem all that much more old-fashioned, kind of giving him kind of the stereotypical Southerner living way out in the country on a bunch of farmland, giving him that kind of feel, which fits since his refusal to use the transporter is kind of an anti-technology kind of gesture, which in many generations would be associated with the elderly, but also associated separately with that kind of accent. So the accent is kind of intended to accentuate the feeling you get that McCoy is kind of out of touch with modern society, which of course that's a stereotype. And of course, in real life, you don't become more in touch or less in touch with modernity based on whether or not you've got a Southern accent or a British accent, etc. But in the case of television presentations like this, stereotypes often constitute quite effective shortcuts to give the impression that you want to give. Anyway, so Data answers, because McCoy just asked, "You got some reason you want my atoms scattered all over space, boy?" And Data answers, "No, sir. But at your age, sir, I thought you shouldn't have to put up with the time and trouble of a shuttlecraft." "Hold it right there, boy." "Sir?" "What about my age?" "Sorry, sir, if that subject troubles you." "Troubles me? What's so damn troublesome about not having died? How old do you think I am, anyway?" 137 years, Admiral, according to Starfleet records. And then McCoy, taken aback and kind of startled, he's like, "Explain how you remember that so exactly." "I remember every fact I'm exposed to, sir." And McCoy, he kind of pauses. He looks kind of back and forth at Data's face, kind of like for a humorous little moment here. And he's like, "I don't see no points on your ears, boy, but you sound like a Vulcan." And Data, he kind of answers with this slightly bemused look on his wide-eyed, kind of blank face. He's like, "No, sir, I'm an android." "Humph, almost as bad." So I guess we could say the creators knew that people were going to notice this correlation between Spock and Data, and they would notice it and talk about it either as a criticism or as something that they love or just kind of notice. And so I guess the creators decided, well, why don't we just get that out of the way? Why don't we just go ahead and acknowledge it on screen, have our characters point it out, and that way it's clear that we know what we're doing, we're not ashamed of it. And at the same time, doing it like this also results in the viewers getting to notice the fact that there are similarities, but also because we see it talked about like this, it also causes us to realize the differences between Spock and Data, because we have Data on screen here and we realize that he's not Spock in a lot of ways. Anyway, so this emotional, reflective music slowly starts up with strings and piano, while Data says conversationally, while McCoy hobbles along behind him, he's like, "I thought it was generally accepted, sir, that Vulcans are an advanced and most honorable race." And McCoy, as he kind of grabs Data's arm for a second and he walks on, he says, they are, and damn annoying at times." "Yes, sir." And the music hits a moment of warm resolution as it gets ready for its emphatically heartwarming uplift, while McCoy says, "Well, this is a new ship, but she's got the right name. Now you remember that, you hear?" "I will, sir." "You treat her like a lady, and she'll always bring you home." And the music kind of stretches itself out for this long, extended, relaxed resolution as they go on forward into the corridor, and then we fade out. So the topics that McCoy and Data talked about were four. So first off, there was transporters versus shuttles. Then there was McCoy's age and how he feels about being oh so old. Third, we had androids and Vulcans. And fourth, we had the Enterprise as a lady who will always bring you home. Notice that when Data tells McCoy that he remembers everything he hears, this is one more important part of our introduction to the Data character, which those little bits of introduction to the Data character kind of go throughout this episode. If you remember, in part one of this episode, we began with Picard having that humorous interaction with Data about the meaning of the word snoop, which told us a little bit about Data has all of this lexicon, which Picard makes a comment on because that's part of the joke. You have all this stuff in your head, but you don't have this word, So that was our first indication about who and what Data is. And then the follow-up to that was during the court scene when Data provided instant facts from Earth history, and then later on, at Picard's request, provided a verbatim recording of the words Q had said. And then we could say this is maybe the third big reveal of who and what kind of thing Data is. And this includes comparing him to Vulcan, since, of course, the viewers are going to be drawing that comparison. And then we could say that the fourth and most emphatic exploration of who and what Data is, that's going to be the part that's coming up when Riker talks with Data in the holodeck and he ends up calling him Pinocchio, etc. Of course, that's coming up, so we'll get to that. And since the Data bits in the court scene and in this scene were really just confirmations or extensions of what was already revealed in that initial conversation between Picard and Data on the bridge, we could say that the really strong reveals about who and what Data is really were at the beginning of part one, in which the intro to Data proper was provided, and then in that holodeck scene, which is where the larger narrative of Data ends up being provided. So we start off with what Data is in the positive sense in that first scene with Picard, and then in the second part with Riker, we get what Data wishes he was, what Data isn't in that negative sense. He isn't, but he wishes he was. He's aiming to become, which we could say, I suppose, is actually a positive. It's not what he's not, but it's what he is. He is wishing. He's aiming to try to become more human in pursuit of his humanity. So in a way, kind of like V'ger from TMP, in a way, he's kind of got all this power and this perfection of the machine, but what he longs for and needs is the warm touch of humanity to enter his soul. And without it, he feels incomplete and imperfect for all of his mechanistic, quote unquote, perfection. So just like V'ger, one of the few feelings that Data definitely feels, even though the dialogue doesn't tell you that he feels, quote unquote, this stuff, but he definitely, just like V'ger, one of the few feelings that Data definitely feels is longing and desire, along with little things like curiosity and puzzlement, etc. Of course, he always says he doesn't have any feelings, but for myself, I don't particularly believe him. I think that he just thinks he doesn't have any feelings. I prefer to say, kind of like what Picard says to Soji in Star Trek Picard Season 1, Episode 8, Broken Pieces, when Picard says, Data's capacity for expressing and processing emotion was limited. And he says to Soji that that was something that he shared in common with Data, which is an absolutely beautiful scene. And I think that really gives us such a very wonderfully concise and thoughtful insight into perspective on how to interpret the Data character, as well as Picard, which it's a perspective that I agree with very strongly. I think the writers knew what they were doing when they put that in there, though I'm sure there are many fans who disagree with that. So it's not, in my opinion, it's not that Data doesn't have emotions. He certainly has, for example, longing, desire, curiosity, puzzlement, satisfaction, and frustration, and I'm sure many others. But he's not going to tell you he has those emotions because he can't identify those emotions. He doesn't realize that's what they are, and he's not good at being aware of them. He can't process or express emotions very effectively. He also lacks a lot of the standard range of the kinds of emotions that are normal for humans, such as having happy or sad moods or getting angry or offended at certain things, etc. He doesn't have those things. Those are the ones that he doesn't have. Anyway, and then the fourth thing that Data and McCoy talk about is the Enterprise itself. And this also takes us back to TMP, because in TMP, you might remember the beautiful refit Enterprise was arguably one of the main characters in the film, and definitely was given a huge amount of screen time in the first half hour of the film. The other role that the ship played in TMP was that the Enterprise fit into the story as being the obsession that Kirk had pursued, so that in that film, Decker was longing for Ilia, Kirk was longing for the Enterprise, and Decker didn't really ever get what he was looking for, but Kirk, the main part of the story was that he had got it, and Bones was concerned that Kirk would do anything to keep it. And we could say Kirk's longing was for a machine that kind of became human in the sense of having people and life and missions taking place on board it. So there was kind of a humanity about this machine that Kirk longed for. Whereas Decker, by contrast, his longing was for a human that unfortunately ended up becoming a machine when V'ger made her into a zombie. Anyway, so this concept of the Enterprise being Kirk's true lover is a concept that I've heard fans comment about. I think fans have picked up on it, and I think it's suggested at certain points in the different Star Trek stories that the ship is kind of one of the characters in Star Trek. And I think that's really kind of what McCoy is hinting at here. When we as new viewers are getting to know the cast, McCoy is telling us, he's suggesting to us, just like Data and Spock bring up your warm feelings and our trust and stuff like that, well, McCoy is suggesting that's how he feels about the Enterprise. And so he's suggesting that we may come to feel those warm feelings about this Enterprise. And if we treat her like a lady, she will always bring us home. In other words, we're going to come to love and trust this new Enterprise. So whereas Spock and Data, whereas Spock was a polarizing figure, McCoy loves and hates Spock at once. But meanwhile, the Enterprise is not polarizing to McCoy at all, but instead just purely someone he loves and trusts. Anyway, so that whole little cameo sequence between McCoy and Data, such a pleasant, quiet, nice little sequence there. And I guess this really began the Star Trek tradition of including a cameo in the pilot episode. TNG included McCoy in its pilot in this scene here. Then DS9's pilot included Picard in the Enterprise D. Then Voyager's pilot included Quark in Quark's bar. And then Star Trek Enterprise's pilot included Zefram Cochrane from First Contact. And then at that point was when the tradition ended because Classic Trek had ended. And then Star Trek in the JJ verse era, as well as Star Trek in the modern era, has just always included kind of cameo characters just kind of baked into the premise, but usually with different actors. And of course, back in Classic Trek, there were also occasional cameos kind of peppered throughout the series. Like we had in TNG, we had Scotty showing up for that one episode, coming out of the transporter suspension. We had Spock showing up in the episode Unification, since Vulcans lived so long. And then in the episode Birthright was when the Enterprise D visited Deep Space Nine. And then in the series of Deep Space Nine, we had Q showing up for one episode. Thomas Riker showed up in another episode. We had that great big giant visit to Kirk's Enterprise in the episode Trials and Tribulations. And then over on the Voyager series, we had multiple cameo appearances of Reg Barclay and Counselor Troy. We even got an elderly Captain LaForge showing up in that one time travel episode. And not to mention when Janeway and Tuvok paid a visit to Sulu's ship from Star Trek VI via mind meld through Tuvok's distant memory as a long-lived Vulcan. Of course, when we got to Star Trek Enterprise, it was a little harder to do cameos, but apparently they really wanted to finish that series with a bang, and that's why even Enterprise got its TNG cameo with Riker and Troy and the voice of Data in the closing episode there. And even though, yes, that episode is painful to watch, but you can definitely appreciate the sentiment behind it. The sentiment being Star Trek always has cameos from its other series. So when Star Trek's about to go off the air for the indefinite future, let's give it an end cap that uses cameos to unite these series, proving that Star Trek can always do one more cameo. Now, if they could have just held off from killing Tucker in their crazed bursts of insanity as they crazily, let's do one more thing. If they could have just not killed Tucker while they lost their minds. But, well, we have what we have. Well, anyway, we fade back in as the hood is flying off, and with it, the last we'll ever see of the one and only Dr. Leonard McCoy. Well, goodbye, Bones. Happy 137th. Well, we're back on the bridge, and after some small talk, suddenly Q appears on the screen this time, saying, "You're wasting time, Captain, or did you think I was gone?" And Worf jumps up right away with his little Type 1 phaser, and Picard cries out, "Lieutenant, do you intend to blast a hole in the viewer?" And Worf puts down his phaser. Well, Picard says, "If the purpose of this is to test humans, Your Honor, we must proceed in our own way." And Q says, "You are dilatory. You have 24 hours. Any further delay and you risk summary judgment against you, Captain." And Q disappears. Well, there's a little small talk, and then Riker asks the captain what we're going to do. He says, "With them monitoring our every move and our every word." And the captain responds, "We're going to do exactly what we would do if this Q never existed. If we're going to be damned, let's be damned for what we really are." And I guess that's some pretty good general advice for how to handle yourself when you're being watched. For example, if you're being evaluated, let's say in some kind of professional context, or you're being watched maybe in a more inappropriate kind of way, or being watched maybe in kind of a social complication kind of context where someone, let's say you start dating somebody and then suddenly all of their friends suddenly start watching you, staring, observing your every move. But in any of those kinds of situations, kind of generically speaking, this is kind of just pretty good advice that Picard gives here, which kind of suggests to me that he's probably had similar things happen, where suddenly people start watching. After all, you don't get to be the captain of Starfleet's flagship without getting stared at, studied, and evaluated a whole great number of times over the decades. Well, there's a momentary musical cue of the TOS theme melody being played with that TNG orchestra, and then we get Picard with his personal log, stardate 41153.8. Of the 24 hours Q allotted us to prove ourselves, 11 have now passed without incident, and yet I cannot forget Q's prediction that we will face some critical test. Well, Picard and Riker are in the ready room going over everything, and Riker's talking about how Farpoint Station seems to be getting its excess resources from their geothermal energy, resulting in their remarkably impressive station. Riker notes that the materials that make up the station aren't the resources that would be found on the planet, so the inhabitants must be trading their excess energy with other worlds, and they must be getting a really good return on it, and that's where all these foreign resources are coming from. Picard suggests instead, perhaps, these might relate to, as he says it, those incidents you describe in your report as almost magical attempts to please us. Riker says, "Those events did happen, sir. And Picard stands up with a sigh and he says, "None of it suggests anything threatening. If only every life form had as much desire to please." And then he turns to Riker and says, "Ready to beam down? I'm looking forward to meeting this Groppler Zorn." Now, that comment about desire to please, I find that interesting. Picard is implicitly comparing and contrasting Q versus Groppler Zorn. Q has no people-pleasing tendencies. The Groppler seems to have a whole load of them. Picard is making this negative comparison on Q. Ironically, by the time we get to the end of the episode, we find out in the end that Q's arrogant and disrespectful manner actually did have a certain limited amount of respect in terms of at his core, deep down inside, he did have a certain amount of respect for Picard and the gang. Whereas the Groppler's ingratiating servility actually at its core had a bunch of cruelty and greed and this almost sadistic selfishness down at his core, deep down inside him. So not only is this an intriguing reference to the psychological category of people-pleasing, but it's also a intriguing reference to the opacity that often accompanies apparent people-pleasing tendencies, or apparent, anything, but particularly apparent people-pleasing tendencies. Q, not unlike Picard himself, is free from the negative kind of people-pleasing in terms of both Q and Picard are both more interested in standing strong and doing what they intend to do rather than getting all worked up about other people's approval of them. Groppler Zorn, on the other hand, is easily mistaken for someone who's highly motivated by the approval of others. And in a sense, he is, in the sense that he's motivated by their approval in the external kind of way, their approval of his external things that he's putting out there for them to see. But he's not motivated by it, let's say, for example, compassion or wanting the actual comfort or well-being of others who actually know the truth about him. So in that sense, he has the toxic and poisonous version of people-pleasing without any of the positive aspects. He has just the poisonous side, which ends up being kind of like the pursuit of just merely self-aggrandizement at the expense of others. Self-aggrandizement by means of that which is the lie, so to speak. So I guess if we wanted a more typical example of what people pleasing in the negative but not the toxic way would tend to look like, that would be maybe somebody like Barclay, who's constantly overcome with social anxiety due to his fear about what others might think of him and his distress over how he might negatively impact other people without meaning to, etc. Whereas, meanwhile, an example of a more healthy people-pleasing would be somebody like Data, who makes it one of his life goals to be a positive influence on the people around him. He's somebody who wants to be supporting and empowering the crew around them. He wants to do everything he can to fit in because he wants other people to feel comfortable. It's not because he's overcome with anxiety, but simply because the well-being of others is one of his primary goals in life, and that includes supporting the subjective comfort levels of the people that are around him. So anyway, so Picard is wishing, for good reason, that Q had a little more of that healthy people-pleasing tendency. And he's assuming that the Groppler's unhealthy people-pleasing tendencies are actually what they appear to be, which is the unbalanced surface level of a heart that underneath has people-pleasing at its core. He really wants to please and help and support and be there for others. When actually, in actual fact, the Groppler has the poison of unhealthy people pleasing without any of the actual inside part of actually valuing and desiring and wanting to work for the comfort and well-being and positive experiences of other people. Fascinatingly, the creature that does really value the well-being and comfort of others within this story would actually probably be that godlike alien that the Groppler has been enslaving. That creature is listening to things that are said and longing to, almost like a reflex, longs to give people enjoyment and happiness. So he gives Riker an apple. He gives Crusher that perfect bolt of fabric. Maybe doing those things is partly an effort to cry out for help. But the thing is, he's not crying out for help by doing something that hurts people. He doesn't cry out for help by having a archway fall down and crush somebody. He's not crying out for help by hurting people. He's crying out for help by showing acts of kindness. So in a way, this alien is kind of a picture, I guess, of the spiritual ideal in the sense that this creature responds to suffering and even cruelty and enslavement with warm-hearted blessing. Even when this creature is aching and empty, he makes it his goal to give to others. And out of his giving, he actually ends up receiving in the end, not just receiving in the sense of getting the kind of good feelings that from altruism and empathetic joy when Riker gets his apple, when Crusher gets a roll of fabric, etc. But more importantly, when the story actually ends up resolving near the end of the episode, the alien's lifestyle of giving, even when empty, was part of what ended up resulting in the Enterprise actually finding out the truth. And then they end up giving back. They extend that energy beam to give it life, give it energy. And he receives. So, in a kind of funny way, though I don't think the writers intended this, or at least the particular way I'm framing it, but in a way, it's kind of a story extension of the cryptic wisdom saying of Jesus that goes, "Give, and it will be given to you." Because basically, this alien is the spiritually inclined slave who treats his cruel master's guests with kindness and respect and undeserved acts of kindness, even though his master's probably going to beat him for doing it, maybe doing it at the wrong time or in the wrong way or whatever. Because he's so full of love and goodness that even sadistic cruelty can't corrupt his loving and giving heart. Wow. Anyway, as Picard and Riker walk out of the ready room, Picard calls for Troy and tells Riker, "I've asked the counselor to join us in this meeting." The music takes off in this sparkling, soaring reverie as Troy meets eyes with Riker and telepathically asks if he can still hear her thoughts. Then Picard, he asks if they've met before, and Riker says, after this pregnant pause, he's like, "We have, sir." Picard's like, "Excellent," as he steps into the turbo lift. And so they have a little small talk, but then as they get ready to head off, Troy sends one last telepathic message to Riker right as the turbo lift door is closing. She's like, "I too could never say goodbye, Imzadi." And the door closes. So I guess the first thing to note is that context there is pretty much directly copied over from the William Decker relationship with Ilia back in TMP. Both are cases where the first officer has this prior relationship with that one beautiful girl in the bridge crew. And when he sees her, it's a big moment because they broke up without saying goodbye. So basically, it's all just kind of a replay of TMP. And then what's interesting, both Ilia and Troy are partial telepaths, though they are partial telepaths in slightly different ways. So Ilia in TMP is presented as a highly empathic character whose telepathic empathy can heal or at least remove pain with a touch, not unlike that alien in the TOS episode, The Empath. Though, apparently, now this is an interesting bit here. Apparently, according to the Star Trek II Writer's Guide, that means Star Trek Phase 2, back before it became TMP, at least at that point, her telepathic power, what they put is that it allows her to sense images in other minds, never words or emotions, only images, shapes, sizes, textures. So I'm guessing that this changed to more of an empathic telepathy sometime during the production, just because that's the way it comes across on screen to me. It seems to me that Alia is portrayed definitely as leaning into her natural feminine empathy as an essential part of her character. And then that healing scene, or if it's just removing pain, whatever it is with Chekhov, that definitely reminds me of that episode, the TOS episode, The Empath. But anyway, regardless, whether Alia was actually telepathically empathic or whether it just kind of came out that way. But you can definitely see how the Troy character would have kind of been an extension or a development from what they had there. And we will later find out that full telepathy is normal for full betazoids, but since she's half betazoid, she can only do the empathic part of telepathy. But in select cases, such as when reading other betazoids or when doing this special trick with Riker, she can also do the full verbal telepathy. And like I said in my video on TMP, there's something of a literary trope of lovers reading one another's minds. And that concept was played with a little bit in TMP because of the way Decker and Ilia interact. But here, in this episode, Star Trek makes the metaphorical literal, as Star Trek often loves to do. And they do that this time by having the distant lovers of Troy and Riker actually literally read one another's minds in front of Picard. Whereas neither Troy nor Riker can use verbal telepathy to send or receive mind reading with other people or with people in general. They can send thoughts to one another. And it's because of their unique connection, which comes as a package deal with their romantic connection. Now, of course, Of course, we know from dialogue that this is just something that she taught him. So theoretically, this is just a skill that anybody could learn. But my point is that Troy and Riker have gotten so close to one another, they've taken the time and taken the privilege to come to be able to read one another's mind. In other words, they have this connection that penetrates into each other's personal space in a way that other people aren't allowed to go. So even though there's an in-universe explanation in terms of this just being a skill that can be learned and it could be taught to anybody kind of thing, there's a far more important symbolic significance in that this is the writers giving two lovers the unique ability to stand in a public place having a telepathic conversation in front of other people who can't see these invisible signals that they're sending out. Anyway, so next up at about the 51-minute mark, we find Picard and Troy and Riker sitting in Groppler Zorn's office having their conversation there. And Picard is saying how they need more information before making recommendations to Starfleet. And Groppler says, I have no objection to that, but I'm puzzled by you bringing a betazoid to this meeting. If her purpose, sir, is to probe my thoughts. Troy says, I can sense only strong emotions, Groppler. I'm only half betazoid. My father was a Starfleet officer. And the conversation goes on as they negotiate stuff, and then Groppler makes this passing reference to the Ferengi as being somebody he could be negotiating with instead of Starfleet. And that's the first reference to the Ferengi we have in all of Star Trek. The Ferengi won't appear on screen till episode 5, The Last Outpost. And then during that pause, after Groppler mentions the Ferengi, then suddenly Troy begins to react visibly to something that she's sensing. The captain asks what it is, and she says, do you want it described here, sir? Picard says, yes. No secrets here. He's quoting what Groppler said a minute ago. Hope we've all agreed to be friends. Agreed, Groppler? And Groppler's like, oh, we ourselves had nothing to hide, of course. And that's when we get one of Troy's early kind of off-kilter performances, which perhaps we shouldn't draw too much attention to. Perhaps this is some of the stuff that Marina Sirtis meant when I've heard second, third hand that she's made a comment about being embarrassed about some of her work back in this pilot episode here. Because this bit here, if this is what she's thinking of, it wouldn't surprise me because it just kind of comes across as this kind of forced, awkward, socially awkward, pseudo-psychic reading, weird thing where she's like, pain, loneliness. Okay, now I'm just mocking. No, she's the words are pain, loneliness, terrible loneliness, despair. And then she says, I'm not sensing the Groppler, sir, or any of his people, but it's something very close to us here. Picard asks Groppler the source of this. Groppler, do you have any idea? And Groppler is like, no, absolutely not. And he's suddenly furious. I find nothing productive or helpful in any of this. Picard says, then that's it. No other comment. Well, what do you expect of us? We offer you a base designed to your needs, luxurious even by human standards, while evading even our simplest questions about it. And Picard stands, and the others stand with him. He says, we'll adjourn for now. And he turns back to the Groppler as he approaches the door, and he says, while we all reconsider our positions. Captain, Groppler shouts as he steps around the table, the Ferengi would be very interested in a base like this. Fine, says Picard. Let's hope they find you as tasty as they did their last associates. And they leave the room as the Groppler frowns. And notice as well how he kind of stepped around the table when he shouted toward the captain. So a nonverbal that signals increased engagement by unconsciously trying to decrease the obstacles, decrease the distance. And in a case like this, when it's accompanied by intensity, it could signal aggression. Though in this case, since Picard and friends were walking away, thus increasing the distance, Groppler himself is moving around the table kind of to compensate for that. And notice during that sequence, when Troy sensed pain, loneliness, and despair, Zorn was immediately angry. Not regretful or compassionate or anything like that. It seems like his emotional scope is kind of reflecting what we've seen prior about his kind of toxic tendencies and only having the worst parts of people-pleasing, no actual concern for others or healthy guilt or things like that. Now, after this, he doesn't scold the creature like he did last time, presumably because there's nothing to scold. He can't punish the victim for crying, let's say, or for showing emotion, or even for showing up into the room, because the victim did nothing of the sort. So unlike in real-life situations, in a case like this where Star Trek magic is involved, there's nothing that someone can do to cover up their inner pain. In a case like this, the truth is simply coming out all on its own, and even the most abusive captor can't do anything to make the victim stop. In a way, it's kind of like the consequences of the Groppler's actions are just slowly beginning to ooze out the corners of his crime. To use a more familiar word picture, His actions are slowly beginning to catch up with him, which is something that we all as humans long for. This is what we all feel must happen, even and especially in those cases when it seems like it can't or won't. In those cases where we think inside of ourselves, we find ourselves thinking with sadness and isolation. Who will ever know if no one's ever told? Who will ever find out if no one is ever told? And within the Star Trek universe, the answer to that question perhaps would be, maybe Troy, or maybe the Federation, perhaps the supernatural knights in shining armor of Starfleet, who may come in to save those who cannot speak up for themselves. And perhaps in the end, in this world that contradicts Q's narrative, perhaps in the end, in this kind of universe, that which is wrong can be made right after all. Anyway, after this, back on the Enterprise, we get the part where Riker's trying to find Commander Data. He starts by asking around, and then this particular ensign here shows Riker how to get the computer to guide him to the person he's looking for. So the computer doesn't just tell Riker that Data's in the holodeck, which is more what we're used to from later Star Trek, but the computer actually guides Riker step by step, kind of like in a video game. It's kind of cool. Riker heads on into the holodeck, and the music rises up around us to suggest intrigue and excitement, a little bit of an uplifting thrill as he steps into the wide open landscape, and then the doors shut behind him and the arch disappears. So up to this point in the Star Trek saga, other than the use of the holographic rec room in the animated series, other than that, this is the first time that anybody has used any kind of Starfleet Federation holodeck in all of Star Trek. So it's kind of a big moment, a bit of fun for Riker, who presumably has never seen a holodeck before, as well as for the intended audience who hasn't seen a Star Trek holodeck up to this point, though virtual reality of various kinds has been sort of a sci-fi staple for a very long time, but it's not been a standard Starfleet technology. It's not been something that we've seen in Star Trek on a Starfleet ship in this kind of way. So Riker looks around, he calls out, which is, I think, a nice way that the writers allow us to get a bit of a sense of the scope and realism while we're taking in the sights and sounds and we're feeling this is a really big place. And Riker, he crosses that river, he hesitates on the wobbly rock so he doesn't fall in. And then we hear Data whistling in the distance, or trying to whistle. And then Riker finally he approaches and he finishes the melody of Pop Goes the Weasel that Data was struggling at. Marvelous, says Data. How easily humans do that. I still need much practice. And Data jumps down and Riker stops mid-sentence to marvel at how far Data jumped. And Riker says, there are some puzzles down on the planet that the captain wants answered. And he suggests I take you with me on the away team that I'll be taking. Data says, I shall endeavor to function adequately, sir. And as they start heading back and engaging in some small talk, Riker finds out to his surprise that even though Data is an android, he's also an actual Starfleet Academy graduate from the class of 78 with honors in probability mechanics and exobiology. Data asks if Riker is bothered by his being an android, and Riker says, to be honest, yes, a little. To which Data answers, understood, sir. Prejudice is very human. Do you consider yourself to be superior to us? I am superior, sir, in many ways, but I would gladly give it up to be human. And Riker stares kind of bemusedly, and that's when he says, nice to meet you, Pinocchio. And that's the memorable line there. And he has to explain to Data that it was a joke. And then we get a little more exposition of our Star Trek universe as they start talking about the holodeck. Riker says he can't believe how real it seems. Data says much of it is real, sir. If the transporters can convert our bodies to an energy beam, then back to original patterns. And Riker finishes for him, yes, of course, then these rocks and vegetation have much simpler patterns. Correct, sir. The rear wall, and he throws this rock which bounces off the invisible wall while the background kind of pixelates and Riker's eyes pop at what he's seeing. So that's the initial explanation of how the holodeck works, which is quite different from what ends up getting standardized later in later Star Trek. This kind of more transporter/replicator version of the holodeck continues for a little bit of TNG, whereas in later Star Trek, the holodeck ends up being standardized into something that is the holograms are being projected continuously in real time. So there's not actual matter in the holodeck that persists. So the Doctor on Voyager, for example, refers to himself as photons and force fields. So in later Star Trek, if a hologram were, for example, to put his arm outside, like you've got the holodeck door and then there's, you step over it. In later Star Trek, if a hologram puts his arm outside, then the end of his arm would just not be projected past that point. He would just not have the end of his arm. Whereas in this episode, Wesley can step into the hallway and be dripping holographic water onto the hallway carpet outside the holodeck. And then later on in this season, we get a moment where a holodeck character momentarily steps out of the holodeck and he stands there for a minute before his artificial body begins to disintegrate and slowly disappears. I'm pretty sure that's episode 12, The Big Goodbye, which I'm thinking of there. But anyway, so it seems that in this early stage, the holodeck was less like a 3D projection device using photons and force fields, and instead was more like a constant transporter/replicator process of bringing in rudimentary matter that looks like the real stuff, but actually is much simpler. Not that we need to be all that concerned about how it works. After all, most of the technical details of things like transported replicators, warp nacelles, holodecks, etc., can be best regarded with a wink and a nod. Transporters in particular, leading to a host of absurdities. And the laws of the holodeck in 90s Star Trek includes a lot of these kind of storytelling conveniences and such like, which, if you like the stories that you're hearing, then you don't mind a little bit of magic along the way just because, well, then you won't bother taking the time to complain about them, which is kind of where I'm at with a lot of those things. Anyway, so like I said, this is the episode where the Trek creators came up with the Starfleet holodeck, just like the pilot of TOS was when the Trek creators came up with the Starfleet transporter. However, we did have holodecks prior to this. Like I said above, the first in-universe appearance of a holodeck would have been in the animated series, in which the rec room had holographic capabilities. However, those seemed to be no-touch holograms, visual only. Hence, the word hologram would be a little more appropriate, because that's what real-life holograms are. But if I remember right, in that TAS episode, they actually didn't even use the word hologram, which is kind of ironic. So that would be the main precedent to this. The TNG, in a sense, kind of took that concept and took it 1 century or 1 generation, if you will, forward in terms of tech level. But in terms of in-universe chronology, we might say that the first holodeck that showed up in the Star Trek universe maybe would be the one that Tucker saw on that alien ship in the Star Trek Enterprise episode Unexpected. Between that and the various illusions cast by various aliens throughout TOS, which I suppose you could say started with the unaired pilot, The Cage, though that was more of a telepathic psychic illusion rather than a technology-based illusion. But all those things combined, we could say the concept of holographic technology wasn't much of a new thing, but what's new here is giving it to the crew as a normal part of life on the Enterprise. That's what made it special. And of course, just for completeness sake, let me give a perfunctory mention of the fact that Star Trek Discovery has holograms coming out of the woodwork, with consoles being holographic, the shooting range being holographic, transmissions being holographic, etc., etc., etc. So do whatever you'd like with that. I'll just pretend I didn't see it. Holograms? I didn't see any holograms. I was so glad when I started watching Strange New Worlds. I was so glad to see they got rid of that when they went on to Strange New Worlds. I mean, come on, we can't get holo Skype until the middle of DS9, and then they have to try it and decide they don't like it and get rid of it. And when they do bring it on, they talk about it. So you can't go put it back around Kirk's time, back before there even were any holograms. You can't do it. You can't do it. You can't. You can't. Okay, Damien, breathe. Breathe. Okay, I think I'm going to be okay. All right, well, anyway. So moments later, Wesley comes looking for them, but he slips on that rock and falls in. And then Data pulls him up with his super strength, and we get this odd moment when Wesley is going, wow! And then we're just glad that this creepy grin doesn't belong to Lore. Incidentally, we're building a good little list so far of Data's superpowers that are demonstrated in this introductory pilot. Data can play Q's words in Q's own voice. Data can remember everything he learns. Data can recite Federation history and law when needed, though he may be a bit selective, which is why Q was able to add that counterpoint. Data can jump off of trees at shocking distances. Data can lift up drowning children while sporting a creepy grin. Anyway, as they come out, they bump into Picard. And Wesley drips water onto the expensive Enterprise carpet. And since there's no money in the future, as Lily found out in First Contact, that means that Picard's not going to be able to send Wesley the carpet cleaning bill. But needless to say, Picard is not impressed. But of course, Picard's unimpressed moment here is not just because of the unprofessionalism of seeing a drenched person dripping water all over the hallway, but probably a little more significantly, he's very unimpressed because he just bumped into a kid. Anyway, Wesley's first ever words spoken on screen to Captain Picard are, "Sir, maybe I should get something to wipe this water up." To which Picard says in an angry tone, "Good idea." And he turns and walks away without so much as a glance. Perhaps thinking in his head, "Number one, what an excellent job you've done keeping children away from me like you promised." Ah. Anyway, then we kind of follow the Wesley focus because next scene we're popping into the back of sickbay while Wesley is saying to his mom how there's this low gravity gymnasium. It'd be hard to get bored on this ship. And then he's asking his mom if she can help him get a look at the bridge. And when she resists that, he said, "Are you afraid of the captain too?" Which she denies. And then he's like, "But Captain Picard is a pain, isn't he?" And Crusher says, "Your father liked him very much. Great explorers are often lonely, no chance to have a family." And Wesley keeps on cajoling her until she finally agrees. But I think it's intriguing how this scene here implies certain things about general perceptions of Picard's personality and presentation here in this early stage of his captaincy on this new Enterprise. It sounds like what Wesley says is kind of reflecting a common sentiment that Picard is generally considered a bit of a prick. Meanwhile, Crusher, who has kind of a bit of an inside scoop because she used to be married to Picard's best friend, so Crusher has the secret knowledge that Picard is different when you get to know him. And then that's the first line I'm talking about, the line where she says, "Your father liked him very much." And then the next bit is that his moodiness could be more a matter of isolation and loneliness, because her next line is, "Great explorers are often lonely." She says, "Your father liked him very much. Great explorers are often lonely." And last of all, at this first episode to ever include Captain Jean-Luc Picard, in this very first episode, the person who knows him best seems to have a clue that deep down he actually already has some painfully suppressed longings for having a family of his own. Because she says, "Great explorers are often lonely, no chance to have a family." Suggesting that based on her prior knowledge, she has at least a faint clue that perhaps part of the reason he's so cranky could actually have something to do with his lack of having a family. Of course, none of this implies that Crusher knew, quote unquote, any of that. But it seems like that's definitely the direction that her intuition has taken her, in the sense that when you're married to somebody's best friend, you end up with faint ideas of things that are probably true, that you're not trying to make claims about what you believe to be true. It's just, it comes out in the way you phrase things without you knowing that you're doing it, which I think is what happens here. And I think Crusher was kind of unintentionally implying more than she actually would have thought that she knew about the kinds of kind of hidden secret tendencies, the secret pain inside of Picard that is at least partly contributing to this crankiness that he's showing at this phase of his life during this high pressure, high stress season of his life as he's starting this new command that's way outside of his pay grade in the sense of him having been promoted into incompetence. And when he's being so cranky and abrasive that everyone on the crew knows that he's someone you don't want to mess with, etc. Well, next scene here, we go down to the planet where the away team is looking around. It is decided that Riker and Data are going to be looking around topside while the others are going to go down and investigate those underground tunnels. And then we get probably the second most memorable part of this episode after the Riker and Groppler, the scene in the Groppler's office. Probably the second most memorable one after that one, and that's the bit here with the team of three wandering through the creepy looking tunnels. So Tasha radios up to Riker and Data and says they found something interesting. She says, "We're in the passageway directly under the station, sir." Geordi says, "But these tunnels are something I've never seen before." "How are you examining them?" asks Riker. "In every way, microscopically, thermally, electromagnetically. None of it's familiar." "And what about you, Troy?" asks Riker. And notice how this whole thing here is kind of structured to allow us to highlight and showcase all the superpowers of all the various characters here, because everybody's new, so we're just kind of going through all the characters. But anyway, Troy says she has avoided opening her mind because it was so overwhelming back in the Groppler's office. But he asks her to do it because they need to know what's going on. And so she does. And then we get awkward Troy performance number 2 as she starts to cry in this kind of weird way. And she falls down, collapses to her knees, crying, "Pain, such pain, pain." And with these super cool, new, convenient 24th century transporters, Riker can just up and beam down to their location like a dashing knight in shining armor. And after he apologizes to her and suggests that she close her mind back up again, she just goes on, "Unhappiness, terrible despair." "Who?" he asks. She's like, "I don't know. No life form anything like us." And notice how that little description there, it's kind of reminiscent about what she said about Q. Another suggestion that perhaps in a limited, not necessarily intentional way, Q and this alien are kind of being, in some way, placed in parallel in terms of the kind of symbolic role maybe that they're given. Well, Geordi says that the material around them is nothing he recognizes or has ever heard of. I think the spooky tunnels really make this episode work. I mean, Groppler Zorn, he makes the episode work. He's so deliciously spooky and unsettling. But as a kid, I always felt the second half of this episode, so all the Farpoint Station part of the story, was so much more exciting than the first half with all the Q stuff. And I think I still feel that way, even though now that I'm adult, I have a much better idea of what's actually going on in that first part of the story. Now, that part where Riker just up and beams over at the drop of a hat, I guess that's part of them showing off their new technology. Because in TOS, if I'm not mistaken, they could really only transport to or from the transporter room, and it took a little more time and stuff like that. It was a little more of a process. But now here in the 24th century, with a quick call to the transporter room, you can be there in seconds. A much simpler process, which I guess marks one of the distinctions between the 24th century and the 23rd century kind of technology mechanics. I was a little disappointed in season one of Strange New Worlds that they kind of decided to make more of a 24th century approach to transporters and other things as well. I mean, it's easy to look past that since Strange New Worlds, at least in season one, is so excellent in other ways, and they're kind of using various tidbits from the 24th century. But still, as far as the way I understand the Star Trek timeline, this kind of thing will always and only belong properly in the 24th century, the more developed and improved version of Federation transporters. Does that make me a cranky old codger? Anyway, while the away team continues to explore further into the tunnels, we come back to the bridge for an eccentric moment as Wesley shows up on the bridge. Picard is immediately furious, declaring, "What the hell? Children are not allowed on the bridge." But the moment Crusher steps into view, he softens like a melting ice cap. His tone changes on a dime, as though he's been struck by something. And he's even more struck when she explains that this is her son. And he softens in a way like we have never seen before up to this point. Because, of course, seeing her is quite a bit like seeing the ghost of his best friend. And then coming to realize that this is her son, well, that means that this is his son. She says, "His name's Wesley. You last saw him years ago when..." And her voice trembles at the memory of the tragic incident she's referring to, presumably the time when Picard showed up to bring home Jack's dead body. Picard is visibly deeply moved and more open and more warm than we've ever come close to seeing him. He sighs and nods, and then after a long pause, he says in a quiet voice, "Well, as long as he's here." And he clears his throat kind of uncomfortably. He's like, and he kind of seems like he's gathering himself, and then he says in a more prepared tone, "I knew your father, Wesley." And he smiles in a really sad way, and he says, "Want to look around?" And to our startlement, he invites Wesley to try out the captain's chair. And he begins to explain to Wesley how the panels work on the arms of the chair. And then he's annoyed when Wesley interrupts him to say how much he already knows. And then when Wesley reads an alert to the captain and his mom she's like, "Wesley." And then Picard just kind of snaps. And he shouts, "Get off the bridge, both of you." And his eyes flame as he stares after them. After the door closes, he sighs with frustration and discomfort, which is when this unknown alien vessel has begun to approach him. It's going to turn out to be the other alien, but we'll get to that in a minute. But this whole sequence here with Picard shouting, "Children are not allowed on the bridge," and then he sees Beverly and he just melts like an ice cap. And then before long, he's taking it upon himself to let a kid look around the bridge. This, we could say, is our first sighting of a different part of this Picard character. And I think also the first hint of the unknown history and pain that shape his harsh exterior. This scene here suggests to me that unprocessed grief probably is a big part of what fuels his drive as he goes on, drivenly climbing up the ranks. Part of what fuels all the stuff that has resulted in this kind of cranky, angry CEO kind of persona. Because just one sight of his dead friend's wife, when he realizes that's who she is, just one look, and his heart melts like warm snow, and the anger just evaporates. And not only does he address this child, but he actually allows him to look around. There's clearly something so rich and passionate in Picard's past that all of his current anger and impatience and drive just can't stand in the presence of that power. And I think that, now this is just speculation, but I think that they are one and the same thing. I think that the reason he's been in driven mode and cranky, irritable mode is partly because he never got over this. He never processed that grief. And so now that there's something that relates to it or reminds him of it or has a symbolic meaning connected to it, then suddenly, for a moment, it's like he doesn't want to be the angry, cranky captain in that moment anymore, not when this powerful symbol has suddenly shown up next to him. He doesn't want to be that guy who's constantly running away, constantly fighting. And it's especially shocking when he even invites Wesley to sit in the captain's chair and starts showing him how the panels work, which means that he's interacting. He's taking like a pseudo mentor role with this little kid, the last thing he normally wants to do. And so, in a way, we kind of find out that that later Picard from way down the road, the one who ends up weeping for his nephew in the film Generations, the one who ends up reading stories to young Elnor in Star Trek Picard season 1, we find that this is the same Picard. He has always had a place in his heart for someone like Wesley, but his anger and his hyper-focus on professional development, etc., as well as his own limited social skills, the awkwardness and the social anxiety, his poorly developed emotional self, all these things, the kinds of things that he mentioned when he said to Soji about how he and Data are so similar, all these kinds of things were in the way of that. Because this Picard in TNG season 1, episode 1, this Picard looks strong on the outside. But on the inside, he is quietly suffering. He's always in thirst, so to speak, always lonely and self-limited, not unlike the sort of inner fragmentation that Spock was looking for at the beginning of TMP when he's going into the desert to try to attain Kolinahr, and which in the film TMP, Spock ends up concluding V'Ger has attained this goal and it's a travesty of an existence. Well, that's the same kind of thing that Picard is living in right here, which is why partway through Star Trek Picard season 1, Picard ends up telling Soji that this was something that he and Data had in common in terms of their difficulty at processing and expressing emotional experiences. And in Picard's case, this was a thing where his emotional suppression includes this constant barrage of different kinds of anger, fear, resentment, avoidance, running away, fighting, always going on inside him. But what we get in this scene here is through all of that, we come to the scene here, we find that there is some small set of overwhelming things inside of him that get tapped into the moment he sees and realizes who these two people are. This small set of overwhelming things inside of him that get tapped into that motivate him to, for a moment, cast aside the anger and fear and avoidance, and for a moment, cast that aside and tell Wesley, who he doesn't naturally have any liking for at all. Remember how he treated him when he bumped into him in the hallway. To cast that aside and tell Wesley how to use the captain's chair. This is absolutely fascinating. And you can tell that he was pushing himself far outside of his comfort zone because when his comfort level passes that invisible line in the sand, that's when he shouts, "Get off the bridge, both of you!" Which suggests that Picard's emotional lifestyle is kind of this all or nothing kind of thing, in the sense that this all or nothing approach, this is what takes somebody to the snapping point, because you're suddenly trying to push and push and push into something that prior to this you weren't getting any experience with. You haven't been willing to even begin to enter this, and then suddenly you're just going all in, all the way in, which that's part of how driven people sometimes do things. But if you don't have the experience, if you're not willing to go into it slowly, then what can happen in a case like this? You try to push way too far and then you snap. And then perhaps afterwards you end up concluding that you had better never try to do such a thing again. You conclude it must be that something is wrong with you or something's wrong with that thing you were trying to do, when in fact what's wrong is the all or nothing approach, is that you tried to go too far too fast. Whereas I think a more emotionally mature Picard from later in his life would have been intentional enough to make more time for people like Wesley regularly, a little bit at a time, rather than just avoiding completely and refusing to have any part of his life at all for that. So that's the one thing the more emotionally mature version of Picard would have done. And then in a moment like this, where there is something that's feeling overwhelming, this more emotionally mature version of him would have kind of been internally aware. He would have recognized the level of discomfort he's at from the beginning. He would have recognized it, and then he would have been self-aware enough to recognize when he's coming closer to that breaking point so that he's able to politely dismiss Wesley before he snaps and completely loses it. Anyway, so an unknown vessel has begun to approach. Looks kind of like a flying saucer. Tactical says it measures 12 times our volume. It doesn't respond to hails. Groppler Zorn down on the planet is insisting he knows nothing about it. Picard doesn't believe him, but Zorn keeps insisting and he won't budge. But meanwhile, Zorn's terrified fear continues to be very clear to see. Down in the tunnels, meanwhile, the away team finds that something's blocking their communicators, so they start heading back to the surface. The Enterprise finds they can't scan the alien vessel and it won't respond, and then it starts firing on the planet. But according to Worf, it's not firing on Farpoint Station, but at the old Bandy City. Presumably, the Groppler's office is part of the old Bandy City, but the place where all the merchants and stuff were, where our away team had been to, at that place, that would have been Farpoint Station. So Picard kind of just muses as he looks on at the view screen. As the away team gets closer to the surface, they start hearing explosions from the weapons fire. Riker has the others beam up while he and Data go further to investigate. And then there's this little moment here where Troi cries out impulsively, "Don't! If you should be hurt!" And Riker shoots back, "You have your orders, Lieutenant. Carry them out." And she gets a hold of herself and she's like, "Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir." And they beam up while Riker and Data head off. So while that might feel kind of like just a throwaway moment there between Troi and Riker, I think it's kind of highlighting the intensity of emotion that goes with romantic connection between two lovers like them, particularly at the kind of transitional period in their relationship which they're at. And I think it highlights that partly because this is going to be part of the actual resolution of the story, because the alien's mate, which they currently are talking about like it's a vessel, but that's the alien's mate, is coming in basically to rescue its lover from harm. In that sense, this film kind of has an element, kind of like in TMP, in which a key part of the resolution of TMP was something we might call something like the redemptive power of romantic and sexual love, or something like that. In this little moment here, when Troi loses control and her romantic love serves to limit her from effectiveness, this is kind of like a point-counterpoint kind of thing. It's kind of mirroring in counterpoint fashion to how the alien's romantic love is going to end up pushing toward resolution for this alien who has been empowered through that internal suffering of that severed romantic attachment, has been empowered so that he is able to respond to that pain in a controlled and dedicated way that ends up impressing us with how far and how powerfully it can go and fight for its lover, in contrast to how Troi responds to her prospective pain in this uncontrolled, chaotic way that causes shame and embarrassment to both her and her lover, and even in a small way causes shame and embarrassment to everybody watching. Anyway, so there's that there going on. Meanwhile, Groppler Zorn is getting more and more desperate as he calls up to the Enterprise, desperately begging for help. As Riker talks to Picard, Riker notes, whoever they are, they're carefully avoiding hitting Farpoint Station. But that Bandy City is getting hit hard. He notes there are many casualties, which is an interesting comment there about there are many casualties, because I'm not sure how he would know that, because he doesn't have his tricorder out when he says that, and you can't see any casualties on the screen there. But I guess we can just pretend that he has his tricorder out. Or we could say that Data told him that a couple minutes ago. But anyway, this is when Picard asks Riker, he says, "Would you object to your captain ordering a clearly illegal kidnapping?" And Riker says, "No, sir." And Picard says, "Groppler Zorn may have the answers we need. Get him, bring him here." And Riker's like, "Aye, sir." So Picard's acting on a hunch, though he doesn't use that word. He's asking his first officer to do something risky and, as he puts it, clearly illegal. I think it's fascinating to look at Picard, and we see him as someone who is so emotionally closed off in general, but yet he's quite in tune with this part of his command intuition, which is a feeling, when it comes to missions. This suggests, I think, that for all of his suppressive tendencies, Picard isn't Vulcan in the sense of idolizing logic or trying to be some kind of computer as his ideal. But what's key with this particular feeling that he's so in touch with, this intuition that he's acting on, is that this intuition is not the kind of inner experience that results in making him feel vulnerable if he opens himself up to it. Instead, it's an inner experience that, in his past opening up to it, it tends to empower his success in his leadership career, presumably. And I suspect that this kind of funny mismatch thing, where he's shut off to inner experiences in general, but this kind of intuition he's very sensitive to. I suspect that this kind of funny mismatch is not an uncommon thing in the real world. That highly driven leader types who are pretty emotionally limited and lacking self-awareness and who tend to use anger instead of other emotions, tend to use anger to limit other emotions that they want to avoid. But intuition and hunches are not considered off limits at all, because hunches and intuition don't make them feel vulnerable, but actually have tended to result in successes that make them feel powerful. So someone like Picard, who's running from all the gentle feelings, running by entering fight mode all the time, using his career as a distraction from inner pain or all kinds of feelings on the inside. But such a state like that ends up making him not risk averse, but actually thrilled by risk, especially if that risk offers possible success. And intuition or hunches in a leadership context is basically a kind of thrilling risk, a sort of, you could say, you could call it an educated risk, but it's based on this very intangible sense. So, a highly driven and emotionally suppressed, cranky leader like Picard in this pilot episode here may very well be actually more likely to act on a hunch or intuition if it's a command risk that offers potential reward, because he's afraid of and running from those quiet feelings like grief and warmth and hope and sorrow. But he's afraid of nothing in terms of external risk and danger and things like that, because the anger covers over these kinds of fears, whereas that same anger kind of panders to running away from and escaping those softer, gentler feelings. This is kind of like, it's just related to, it's similar to a kind of stereotypically avoidant masculinity, except the difference here would be that we also have Picard's kind of artistic, poetic, intuitive temperament thrown into the mix, because in a sense, Picard has always been the same person as that highly attuned, elderly guy he turns into later in his life, just without the various things like the skill set, the values, the cultivated skills and habits, etc. Anyway, so it's right when they're considering options, and Picard has just given the instructions, okay, lock phasers on that alien vessel. And it's just at that moment when, and this is about the hour and 10-minute mark on our episode, suddenly Q appears wearing his garish judge's gown, and he appears saying, "Typical, so typical. Savage life forms never follow even their own rules." And then we fade out to the commercial break. So that little cryptic little line from Q to keep our brains churning while we wait impatiently through all those annoying little commercials. And then we come back to Picard shouting, "Get off my bridge!" And Q's like, "Interesting, that order about phasers." Tasha says, "We're standing by on phasers, sir." And Q says, "By all means, don't let me interfere. Use your weapons." And Picard says, "With no idea of who's on that vessel, my order was a routine safety precaution." "Really? No idea of what it represents? The meaning of that vessel is as plain as the noses on your ugly little primate faces. And if you were truly civilized, Captain, wouldn't you be doing something about the casualties happening down there?" So Picard contacts Crusher, who says the medical team is getting ready to beam down. And Picard tells Q how Starfleet people are trained to offer medical aid and assistance whenever, but Q interrupts, "but not trained in clear thinking." And that's when Picard objects that although Q has been calling them savages, Picard objects that Q's the one who knew people down there were going to get killed and didn't do anything about it. Picard says, "It is your conduct that is uncivilized," which is a fitting rejoinder if we think of Q as this cartoon version of the kind of God that Roddenberry and other atheists like him are angry at. Because in that sense, Picard, that line there is Picard giving voice to the hardline atheists who are angry at the Christian God. Picard is leveling his anger and his accusations of misconduct toward Q, who, like I said, I think basically serves as kind of a cartoony and farcical expansion of Roddenberry's view of the Christian God. A God who, according to atheists like Roddenberry, should be considered guilty for cruelly allowing evil in the world without intervening. Anyway, when that vessel starts firing again, Picard gives the order to try to position the Enterprise between the vessel and the planet, turn on the shields, unfold, and get in there. But when they try to start going, the navigation's not working. Meanwhile, back down on the planet, Riker and Data are making their way through the rubble of the Bandy buildings, bringing us to the third really memorable moment in the episode. I listed the first one and the second one earlier, and this is the third one there. This is where Riker and Data step into the Groppler's ruined office and find him cowering under the table in terror, crying out in horror and fear. When he sees them, he cries out, "Please, make it stop! You can drive it away!" And Riker's like, "Drive who away, Groppler?" As the Groppler shifts over to put his back against the wall so he can face them. In an obvious lie, he declares, "I don't know." And Data says, "Unlikely, sir." And I wonder if Data's basis, though he doesn't state it, is probably the sudden change in Groppler's affect right before he answers. But Data goes on, he says, "Unlikely, sir." And then he says, "Our records show you supervised all Bandy contact with other worlds." And Zorn cries out defensively. He's like, "We've done nothing wrong." And Riker declares impassively, "Then if we can learn nothing from you, we'll leave." And Groppler, he cries out after them, "No, no, please, don't leave," as he jumps up from his position and he stammers, I'll try to explain." But before he can say anything else, he starts writhing in agony and is transported away, screaming, as this blue energy beam runs through him. And he's gone, vanished away, screaming in terror and agony. And Riker just stares speechlessly at this place where the Groppler just was. And then in between gaping speechlessly, he does tap his comm badge, call up to the Enterprise and tell them, "Well, this guy's gone. Don't know where he went." Back on the bridge, Troy announces, "Captain, suddenly I'm sensing something else. Satisfaction," she says with this amused smile and then this really happy grin. She's like, "Enormous satisfaction." And the captain's like, "From the same source as before?" She's like, "No, that was on the planet. This is much closer." Meanwhile, Q and Picard kind of go at each other with various insults and jabs. And then, on what sounds like a whim, Q kind of passingly suggests, "Beam over to the alien vessel." And Picard shoots back, "I'll risk none of my crew on that unknown." And Q's like, "You should already know what you'll find over there. Or perhaps it's too adult of a puzzle for you." And then Riker steps forward and he says, "With all respect, Captain, I want to beam over there." And Q says, "You show promise, my good fellow," which is one of the first positive or affirming things that Q has said to anyone, I think, in this episode so far, perhaps suggesting Q really does actually want them to beam over there. And Riker just shoots back at Q that we're no longer a savage race, And Q just says, "That's got to be proven," and he disappears. But after Q is gone, Picard says with this wry smile, he's like, "At least you impressed him, number one. That's hopeful." Riker says, "Thank you." But notice how Riker refused to accept a compliment from Q because he just shoots back with this angry retort. But he readily accepts the same compliment from Picard. Maybe this is because accepting a compliment is kind of like offering a smile or offering a handshake. It's a social interchange reflecting friendship and openness, or some such pro-social kind of thing. And most of us don't want to accept even a valid compliment from someone with whom we have an adversarial relationship. So Riker will gladly accept any compliment from Picard, but refuses to accept one from Q. Now, the other interesting element in that last interchange there, Q seems to be kind of intentionally pushing Picard in the right direction. It almost seems like in this final portion here near the end of the episode, Q almost seems to be kind of redeeming himself in terms of how malevolent he is. While he's nothing like the Q in 90s Star Trek or in Picard Season 2, he did prevent the Enterprise from beginning to fire on the alien ship. Now, we don't know for sure if Picard would have, but Q does show up in a way that would have prevented that. While he does continue to give the appearance of sadistic malevolence, and while he was downright cruel back in part one, at this point here, it almost seems like his goal is not actually to make Picard and the gang fail, like it has always seemed up till now. But it seems that he actually does want to help them succeed. He's just being a bit of a jerk in the process. Well, as Picard gets ready to leave the bridge, Riker says, "Captain, if he's not open to evidence in our favor, where will you go from here?" And Picard says, "I'll attend to my duty." To the bitter end? I see nothing so bitter about that. And he leaves. And I think this shows us something about the Starfleet mindset, or at least Picard's mindset. Living well is not about fixing everything that's bad or about doing all the right things all the time. It's about being where you're supposed to be, doing what you're supposed to be doing to the best of your ability. It's about always working to better yourself, to make the world a better place. In other words, as Picard put it, attending to your duty. And if doing the Starfleet thing, or doing the truly human thing, as Janeway would put it in her discussions with Seven of Nine, if that kind of duty takes you to the bitter end, then I think Picard's answer is there's nothing bitter about that. If that's the end, then I take it gladly. I proudly stand at the Starfleet end with nothing to regret, nothing to be ashamed of, except that I've only got one life to give for it, to mix in a little bit of a modified Nathan Hale quote. And I think this kind of thing is because for Picard, the good life is one that is lived for things that are greater than yourself, greater than anything you could ever accomplish or maintain. And in the shadow of that which is greater, misery and hopelessness and meaninglessness cannot kill, cannot control. And so Q can never quench this captain's Starfleet soul. Well, we get a slight change of topic when our next scene is a little bit of a break from the action as Picard goes down to sickbay to pay a little visit to the good doctor, Beverly Crusher, in her cozy little medical office. Picard says, as he comes in and approaches her, he says, I didn't want you thinking me harsh, cold-blooded. Crusher says, why would I ever think that? I didn't welcome you aboard personally, professionally. I made you come to me on the bridge. I yelled at your son, who, as you pointed out, was quite correct about talking about the perimeter alert. He does seem to have quite a good grasp of starship operations. Crusher says, you've just won this mother's heart, Captain. And then Picard, kind of choosing his words carefully and speaking slowly and kind of awkwardly, he says, but now your assignment here, I would consider and approve a transfer for you. And then Beverly says, kind of startled like a deer in the headlights, she's like, oh, do you consider me unqualified? He says, hardly. Your service record shows you're just the chief medical officer I want. Then you must object to me personally. I'm trying to be considerate of your feelings, Doctor. For you to work with a commanding officer who would continually remind you of a terrible personal tragedy. If I had had any objections to serving with you, I wouldn't have requested this assignment, Captain. You requested this posting? My feelings about my husband's death will have no impact on the way I serve you, this vessel, or this mission. Says Picard, kind of uncomfortably. And he's like, then, welcome aboard, Doctor, he says with a handshake. And then they're interrupted by the intercom, and then he's starting to walk away. And then he pauses and he turns and he says, I hope we can be friends. She says, thank you. So that little bit there has a bunch of stuff going on in it. There are a number of lines in that interchange that really could actually be taken a number of ways, depending on what Picard is thinking and what Crusher is thinking, depending on what each of them are thinking individually, which gets even more confusing when you consider the large number of competing feelings and concepts that would have been in view inside each of them. For example, right after Crusher says, you've just won this mother's heart, it's right after that when Picard kind of stumbles over his words a little bit and offers to approve her transfer. So is that because this is what Picard has been planning to say this whole time as an effort to ease the feelings of both of them and help them both avoid any reminders of Jack's death, since Picard lives by avoidance of uncomfortable feelings? Or is this Picard's response to hearing an attractive woman say that he had won her heart? Or is it a case where maybe Crusher would interpret it the one way and Picard was thinking the other way? And then similarly, when Picard is leaving, and then he stops and he gives that line, I hope we can be friends. Is that Picard saying, I know I've been trying to get rid of you, but I do actually hope we can be on good terms. You and Wesley do mean a lot to me, even though I have conflicted feelings. Or is it on the complete flip side? Could this actually mean, if you're going to stick around, let's make sure we are in the friend zone and no romantic weirdness? And then Crusher's response, this kind of perfunctory thank you that kind of seems to say, it's about time you said something at least minimally friendly. It's like, thank you. Well, that response doesn't help us figure out what she thinks Picard means. So while I'm sure we could argue back and forth about how much ambiguity or romantic tension or romantic attraction is playing into this scene versus just Picard's avoidant tendencies combined with his intense feelings of love for his best friend Jack and for Jack's family. So while we could go back and forth about which one of those is in view, the one thing that definitely stands out is that Picard's final line reflects the fact that it was very important to him to not fail to let Crusher know that he wants to be friends with her. Whether this is primarily friends as opposed to less than friends, or whether it's primarily friends as opposed to more/other than friends. That's something we could toss back and forth. And it's always possible in this kind of situation. Maybe even Picard wouldn't even be sure of the answer himself. Who knows? But at least the one thing that it does tell us is that it mattered a lot to Picard to make sure he didn't neglect to tell her, I really do hope we can be friends. And I think that reflects the trajectory that their relationship takes over the next several seasons. Like I said elsewhere, I've always felt it was very misguided for them to pair up these characters romantically near the end of TNG, particularly starting in the episode Attached. I've tended to find myself thinking of these characters primarily as friends, and that includes this scene here. My most immediate, my more automatic interpretation of this scene is to see it as an entirely professional mixed with emotional, the emotional aspect of relating with Picard's discomfort with seeing this reminder of his best friend's death, etc. So all this without any romantic overtones. Except possibly in Crusher's mind, since some of her odd smiles do possibly seem to imply that she might have some kind of schoolgirl silliness in the back of her head. Or that could just be the acting, since most of the cast of TNG, except for Patrick Stewart and Brent Spiner, do seem a little bit inexperienced in early TNG, at least how they come across on the screen, to me at least. And I've always understood Crusher's odd smiles kind of the same way I understand Troy's weird psychic reading scenes as just being kind of an awkwardness coming from the actors. But anyway, so that's the way I tend to interpret this scene. But that said, I can definitely see how you could interpret it differently, depending how you interpret Picard's pretty opaque mind and his constantly uneasy discomfort with all kinds of social and emotional ambiguities. Because, like he's told Soji in Picard season 1, Data's capacity for expressing and processing emotion was limited, and that's something that we shared in common. And in lighter scenes like this, I would suggest maybe that Crusher also struggles in the same area of social awkwardness. Not so much because she's repressive or avoidant like Picard, but she definitely has a kind of awkwardness and silliness about her that leaves her in a kind of a similar boat of social awkwardness, similar to Picard. Though I think that's made less explicitly clear than Picard's social awkwardness, which is very clear and is part of the story. That's, with Crusher, it's more something that just kind of comes across in the portrayal. So in that sense, it could be more disputable, I suppose, rather than something that's actually a story element on the explicitly expressed story level. So the way I would understand this scene, back when it starts with Picard walking into the office saying he hopes she hasn't found him cold and harsh for not welcoming her aboard and for yelling at her son on the bridge, I'd say we start with some very careful intentionality from Picard and that he came in wanting to say these things. And that isn't that much of a surprise to us, considering how he melted when he saw her back on the bridge there. But that said, I would suggest it's also not entirely clear where the distinction is in terms of Picard's choosing to come and say these things. It's not entirely clear where the distinction is between Picard's professional judgment as a captain and his personal desires as this suffering, grieving man with inner pain. Because as a professional, it's very important to not have your chief medical officer see you as a prick. But given everything as it unfolds, we can tell that he probably has a much more personal reason to want to make especially sure that she doesn't think of him as a prick, because he didn't intend to lose his cool back on the bridge. In fact, it was so important how he acted back on the bridge. It was so important to him that that's why he let Wesley into this space, the bridge, that we would never have imagined Picard would let any kid in a million years. And then that's actually the same reason. That's why he left his cool. It's because he was going so far past his comfort zone. But at the end of the day, nothing in that sacred space for Picard would be inconsequential in his mind, or anything close to being merely professional. So it was a big deal that he come and try to make some kind of reparation. And I think within that mad, chaotic mess, there's also a kind of interesting lesson for anyone who's going through a difficult patch in life, whether due to grief that's unresolved or anything else in that giant ballpark. But this kind of lesson that I think Picard maybe learned, maybe didn't learn, but is the lesson that if you try to live life by one set of rules in most situations, as you madly charge through life, not caring about anything, and then suddenly try to live by a different set of rules when you're in the domain of things that you have reason to want to treat with this sacred kind of respect and love, for example, the family of your dead friend in the case of Picard. If you're trying to live life with these two completely different ways, in the end, that can't go on working well in the long term. Because the only thing that you ever are going to have in order to offer, the only thing that you're ever going to have to offer to those people or those values or those memories that are so sacred to you, the only thing you can ever have to offer to that which is beautiful is yourself. And it's the real you, the you who you've been cultivating through all the little decisions in your life. So if Picard lives a cranky, irritable, angry CEO kind of life, then that's the only self that he has to offer the family of his dead best friend. And no matter how hard he tries in his all or nothing, jerking forward and crashing about kind of way, the fact is that just pushing through, you can't just power your way through becoming a different person. And in the case of Picard, he wasn't able to successfully power through and be the nice godfather to Wesley in that moment. And he lost his cool because of it. Sometimes the harder you push trying to power your way through something that you never do habitually, so you don't have experience with, well, sometimes just pushing harder just means you're going to crash harder. You're going to crash worse. You're going to make a bigger mess and make it worse. Because life doesn't happen. It doesn't work in these jerking all or nothing bursts, but it happens actually in the little moments that serve to cultivate and slowly shape who and what it is that you're becoming and who you're going to be, which is the only you that you will ever get to give to others. So you have to cultivate and build those kind of traits and behaviors and habits slowly over time. Just like Picard is going to need to slowly over time gradually become more open to his inner experiences of pain, anguish, grief, warmth, hope, sadness, joy, and desire, which at this point now he has completely shut down and killed so that he can run away from those uncomfortable emotions and hide inside his career, hide by succeeding, hide by angrily fighting and fighting and fighting his way up the career chain one more day. So he offers Crusher to help her get a transfer because after what happened on the bridge, he has been regretting and ruminating and thinking to himself how horrible and wrong it is and how he has got to get rid of them / get rid of him from their life for his sake and their sake. And of course, they would want the same thing because, of course, just like he can't stand the tension and chaos of not knowing how to respond to them and not knowing what to do with what they mean to him, then of course they're going to feel the same. Of course, they would be so glad to get a chance to get away from him and all the painful memories that come from seeing him, and not to mention getting yelled at by him. So he suggests something that makes perfect sense for him. It's something that he wants very badly as a way to be able to continue practicing his chronic avoidance. And he assumes that, of course, they want it too. And when she objects and wonders why, then he gives that reason. He gives the reason, the exact kind of logic that he uses for himself. He presents that to her, because who wouldn't want to get as far as possible away from the painful agony of loss, the awkwardness and vulnerable feelings that come from all those reminders and not knowing how to handle them? Picard's way of thinking is if you have reminders of grief, you get rid of them, you stuff them away, you hide them out of sight. That's how Picard's been living, and he assumes that this would be good for Crusher, and that's what Crusher wants. But instead, she, after hearing his explanation, she insists, if I didn't want to be here, I wouldn't have come here in the first place. And the reason she says that is because that's how she thinks. And that's why she's pretty much at peace with her loss, having lost Jack. She's able to keep moving forward in life. Whereas Picard, whether as a result of the unresolved grief or other things and everything else all piled together, Picard is stuck in cranky captain mode. And then Picard, he's surprised to find that she actually requested this mission. And he's really uncomfortable for lack of knowing what to do with this. And so he kind of stiffly welcomes her aboard with a handshake. And that's when they're interrupted by Riker over the intercom. And on his way out, Picard awkwardly turns and says, I hope we can be friends. And she says, thank you. And you can just imagine the confusing torrent of conflicting emotions sloshing around inside Picard. And I can tell you, he hates that confusing mess so much. He doesn't have a frickin' clue what he's feeling, and it's confusing, and it's chaotic, and it's terrifying, and it's so very unsafe. But being a career beast and charging through things in his career, that's not frightening to Picard. Asking Riker to break Federation law based on his hunch, that's not frightening. All that kind of stuff is thrilling and empowering. But this thing here with the medical officer, this is a terrifying disaster, completely unsafe. Oh man, yeah, this is definitely why Star Trek has always appealed to people who have had some struggle with social awkwardness, because the star of all Star Trek stars is this extremely socially awkward, insert context, figure, which is Picard. not to speak of the other socially awkward characters of Data, Spock, Odo, and all the rest there. All right, well, next up, after that relatively lighthearted break, then we come to the transporter room as the musical tension builds and they beam over to the alien vessel. Once they're over there, they observe that, as Yar puts it, it's much the same construction as we saw in the underground tunnel. But, as Data points out, there's no equipment. And Troy seems to be feeling something. Riker asks if it's the same as you felt down there, and she says, no, this is much more powerful, full of anger, hate. Yar says, toward us? She says, no, it's directed down toward the old Bandy City. Well, after Riker reports in to Picard, Troy suddenly says, Groppler Zorn, sir. A great fear just ahead. There's a different feeling here than in the tunnel. Very different. And that's when we begin hearing, like in a haunted house, the distant sounds of Groppler Zorn crying out in pain and anguish. No, please, no more. Make it stop, please. Oh man. And going back to the last time we saw Groppler Zorn, when we saw him cowering under the table and everything leading up to him getting snatched away, I think that the actor throughout this episode, but particularly noticeable once the alien ship, quote unquote, appears, the actor for Zorn gives such an absolutely compelling performance of someone who has built his life upon callous evil and is now finding himself increasingly terrified, horrified of being found out, of quote unquote his sins coming back to face him, as it were. The actor provides such compellingly over-the-top performances. First, in the early part, as this cruel, callous observer in kind of an over-the-top kind of way. And then later on, as this terrified, horrified, haunted person who can sense his own damnation coming. There's definitely a larger than life, almost spiritual undertone to this part of the story. It's kind of a horror concept. Of course, it's done in PG, but in terms of the sense of the feel of it, in the sense that this is a whole giant long story about inevitable, long-awaited comeuppance. And when Zorn begins to see the writing on the wall, so to speak, then the terror just starts scratching away at his heart. Zorn doesn't seem to ever have an actual change of heart or really recognize and want to make restitution for his cruelty or anything like that. He's never actually sorry for causing torment to this other person, but he's terrified when he sees that his crimes are going to come back upon his own head. And I think in a way, this is kind of a Star Trek, parable, partly about the kind of innate justice or the kind of karmic order kind of embedded into the universe. The kind of concept where if you rob a bear of its cubs, you are going to get mauled. That's just how the world works. We could say that whereas Q is the god that doesn't judge the world or correct evil, the alien here is the god that does judge the world and avenge evil. Of course, he does so as a flawed peer to humanity, much like the god small g slash capital G in TMP, who was a peer to humanity, who is no better than humans and kind of needs humans. But anyway, whereas you could think of the alien here as the parallel capital G, small g god to parallel Q, you could also think of the alien as the angry companion that is embedded in nature, capital N, i.e., this is the almost universal karmic principle that if you are an evil person, your evil deeds may consume you in the end. If you are malevolent, your malevolence will circle back around you, and the cub's mother, so to speak, will eat you. Or the Federation will cream your hide to protect the people you've been hurting. Or the funny aliens will get you in the end because they saw what you were doing, etc. While Star Trek includes a lot of realistic injustice in its stories, as the real world does, this episode shows us a case in which the universe self-corrects. Because for every vulnerable person who evil people can take advantage of, sometimes there is someone somewhere who hates evil and hates it so much that he will stop at nothing to rain torment down onto the one who took the one he loves. And for myself as a kid, of all the things that stuck in my head as a kid from this episode, I think definitely one of the things was these over the top emotions that Groppler Zorn, that the actor for Zorn conveyed as he's getting ready to get teleported away. I think it's absolutely one of the most compelling compelling parts and the part that stuck with me the most. Q is kind of forgettable, but Groppler Zorn is unforgettable. And in particular, I think it's this pairing of his callous malevolence "We will punish you," followed by his haunted, horrified terror. Anyway, so as they explore this place, they finally come to where they find the Groppler extended in midair inside an energy field, crying out in anguish as he writhes about, begging the alien, "Please, please, stop the pain." Meanwhile, Troy has this little epiphany, and she suddenly realizes, "That's it, sir. It's only one alien I'm sensing." Because up to that point, they had thought this was a ship filled with crew members, and now she realizes there's only one. And then they hear Zorn crying out as amidst the other things he's saying. He's like, "I don't understand what you want." And Troy kind of looks at him and she says to everybody else, she's like, "It's not true. He does know." And then it's shortly after that when Riker and Data pull out their little mini Type 1 phasers and they shoot it, and the energy field is gone, and Zorn drops down onto something soft. Now, given all the stuff that we've noted up to this point, I don't think it's a huge stretch to draw the correlation, which I've always drawn ever since I was a little 9, 10-year-old, the correlation between this scene here and certain religious conceptions of hell, particularly as filtered through the criticisms of the kind of proto-new atheism which Star Trek represents, which people like Roddenberry would have represented, and which has definitely influenced a lot of other parts of this episode, and I pointed out here and there throughout this episode. So it seems like in this portrayal here, hell is part of the savagery of God with which he mercilessly tortures sinners for pleasure. And in this case, it's so personal that it literally happens. It takes place inside the very belly of God. And this is by no means the first time or the last time that some kind of religious hell imagery has shown up in Star Trek. In fact, it's kind of a recurring theme throughout the franchise. The first use of hell imagery would have been in the very first drip of Star Trek to ever be conceived, which was the unaired pilot The Cage, in which the big-headed Talosian aliens have kind of presumptuously declared themselves de facto gods by putting Pike in his own little Garden of Eden with his own Eve. So it's Adam and Eve, and they specifically use the phrase Adam and Eve to refer to this. And then when Adam in this story doesn't cooperate, and that's Pike, then the Talosians send him to hell, which they say this is a place from Pike's folklore, and they send him there when he doesn't want to cooperate. And that place is this kind of rocky area where everything's on fire. So this very fiery place where you're basically on fire and you can't escape from it because it's kind of everywhere. The next version of hell that comes to my mind would be all the various mirror universe episodes. Now, this is a different concept of hell, sort of an alternate existence that's like ours, except that goodness ends up getting crushed. Evil consistently ends up dominating in this kind of universe. Now, while I'm not sure that the writers of the original Mirror Universe episodes had a religious hell in mind as they wrote the stories, it's definitely something that came to my mind in Discovery Season 3 when they go to the Mirror Universe. And it seemed to be the kinds of concepts that they were kind of indirectly exploring at that point, at least to me when I watched it, though they didn't make it completely explicit. But regardless, we can definitely list the Mirror Universe as another kind of hell presented in Star Trek, though usually in a much less religiously focused kind of way in terms of how it's written. And after that, I would list this episode here, the very beginning of TNG, which seems to be a much more explicitly religious reference to me because we have a symbolic God figure torturing somebody. The difference is that in this case, as opposed to with Pike, the torturing is being done to somebody who is actually guilty, whereas with Pike, it was more of an abusive control thing. And then moving on to Deep Space Nine, the fire caves of Bajor are a place where you may bump into Pa-wraiths. And ultimately, at the end of the series, Kai Wynn and Dukat end up going to the fire caves to complete their final rituals, where we see this great big lake of actual fire. So that's hell imagery, but it's not as much of a hell concept because it's not about afterlife, torment, punishment in that kind of sense, but it's more a place that we associate with evil and particularly with evil spirits and the demonic. But then we add to that and we remind ourselves the Bajoran tradition was that in ancient times, the Pa-wraiths were imprisoned in the fire caves. And so at that point, we're getting much closer to traditional conceptions of hell. Now, as far as I know, there's no reference to humans or Bajorans ending up, past, present, or future, ending up in that kind of fiery prison with the Pa-wraiths. But if I remember right, according to tradition, the way they put it was that these demonic Pa-wraith entities were sent there after they corrupted and fell away from the prophets. Then they were imprisoned in the fire caves, probably because they have a kind of essence that can't be killed in the traditional sense. So instead, they were imprisoned in the fire caves. All right, and then moving on to Voyager, maybe one of the most memorable Hell references would have probably been the episode Barge of the Dead, in which B'Elanna has gone to the afterlife during a near-death experience. And it's the Barge of the Dead, the Klingon mythical afterlife. And when she's there, she finds out that her mother is there as well, and she's going to be punished for the dishonor that B'Elanna brought to her. Now, we might automatically, throughout the span of Star Trek, we might automatically think that Klingon hell would be Sto-vo-kor, or maybe Barge of the Dead would sort of be the Klingon hell, since they both sound like kind of grim places to go, and you more likely think of going down to Sto-vo-kor as opposed to going up. But then you add to that, and you think about the fact that Klingons don't actually want to avoid Sto-vo-kor, as long as they get there by doing something honorable rather than by some dishonorable way of getting there. So my general thought had tended to be that Sto-vo-kor would, because of that, Sto-vo-kor would be more of like a generic kind of underworld, like in various polytheistic mythologies, such as Greek and Roman, Egyptian, probably, I think, things like that, where you have an underworld, which is kind of a generic place in the afterlife with all kinds of interesting and various things going on. So all these different layers and all these different complicated parts of it. So that in that sense, everybody goes to the same place, broadly speaking. But once you get there, you've actually got a lot more places to go within it. So I've generally thought of Sto-vo-kor more in that category because that's kind of just the impression that you get, with the exception, though, in DS9, they kind of turn that a little bit and we see a bit of a different picture. Toward the end of Deep Space Nine, there's that episode, I think it's the beginning of season 7 or the end of season 6 or something like that. But there's the episode where we begin to realize that it must be a much more positive place because this is the one where Worf is worried that Jadzia may not have gotten into Sto-vo-kor. So then it starts to sound a little more like kind of a Roman Catholic heaven kind of thing. It's kind of like Worf is like a Roman Catholic who's concerned that somebody may not have gotten into heaven. But anyway, so there's all that, and Sto-vo-kor is all talked about all the time by Klingons in Star Trek. But then once we get to Voyager, we have this episode with Barge of the Dead, where that place, Barge of the Dead, seems to be kind of an in-between place, sort of like the view that some Protestant Christians might take when they adapt Sheol to be kind of like a waiting area in between heaven and hell. Though I think the Klingon Barge of the Dead was more specifically inspired by the afterlife of Norse mythology, if I remember right. But anyway, in Klingon beliefs, you go to the Barge of the Dead, after you die, and then from there, you go to Sto-vo-kor, or, as we discover in that particular episode, you may go to Sto-vo-kor, or you may go to Grethor, which is the actual Klingon hell. And when B'Elanna arrives, when the barge arrives at Grethor and they're going to drop her off, what we see, what she arrives to, is what looks like castle gates of this red-hot, fiery place. And in prior discussion, references were made to Grethor having places within it, like with names like the Caverns of Despair, etc. But as B'Elanna gets ready to go into those gates, she never actually technically walks through those gates, because instead she approaches, and then suddenly she finds herself in this creepy alternate version of Voyager, where everybody leers at her and tells her what a pathetic Klingon she has been. And as she storms down the hallway, she angrily tells the shadow version of Neelix, she's like, "I don't consider Voyager hell." So in the episode Barge of the Dead, we actually get 3 different kinds of hell presented. First off, we get that neutral transitional hell as the Barge of the Dead, which we wouldn't consider, hell proper the way we think about it most of the time. It's more of a transitional space, or kind of like the upper layer of the underworld, so to speak. So we got that. And then we get the Grethor imagery of what the Klingons would have expected, or at least what B'Elanna would have had in the back of her head, which is kind of this, almost like a medieval Roman Catholic inspired kind of image, these fiery castle gates with all kinds of things inside that are horrible, which is a little bit reminiscent of the hell, if you've ever seen the second Bill and Ted movie, and they go to hell in a little part there, and their vision of hell, they're making jokes about heavy metal album covers and stuff like that. But anyway, so you could say that however you cut the cake, that's probably the most standard hell as far as Western pop culture is concerned. But anyway, so that's the second one. And then number 3, you get the dreamy nightmare parallel world kind of hell, where everything is familiar, but just kind of replaying over and over in a horrible way, seeming to kind of emphasize the concept that hell is a place of regret and anguish remembering, while also overlaying that with this torment of non-reality, the kind of thing that we might associate with the isolative feeling that we had in the Nexus in the Generations film, where it's like, this is kind of lonely because none of it's real. And also, which we might associate with real life nightmares we have, the bad dreams that we have that kind of keep going and going when we so badly want to wake up. And maybe you think you woke up, but you didn't, that kind of thing. And this whole thing about emphasizing the regret and the anguish remembering just kind of going on forever and ever. It also reminds me a little bit, this isn't a hell, but I've always drawn a connection in the Voyager episode Ex Post Facto, where Tom is convicted of something. He actually didn't do it, but the judicial system of this alien race is that they hook him up with this gadget so that he relives his crime from the point of view of the victim. And he relives it over and over, basically for the rest of his life. Well, that I think is similar to this idea here, this kind of hell, with the emphasis of, rather than being a concrete place with all kinds of things going on, instead it's an everlasting regret, everlasting memory of that which was. Anyway, then the next depiction of hell, also in Voyager, is when Janeway has her near-death experience, and she meets this alien masquerading as her father, who's trying to lure her into the white light. And eventually we come to realize, unfortunately, that it wasn't actually her father, but it's actually an alien trying to lure her into whatever this place is, where presumably his goal was to feed on her disembodied soul for all eternity. So that everlasting psychical munch, munch, munch for our poor, disappointed Starfleet captain, well, I guess that's the other hell in Star Trek. Incidentally, in the final moments, as the captain finally successfully resisted the alien, she told him, "Go back to hell," which presumably he does. But he goes back hungry instead of satisfied. A much preferable situation as far as Janeway is concerned. And then fast forwarding to Discovery. Now, I haven't seen Discovery a whole lot, and so my memory's a little bit fuzzy, but in seasons 2 and 3, it seems like there were two portrayals of what struck me as intentional hell references, though it's made less explicit. And like I said, I haven't seen Discovery a whole lot, but there's one part, I think it was in season 2, when Culver, or maybe it was some kind of transported duplicate of Culver, I forget. But he basically found himself in this alternate reality where he was constantly chased by and tormented by these firefly creatures, which they weren't particularly intending to hurt him, but just trying to get him out of their dimension or something to that effect. Like I said, my memory's kind of fuzzy, but the way I remember it feeling was, it's kind of like, this is hell, but they're not trying to hurt him. It's not their fault. It's more a case of, he doesn't belong there. He is outside of the places that are meant for him. And that's torment. That's hell. And then when the Discovery crew finally rescued him, he's severely traumatized because he spent years, or at least a very long time, in this horrifying universe where he's always hunted. He's always tormented. You can never actually escape. So I don't know if they made it explicit that they were trying to paint a religious hell there, but that's so close to descriptions that I've heard of certain kinds of imaginations of religious hell that I've always assumed that was what they were going for ever since I first saw it. And then similarly in season 3, when Georgiou goes back to the mirror universe, and she's basically now a good emperor, kind of like she's become a religious convert to the religion of Starfleet, so to speak. But when she goes back, she wants to convert the traitorous Mirror Burnham, and she uses the torment chambers to try to do so, which once again, they don't specify that they're talking about anything religious or spiritual, but it definitely felt to me like a story about the role of a hell or a purgatory type of thing in trying to convert or change somebody. In which case, the conclusion of the narrative would be that that can't work, and it's ultimately a futile kind of cruelty in which you almost end up not being able to tell the difference between the original evil Georgiou and this reformed, converted Georgiou, because they're both using the same kinds of tools. In that story, she's trying to take the path of the good and work toward the good, but it's ultimately futile within that kind of morally inverted universe, that kind of morally inverted world. And then, of course, like I said before, the mirror universe itself, in the first place, is already how some religious people think of hell, or what hell, the religious concept of hell, actually is. Even though I don't think the writers of most of those earlier mirror universe episodes necessarily had that in mind at all. And then just for completeness, let's not forget to mention the various times in which Star Trek episodes invoke hell by invoking a hellish god. So in Star Trek V, for example, while there's no hell per se that they visit, that run-in with that god on that planet basically makes the planet into a kind of hell. And if I remember right, actually, the alien was imprisoned there, so kind of like the fire caves. He's a demon that was imprisoned there, and it is hell. And then similarly, in the predecessor to that film, the TOS episode "The Way to Eden," when the religious seekers find the Eden planet, where the grass burns your feet and the flowers are acidic and the fruit kills you. Well, that's another case where following religion basically takes you to hell, or we could say heaven turns out to be hell. Anyway, to wrap all these up, we definitely got quite a number of hell references in Star Trek, and probably more than that, probably some that I missed. And the reason for that is not because Star Trek is, going crazy about hell all the time, but I think it's really just because Star Trek has always had a significant interest in faith and religion, as well as in literary classics and the kinds of imagery that come with those. I think in early Star Trek, most of its religious references were kind of from the angle for the intent of refutation and rebuttal, particularly in TOS and early TNG. And then after that, as we get into the 90s, then these religious references became just a little more kind of reflective about such things. So in those early references in TOS and early TNG, I think we could say that the reason hell comes up is because people like Roddenberry are very upset with religion in general, and especially upset with the kind of God they've come to identify with traditional Christianity. So for someone like Roddenberry, he's very familiar with the concept of hell, and he includes it in his stories because he wants people to take a good look at how egregious of a concept it is. He's very angry at the kind of God that he remembers hearing about in childhood. And this is, I think, why sometimes, like in the Farpoint episode here, the portrayals of hell in early Star Trek match the kind of anti-Christian rhetoric that would later be popularized by people like Richard Dawkins. God, not unlike Q, is an arrogant bully who asks people to tell him how wonderful he is, and if they refuse, he's going to torture them. And this is why the hell in the Farpoint story here, it's not a place separate from the God figure, but it's actually literally the belly of the God figure. God is angry and full of hate and personally torturing those who mistreated his lover. And then once we get to the portrayals in Voyager and then later on in Discovery, these seem to be less anti-Christian, but more just kind of reflective. In these versions, often I'd say probably these are probably more influenced by near-death experiences than by any particular religion. And in these cases, hell is either the place maybe where evil spirits rule and they constantly chase you down and torment you, or as in Barge of the Dead, it's more of kind of a procedural domain that's not particularly connected with any God figure per se, but more just the consequences of your actions and the complicated system in which we are as people. Anyway, regardless, this a little bit here within Encounter at Farpoint is definitely one of those standout hell references in the Star Trek franchise, and it's intriguing because of how it ties in with the Roddenberry worldview and the atheistic responses to religion, and also because of how it does and doesn't overlap with actual religious belief about hell within Christianity and other religions. Anyway, man, that's enough about hell. Why the hell they gotta go the hell on about hell so much? All right, let's get the hell away from this hell of a topic of hell and get on to some more cheerful stuff. So, while the away team is bumping into Groppler Zorn over in the belly of the creature, meanwhile, back on the Enterprise, Q has appeared, this time wearing a Starfleet captain's uniform. First time he wears that uniform, I think, kind of wearing it as the ultimate presumption and annoyingness to annoy poor miserable Captain Picard. Q shows up saying, "Your time is up, Captain." Meanwhile, the transporter room won't respond when Picard calls over to try to beam back the away team. Picard keeps trying to appeal to Q. And then finally he finishes. He says, "My people are in trouble. Let me help them, please. I'll do whatever you say." And then in that moment, the away team and Groppler Zorn just materialize in front of the view screen on the bridge there. And Q says back to Picard, he's like, "You'll do whatever I say." And without looking at Q, Picard just quietly says, "It seems I did make that bargain." But then Troy steps forward and she's like, "The agreement is invalid, sir. It wasn't Q that saved us." Meanwhile, Q is going on goading Picard to destroy the vessel while he has a chance. Kill them all. But then the away team is explaining that that thing isn't merely a vessel. It's alive somehow. It sent them back. And then Q is going on trying to rile him up to kill it ASAP, and Picard finally interrupts and he says, "No, do nothing he demands," saying to the bridge crew. Zorn says, "Captain, that thing was killing my people." Picard says, was there a reason? And then Q jumps in. It's an unknown, Captain. Isn't that enough? And the conversation goes on. Eventually, they comment on the similarity between the tunnels on the planet with the tunnels on the vessel. Riker says to Zorn, he's like, why was it punishing you, Groppler? Picard says, in return for some pain you'd given another creature? And Groppler's like, we've done nothing wrong. It was injured. We helped it. And then Picard smiles and relaxes and he says, thank you. That was the missing element. And then he has Yar rig main phaser banks to deliver an energy beam. And then meanwhile, as they speculate on what kinds of beings these aliens are, the vessel in front of them transforms gradually into this luminous, octopus-like kind of space being. And as they watch in amazement, Picard says, Groppler, you captured something like that, didn't you? And Troy observes that there was a pair of creatures I was sensing, one down there in grief and pain, the other up here filled with anger. Data says, and firing not on the new space station, but on the Bandy and their city. And Picard says, attacking those who had captured its mate. And then at that reference to mating, Riker and Troy look at each other knowingly. They kind of exchange looks, which kind of, for us, kind of serves to tie together the sub-thread of the Riker and Troy subplot with that of the two great luminous aliens. We could say that these two subplots together constitute the theme of the binding, connecting power of romantic love / romantic attachment. And it's interesting how in this story, as in TMP and other Star Trek stories, this theme is placed alongside the discussion of human nature overall and of religious conceptions of God, a combination which perhaps shouldn't surprise us too much because, after all, that which artists have tended to be most passionate about throughout most of human history has been these two topics of romantic love and sex and the topic of God and religion, which is why songs and poems and things like that, the ones that actually get listened to and get popular, they tend to be about one of these two topics, romantic love or sex and God or religion. And so in something like this and something like TMP, we're kind of tying those things together. So I guess in this episode, romantic love is kind of the lesser theme, but it runs throughout the story. And the luminous alien, which plays the role of a thematic crossover between humanity and God, he's acting out a commitment to his lover, not unlike a benevolent God with love for people or for his people. But the story also plays the role of recasting God as being merely human, much like in TMP. This luminous being is actually motivated by nothing more nor less than the same magical thing that binds Troy and Riker together by magical telepathy, romantic love, a limerent draw, a magical kind of attachment, that kind of thing. Anyway, so we can trace this theme throughout the story, particularly the second half of the story, particularly the actual Farpoint story, not the Q story so much. This theme, we could say, is introduced when Troy meets Riker. Then it's reflected upon when Troy steps out of line to impulsively try to keep Riker from getting hurt. And then this theme is returned to in kind of a culminative way when we discover that all of the action and fear and anger was actually the magical power of the same romantic binding power playing out. This merely human God figure of this alien was actually pulled by, controlled by, motivated by, empowered by that magical tugging and attaching power of romantic love. And that's why he will stop at nothing to save the lover, the object of his affection. So once the energy beam is ready, Picard says, aim it down at the station and let it have as much as it can absorb. And when they start getting some feedback on the beam, then they stop it. And then moments later, Farpoint Station dissolves and is transformed into another luminous squid being. And Zorn, he turns around nervously and he starts trying to convince them, we meant it no harm. It was starving for energy. And Picard shoots back, which your world furnishes in plenty. We did feed it, he insists. And Picard shoots back, but only enough to keep it alive so you could force it to shape itself into whatever form you needed. Well, that creature rises up slowly and joins its mate in outer space, and they touch one another lovingly and gradually float off together while the music plays an emotional solo violin with poignant vibrato over backing chords. And Troy announces that she's picking up great joy and gratitude, while the music resolves happily and then the creatures continue to float away. She says, great joy and gratitude from both of them, she says with a great big happy smile. Now, I guess we could say, so early on in this scene, back when Q tried, seemingly at least, he seemed to be trying to take credit for bringing the away team and Zorn back onto the bridge when the alien teleported them over. I guess perhaps we could say that part there continues to bring forward our picture of this Q character. Remember, Picard said, "I'll do anything," and then that's when they appeared, and Q's like, "Oh, you said anything?" And that's when Troy said, "That's not valid. He didn't bring it here. The alien did." So while yes, clearly Q is playing the whole time, but yet at the same time, Q does seem quite eager to take credit for something he didn't do. Q, in this episode at least, is so full of himself and loves to look good. We could say that that kind of thing is maintained even throughout Voyager. The biggest criticism, however, would be not that Q is creating actual destruction or actually killing people or damaging cultures or things like that, which apparently in the end he doesn't actually like to do. At least in this story, it seems he actually did want things to work out and he kind of helped to make sure they would work out in certain tiny ways. But the actual criticism wouldn't be that, but it would be the one that Picard, a minute later, is going to blast at Q now that everything has settled down. In a minute, he's basically going to say, "So what? This is what you do for sport?" Because Q is clearly having fun as a mischievous leprechaun throughout this whole process. While people are suffering and confused and struggling, and also Picard constantly suspects that Q is also having unknown influence in terms of making some of these problems happen. But the main criticism is that Q seems to delight in the suffering of others, or at a minimum, he's indifferent to it. He claims to be on the side of the good. For example, he accuses Picard and humanity of all their violence and stuff like that. So he's claiming to be on the side of the good. But that's hypocrisy because Q's not just indifferent to suffering, but he actually causes massive psychological suffering. For example, pretending to kill people and then bringing them back and having fun with that. He delights to observe many kinds of suffering, or at a minimum, he's indifferent to it. So while Q is not ultimately toxic in that large scale kind of way, for example, he's not the one who traps the alien and tortures it. He doesn't wipe out the colony. He doesn't destroy or cripple the Enterprise, etc. He doesn't do those kinds of things. But on a more personal, everyday level, Q's a jerk. And he has the makings for all kinds of dark psychological traits, things like being a megalomaniacal, narcissistic, sadomasochist, etc. So in a sense, whereas God has been the thorn within this story, i.e. Q, romantic and sexual love has been the salvation of this story. Once again, not unlike the presentation in TMP, in which deified humanity almost seems to be synonymous with romantic and sexual union in terms of the symbolism, because both of those together are the symbolic thing that leads to the birth of psychically evolved humanity and new levels of spiritual transformation. So you could say maybe the episode was intended to leave you with maybe something like, God and religion may get in your way, but romantic love will save you. Maybe that's the message of this episode. God and religion may get in your way, but romantic love will save you. Or for a more religiously sympathetic reading of the conclusion of this episode, maybe it would be something like, with great struggle may we make peace with God/religion, but with goodness and goodwill and love, everything will get better and better. So that's kind of a more religiously sympathetic reading of what the episode's trying to say. Only with great struggle may we make peace with God/religion. But humanity, with goodness and goodwill and love, everything will get better and better and better. So pick which one you want, or pick another one. Which one do you think better encompasses the message of this episode? Or do you think we could better express that core message with a completely different paradigm entirely? And then, right when we thought the episode was over, after Troy has said great joy and gratitude as he watched the lovers floating away, because reunited lovers do float, now don't they? But anyway, right after that, then, like I mentioned, Picard turns to face Q with this annoyed look on his face, and he says, "Why? Do you use other life forms for your recreation?" And Q says, "If so, you've not provided the best." "Leave us!" shouts Picard. "We've passed your little test." "Temper, temper, mon capitaine." "Get off my ship!" "I do so only because it suits me," says Q in a playful tone. And then on his way out, he momentarily appears right in front of Picard and he adds with a big smile, "But I will not promise never to appear again." And he's gone. And then we get our final captain's log. Captain's log, stardate 41174.2. The agreement for the rebuilding of Farpoint Station has been completed per my instructions. Riker says he hopes most of their missions won't go like this one. And Picard says, "Oh no, number one. I'm sure most will be much more interesting." And then as he stares off into the stars, he says passionately, "Let's see what's out there. Engage." And then while the music plays excitedly, the Enterprise launches into warp, and the episode ends. And then at that point, there has come to be such a thing as Star Trek: The Next Generation. At that point, we know that there's going to be a lot more boldly going where no one has gone before. And at some point in that future, there might include a little more Q here and there. But more importantly, it's going to be Picard and Riker and Data and Troy and all the rest having one adventure after one more adventure, always finding one more exciting, thrilling, unknown, fascinating discovery that gives us just a little more to think about, to muse about, to ponder as we walk away from the television screen with our imaginations full of exciting and memorable things that make us love the Enterprise and its crew and even the great, wondrous galactic universe of Star Trek: The Next Generation. Well, I guess that's it. That's what we got. Thou art notified that thy kind has progressed too far already. Thou art notified that thy kind must subscribe or experience the vengeance of jellyfish squid creatures from the ninth dimension. Subscribe! Subscribe! Ensign boldly to the captain. Captain, everything is red down here. Everything is red down here. Is it supposed to be like that? Captain, Captain, how soon can you be my... Captain, Captain, Captain!